Hey everyone who's tuning in to our Jodi Arias verdict watch here on Fox 10 News Now. You are just watching. I'm about to go live on air on Fox 10's morning show to tease the stream and get people to join us and watch and await the verdict. Is today the day? I hope so. We will wait and see. And hopefully we'll find out whether Jodi gets the death penalty or life in prison. Plus, we have a lot of other topics to chat about, so stay tuned. And I'm also going to play a story from last night, Troy interviewing one of Travis Alexander's really good friends. So you want to watch for that. And I see Ron.
Hi.
So it's kind of crazy because now we're starting at 9:55
Every morning.
So people at home are kind of watching the behind-the-scenes preparation. So I was just telling them I'm about to do a tease.
Okay.
But it's really weird because I hear the entire morning show in my ear.
Oh, yeah.
So I'm very confused right now, guys. I feel like I'm pretending and I'm not really talking to them right now because I don't hear our show in my ear.
Yeah. Well, even worse than that, although that takes some concentration, is sometimes we get this weird echo where you hear yourself speaking about 2 seconds later. Have you ever run into that situation? It's the craziest.
Oh, I've never had that. Well,
Like
I haven't had it here.
Echo.
That's really hard to do.
Oh, man.
That's when you just, I've done that. Actually, no, I have. And you just pull the IFB out.
Yeah,
because
right.
it's too distracting.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Cool. Okay, so we're already on. Great.
We're already
Glad to have
on.
you guys with us. And
Yeah,
what are
we have lots of topics to talk about. I saw yours.
Yeah.
You want to see the document I made? It's really long.
Mm-hmm.
We're just going to let you watch us as we do our thing, guys.
Okay. 4-day school week. Yep.
Did you hear about the boy that was killed by the housing gate?
Oh,
this is so
no.
sad. The automatic
Oh.
housing gate in the gated community. We'll talk about that, guys.
You wonder,
just
if
conspiring.
something like that. You wonder if something like that could ever happen. So.
Well, I have the details on that story.
Oh, that's awful. Somebody just yelled 30 away. So
we'll be live on the air on Fox 10 in just a couple seconds. And then McDonald's is going to use chicken raised without antibiotics.
I love
Obviously,
that.
We need to talk about it because the viewers know our love for McDonald's.
Correct. We have our priorities straight.
I'm pretty...
Sidekick.
You're my sidekick.
I'll answer to that. Her faithful sidekick, the Lone Ranger, and let me be Tonto.
You're like the Robin to my Batman.
Sure.
You're the Luigi to my Mario.
Exactly. As long
You
as
guys
I'm not
get
the
it. I could
penguin.
just come up with so many
Right.
famous duos.
Yep.
Right,
Yeah.
right. They have been in court for 28 minutes, officially at least.
Yeah, and interesting that Troy said, don't be surprised if we get something this morning. So, yeah, we are going to be all over it. You can come watch us right now on our YouTube channel on Fox 10 Phoenix.
Okay, we're off there. All right, guys.
Okay.
You saw the magic. Now we de-mic.
Yeah, right. All these wires. Kristen.
It's really hard when you're wearing something where your
Yeah.
shirt's tucked into
Careful.
your bottom half of my skirt, because then I have to,
Right.
like... Anyways. Right now, by the way, guys, everyone watching, while we're doing all this stuff, we're not reading the YouTube comments. I have no idea what you guys are saying right
let's
now.
get in there.
No, we'll get in there.
Okay.
I know.
All right.
I couldn't have the YouTube comments plus getting ready for the show tease. There's too much
Yes,
going
right.
on.
There
too
is.
much concentration.
With all these wires and everything,
Yeah.
every once in a while, Kristen will say to me, because I do the early show with her on TV, she's like, it's 2015. Can we get rid of the wires?
Right. There's got to be a way to do everything wirelessly.
Yeah, exactly.
There are
Okay.
a lot of wires.
Very nice.
All right.
Get those
So now
batteries
I'm going to plug
recharged.
myself into another wire.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Ugh.
Like yesterday when we were talking to Dr. Gray Stafford, which that was so fascinating. Old Dr. Gray, man, he knows his stuff on
yeah,
llamas.
it was really cool.
Yeah, but the only way we can hear him is by plugging into this thing. Here.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, there's this really cool selfie story, by the way. Remind me to tell you guys about it.
Yeah.
And we're going to have an interactive selfie challenge with our audience members.
We are?
Yeah. You didn't even know about it.
Oh, the things you dream up.
It wasn't my idea. It was Jeff's. I don't want to take credit. Jeff
okay.
Moriarty is the brainchild behind
Okay.
the genius selfie challenge. Fox
Okay.
News Now viewers.
Okay.
Should I tell them now? I'm going to wait. I'm going to remind you guys about the selfie challenge in a couple minutes. But long story short, we want you to send us selfies of yourself. And hashtag Fox10Phoenix. And you might see it on air. You might see it here on News Now. That way we're able to put a face to the name of all the people that chat with us.
That
Do you
is
guys get
really
it?
cool.
Yeah.
And if you're...
So in the caption, you just have to tell us what your like YouTube username was. You know, because some people have different like Instagram names to YouTube names, and I don't know.
So all they have to do is put it on Instagram or Twitter.
Instagram or Twitter. I don't know. Maybe Jeff will let me know exactly where. I assume that it's Instagram. I'm sure Twitter could work too. Yeah, as long as you hashtag Fox10Phoenix. Even Facebook, I think you're allowed to. So as long as it's the Fox10Phoenix hashtag, and you caption it with your YouTube username, that way we know who you are. Then we'll be able to pull up your face when we're talking to you here.
How
Genius.
great is that? Plus, remember last week, this is really fun. Last week we had one of our loyal viewers up in Canada, and I said, is it really that bad snow-wise? She went right out to her front yard, and you could see all the snow out there.
That's so
with that
cool.
picture.
Yeah, you're right. I love when people actually like listen to what we're saying on here and actually act on it.
Yeah. So, I mean, if you want to step out to the front yard and show us around or whatever, show us. Anyway, we're looking forward to it.
Plus, we have live images of the courthouse where everything is happening. I know Andrew Hasbun is out there, so maybe we'll be able to chat with him in a couple minutes.
Okay.
But this is a live look right now outside the courtroom where the jury is deliberating. And there it is.
Isn't it funny to say where everything is happening and we take it and it looks so quiet, but boy, inside it's got to be fairly intense, I would think, inside that jury room.
Right.
Because there's obviously some level of disagreement between the jurors on which way to go.
Yeah, so I see that Andrew is there live at the courthouse now. Andrew Hasbun, Fox 10's very own. Can you give us an update on what's happening so far out there?
Outside the courthouse, not much, as you can see. All the action is really up in the courtroom. What we know that is happening is we know the jury's here, we know that families are here, and everyone is just kind of waiting to see what happens next. You know, it really is anyone's guess what's going to happen this morning or today. We know yesterday that the judge kind of, told the jury to figure it out, make a decision, come on, make something happen. We don't know the number of holdouts and who wants death and who doesn't, but we know that today they're going to be deliberating and trying to come to some kind of a conclusion. But to be honest, if they haven't made up their minds already, I just don't see them all changing their tune now with just a little bit more discussion. So how long this is going to take them to tell the judge that they cannot make a decision or come to a decision, really, we just don't know. I heard Troy saying that he thinks it may happen this morning. We heard others out here that have been watching this case very closely say that they think it's going to happen today as well. But if it does, really, that's anyone's guess. We saw some of the Alexander family members out here earlier. We know Jodi Arias' mom is up in the courtroom, or at least in the area of the courtroom, and everyone is just here waiting. Clearly, based on everyone's appearance, most people don't think it's going to be taking that long to get some kind of an answer out of the jury.
I sort of felt that, here, for people who are watching around the world, locally, it's been a pretty big story about the amount of money that has been spent on this trial. I almost kind of felt, Andrew, like the judge owed it to the taxpayers, because this is going to be one of the narratives coming out of this if we get a hung jury. All that money spent for the exact same result. So I wasn't at all surprised to see her say, you get back in there and just keep working on this. What are your thoughts?
Oh, no doubt. And I feel like, too, she has to give it a second chance. I mean, if she just said, okay, forget it, I'm just speaking just theoretically here, for the judge to just kind of throw in the towel, she had to probably give it one more chance just because, she's the judge and you want to have some kind of a resolution. And, in the end, she's the one who's going to have to make the decision if it does come back a hung jury. We talk about this a lot, but if the jury doesn't decide, the judge will end up deciding between life in prison or life with the possibility of parole. If the jury decides death, then it's over. That's it. Only a jury can decide death. You bring up the money, and it's interesting because we looked at this just recently. Up until I believe it was December, the tab was about $3 million, and that's just for Jodi Arias' defense. That doesn't include anything else, whatever witnesses the prosecution brought in and all that stuff. So that's from December. Here we are now in March, and the trial's still going on. So that tab is going to rise significantly. So I think when this is done, you're looking at probably between the $3 and $4 million range for Jodi Arias' defense. I asked Bill Montgomery about that a week or two ago, and he said to me, he's like, justice isn't cheap. That's what he said. They have an obligation to give someone, their legal rights and a proper defense, and that's the law in Arizona, and that's what it costs. And death penalty cases are not cheap. Everybody knows that.
Right.
You're not just going to hire the cheapest attorney you can find to represent someone who could possibly sit on death row. You need somebody with experience to be that defense attorney, and experience costs money.
That's a good point, Andrew. Now, we're getting some questions via our YouTube viewers. Katrina's asking, are there people outside who are either supporters of Jodi or Travis outside of the courthouse? Have you noticed any so far?
We'll just show you the scene out here at the courthouse.
Okay.
You're not missing much if you're down here. All the action's really happening up inside. You can see there's really very few people out here. Mostly people just conducting regular court business, asking us what's going on. The people who are very interested in this trial are either in the courtroom, in the courthouse, or in the overflow room here at the courthouse. But, to be honest, when the jury does come to some kind of a conclusion, whether that's a hung jury or a death sentence for Jodi Arias, that is when we'll possibly see a lot more people down here, because if they do come to a conclusion, especially a verdict, then it will be read at a later time in the day. So what we expect to happen if the jury has some kind of a verdict, they'll tell the judge we have a verdict, and they'll say, okay, we'll read it at this time. That way it gives all the parties involved plenty of time to get down here to the courthouse, to be in the courtroom for the reading of that verdict. In that time, I would also expect a lot more people to come down here to the courthouse just to be part of the action.
If the death penalty is taken off the table, if they don't come up with a unanimous decision, and then, as you say, Andrew, then it falls into the lap of Judge Sherry Stevens, who will have to decide, is it life with no possibility of parole or the possibility after 25 years? Again, just as a court observer and watching all of this, considering I know that the high-level nature of a case like this is not supposed to enter into any juror's mind or the judge, but I would be flabbergasted if she were to choose the option of life with a 25-year parole option, because let's face it, most of the time in terms of public either backlash or outcry, the public doesn't really you don't sense that outcry when the decision is harsh. You do sense it when the decision appears to be lenient. What are your thoughts on that?
I would be surprised too, and frankly, the people who would be the most livid would be Travis Alexander's family, if Jodi was to get parole after 25 years. Part of the reason why this is a death penalty case is because the family supports that. If the family didn't support a death penalty case, we probably wouldn't be here today. The family has a lot of say in how far the county attorney and prosecutors want to push something. So if this came back with 25 years and Jodi was able to go free, or at least have the possibility to go free, I would expect a lot of people, including the Alexander family, to be furious. And when it comes to public opinion, the family probably has the most power. We haven't heard a lot from them through this whole process. They've actually been pretty quiet because they've known that the sentencing phase is going to be retried, so they didn't speak out publicly. If something like that happened, I would imagine they would be very upset, and they would be very public about it.
Right. I know a lot of our viewers are also asking, let's say there is a hung jury, does the judge decide immediately? And I just want to clarify that the judge can take time then, right, to decide whether she gets life in prison with or without parole?
Yeah. There's a possibility the judge can do anything she wants. It's not likely that she'll decide immediately. She'll typically have to take some time to go through it and, file the proper paperwork and do all that. So I think it's highly unlikely that she'll make a decision immediately. Depending on how much time it takes, really, we don't know. It just depends on the judge's schedule and all that kind of stuff, when she'll actually hand down the sentence. We don't know. I hope it wouldn't last another month or so, but you just never know. It just depends on how busy the court is and when they can find time to do all this. But I do not think that it'll come down today. That would be very, very unlikely.
You don't think it'll be today?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Well, the sentence may not be today. The jury may come back today and say we're a hung jury,
right.
And then it will be the judge's decision to do that. Whether she sentences them immediately, that's really, I think that's very unlikely that the judge would move that quickly.
Right.
You know, it's interesting.
But I mean, anything's possible. The judge's courtroom. She can do what she wants.
Yeah,
sure. And I'm sure she already has a decision in her mind, though. Yeah. I mean, she's probably already thought of every possible scenario. And if I were the judge, I would make the decision today just to be done with this. Like, get my, okay, I'm done with this.
Right.
She has had plenty of time to run through all the facts in her mind.
Right. She probably has thought to herself, okay, let's say hypothetically the jury is hung, what would I do? I'm pretty sure if you were Judge Terry Stevens, you would have, thought that by now.
Correct. Although now, is there one more opportunity
No
for Jodi to speak to the judge once we know that the death penalty, if in fact the death penalty is taken off the table?
In any criminal case, before a sentence is handed down, the family members and the suspect or the convicted, whatever the person is convicted of, gets the chance to speak to the judge. It's their choice. Her attorneys could speak to the judge, or she could speak to the judge herself. It's all a matter of what that particular person wants to do and how they want to go about doing it. Given Jodi Arias' history, I would be surprised if she did not address the judge. This would be her chance to try to get out of prison in 25 years. So I don't think she's just going to sit there and let this happen. She'll want to say something, and this is her chance to beg for a more lenient sentence, and I think she will take that opportunity. That's just my thought. However, on the other side, Travis Alexander's family is going to get the chance to speak, and boy, will they be lobbying for life if that is, in fact, the decision of the jury, if it is a hung jury.
Yeah. Well, it's so interesting, Andrew, because you talk about really the anger that if there were to be a 25-year option for Jodi that would understandably come from Travis's family, and they've got first right to that emotion. But I think people all over the country and all over the world. I mean, we just had somebody log in, Lexi from Birmingham, Oklahoma, from Birmingham in the UK. We had another viewer just log in from he said from sunny Lower Alabama. We know we've got folks watching in Oregon and a lot of people up in Canada that are interested. And I just have to tell you, Travis, or I have to tell you about Travis's supporters, Andrew, in the sense that many of them feel like, tell me what you think about this, an emotional attachment to what happens in this Phoenix courtroom.
Well, they talked about it yesterday. Yesterday when I was on in the afternoon, I asked them, what is it that makes you so involved when you don't necessarily know these people personally? And some people who are viewing actually do know Travis. Some of the people in our chat room knew Travis personally, actually, or knew of him, followed his blog, so they were maybe a fan of his work prior to his death. And other people have just experienced murder in their own families and feel that justice wasn't served for them. I know one of our viewers said it was her cousin that was killed and they never found the killer. And so in this scenario, you automatically have that emotional attachment to any sort of case.
Right.
Andrew?
I do also think there's this element here with Jodi Arias too, that she is just not someone that you look at and expect to be capable of doing what she was convicted of doing, killing someone in that way.
Right.
And I think people look at this case and they see the girl who was singing and won the singing contest in the jail, this attractive, seemingly very nice person, then all of a sudden snapping and doing that to Travis. I think there's that connection too. And a lot of people are really interested in just that aspect of the trial. Not that they support Jodi Arias or anything, but that they're just so sort of fascinated with how someone can do that when they just don't fit that profile. Mm-hmm. I think that is also a major factor into why people are so interested. And just to make sure people don't think that we're missing anything out here, we just had a tweet from one of the court watchers up there in the courtroom, says we're still in the courtroom and nothing is going on. Yeah. So no need to worry. Nothing is. We're not missing anything up
Hey,
there.
Right.
Everyone is just waiting for any kind of word from the jury.
It really was an enlightened decision by Judge Stevens.
I always get
to
a
say
kick out
that
of those
Twitter
tweets saying nothing's going on.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, it was an enlightened decision on her part to say that Twitter could be part of this process, because we know that in Arizona, literally, the state constitution says trials cannot be held in secret. And so if you can't have the media in there, that was what the big hullabaloo was when this quote unquote secret witness wanted to testify a few weeks ago.
Jodi.
Turns out it was Jodi. That you cannot by order of the very constitution of our state keep the media out. So this is one way to prevent the circus atmosphere of trial one, and yet still have the ability to instantly communicate. You with us, somebody upstairs to you, us to people in the last 5 minutes, Maine, Brooklyn, Tampa, Finland, San Francisco.
Omaha, too.
Omaha.
Right.
Wow.
I know. Everyone wants an answer.
Wow.
It's
Well,
crazy.
I'll be honest. In my experience here at court, it is extremely rare for a judge to deny a camera in the courtroom in this state. You have to make a really strong case to have a camera be denied in the courtroom. Typically, when the camera isn't in the courtroom, it's usually because requests weren't put in on time or there's just technical reasons for it. But it is really hard for a defense attorney, or prosecutor for that matter, to argue for a camera not to be in the courtroom. You have to prove some pretty serious consequences of the camera being in there and have proof that that's going to happen for the safety of people or something like that. Those are the kind of issues that would have a camera not be in the courtroom, but those are very hard to prove, and judges rarely deny camera requests in this state. So for this to happen, for a camera not to be here, it's a really extraordinary situation in my opinion. But here we are on Twitter finding out all the information. So as you mentioned, Ron, it is not secret.
Yeah. Right. Well, it was a good solution. I still would obviously, like everybody in this business, would have preferred to see a camera in there. And you can, I think you have to be able to lock everything else out, or else, I mean, they could have had the option of a sequestered jury. But these jurors, I'm sure, are following orders and are not watching any of the coverage or reading about it here in our local newspapers or reading about it.
I guess they're
online.
not watching news now either. They're not allowed to.
Okay. Seems like the rest of the world is.
Right.
But we know of 12 plus 2. We know of 14 people who
Are not allowed to.
Yeah. Seeing anything else interesting, Andrew?
Yeah, actually, I'm looking at some of the people that I follow. One of them is the former spokesman for the Department of Corrections, Barrett Marson, and he's tweeting some interesting things about what life is like in prison. Apparently, television sets are pretty expensive. It's $300 to $400 for a 12-inch TV in your prison cell.
Wow.
Okay.
And I don't know if you know how that works. When you're incarcerated, family members and people put money in an account for you that you can then spend on things while you're in prison. And I guess TVs are pretty pricey. That's an expense. Something tells me it's not the top brand either, so that's pretty expensive.
I swear, for that much money now, you can get
May
like
not
a
be getting
super
HD
nice,
signal
like,
in there either.
40-inch, 50-inch
No.
HD TV. At
Yeah.
least, especially Thanksgiving
Yeah.
weekend, you
Yeah.
can get
Here
a
it
great
is,
TV
12
with
a
that
12-inch
much.
TV, and they get 15 channels.
Okay. Well,
Local channels?
Look.
15 channels, so that's not bad.
Do we know what channels they get?
15, including some cable channels.
yeah, well,
I would assume the local stations and maybe a couple news networks and
Yeah.
a few entertainment channels. I don't think they're getting HBO or anything premium.
I remember a story a few years ago when the sheriff said he was going to allow the Weather Channel to come in, so that people could
Know about the weather that they're not really experiencing because they're inside all the time.
I don't know why they would need to know about that while they're in the prison cell,
Maybe
but hey,
during
whatever.
recreation.
Here's
I don't
another
know.
one interesting from Barrett. If Jodi Arias gets life, she will have no real contact with other inmates for years to come. With good behavior, she could get to medium security. He would know. He used to be the spokesman for the Department of Corrections.
Oh, excellent.
So
Okay.
again, if she gets life, she'll have no real contact with people for years, which is interesting.
Yeah. Well, and in that story we saw that Troy did, I mean, yeah, with the meal slid through the slot in the door, and I think they only allow you out of the cell 6 hours the entire week. So, yeah, the difference between life and death. But again, we don't know we don't know how close this jury. I feel, Andrew, Samia, what do you think? That if it's not 11-1 for the death penalty, and they're working on one holdout juror,
right? That's my guess. That's the only reason you keep going back. If it's like 6-6, you're not going to convince six other people to change their mind.
Absolutely. I just think the only possibility for death, and we don't know what's going on in that jury room, is 11-1. I don't even think if it's 10-2, because you have strength in numbers. If there are two people who are very convinced, I think they stick with each other.
Right. By the way, I want to answer Globe 255.
Yeah, I think it'll be.
Sorry.
I think it's going to be very difficult for the jury to change their mind at this point. I mean, anyone who has decided that they don't want to kill Jodi Arias, it's going to be very tough, I feel, to get them to change their mind. It's a big decision, and if you're not comfortable with it, you're not going to do it.
Of course, the thing about that is if you're not comfortable with it, you shouldn't even be on this jury, because I'm sure that was asked right out of the chute. You have to be able to be open-minded about it.
Oh, no doubt. But absolutely. But in this situation, does what happened warrant death? And if you're not comfortable based on what happened to warrant killing someone, at this point in the deliberations, if you can't change your mind by this point, it'll be tough. I just feel like it's going to be very tough.
Right, Andrew. A lot of people that are
that's what the legal experts have told us too.
Yeah. A lot of people who are chatting really, they're responding to that tweet that you read about the televisions. They're finding it really interesting. They're like, OMG, 15 channels? Well, like Canadian Bandit, for example, 15 channels? I have 300, haha. And then Globe 255 asked, can't the family bring the TV? I want to answer that. Fairly certain that is a no, because you are able to, they want to prevent anyone from smuggling anything in, so you can never actually bring anything for the inmate.
No, you cannot. I mean, that doesn't happen.
Yeah.
No, we're well past the days of hacksaws.
You're not allowed to give the inmates something to take into their prison cell.
Right. No matter what, even like books and magazines.
Unless something like that is inspected by. Those things are like inspected by the prison staff and all that kind of stuff. So anytime anything comes in from the outside, it gets a thorough look through. I do know that.
I know another person's asking, is it a color TV or black and white? They were so obsessed with this TV.
I got a feeling it's color. It's hard to find those black and whites anymore.
I'm assuming it's color.
In living color.
I could ask him.
Yeah. We have a little
why don't you tweet him and find out?
Actually, someone asked him that question.
Oh, really?
Someone asked him that question, actually, and he says that I doubt black and white TVs are even made anymore. It's an inmate management tool, can be used as a reward/punishment. Ooh, yeah. That's a nice reward and a rough punishment, I'll be honest. Wow.
Yeah.
All right, well, you're going to be out there all morning, right?
I'll be here for a while. We'll see you again soon.
All right, Andrew. We'll talk to you soon. Thanks, Andrew. That was fun.
Yeah. Andrew's great, too. He's got lots of good perspective. I thought maybe the most fascinating part of that interview was that he said that it could run a little bit longer. Now, he's talking about when we're going to get the actual sentence.
Right,
I mean, the judge does have discretion on that. And I actually, the way that process works has always bothered me. And here's why. I think it's so vital that the victims or the victim's family members get the chance to speak. The convicted killer has already had her chance to speak, right? Mm-hmm. I mean, we've already heard from her the first time around ad nauseum, hours and hours and hours. But specifically for the victim and the victim's families, I think it's so important. And by virtue of the law, the accused, now convicted, gets that same opportunity. The one thing that bothers me about it is those statements are all said right before the judge passes sentence. And so the judge has already made up his or her mind. It seems like if what a family has been dealing with or any other factors that the convicted wants to bring up, I've always felt like the judge should say, okay, thank you for all your input. This is important to me in terms of making a decision. I'll get back to everybody in 48 hours or something, and go back and maybe she has a chance to read through the transcript and maybe consider some viewpoints or some items that hadn't come before her yet. But we see it over and over where the statements are made, okay, I'm ready to pass sentence. So.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you're in the judge's position, you've thought through everything. you've seen it the first time around
Right.
and the second time around. I'm pretty sure you've even played scenarios in your head, like, oh, well, Travis's family could say this, Jodi could say that. I don't know, that's me personally. I feel like at this point, with the amount of time that's already invested,
Yeah.
I don't know how much that last plea.
Ounce of emotion, sort of, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it could. I'm not saying that can't.
Right.
I just think about it. If you spend, like, years, essentially, on this, I mean, you've made a decision in your mind.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. It's almost like, well, if what I'm about to say and pour my heart out to this judge is not going to influence her, then it's almost like they should say, well, turn around and address the camera, and you can have your feelings known to the wide audience that wants to watch.
Right, but it doesn't really matter to me. It's like, okay, if you want these to be your final public words,
it's always, yes,
here's your
correct,
public platform.
Correct, yeah. It's always been just a tiny little pet peeve legally of mine that it ought to have a little bit more opportunity to really have impact. But so anyway, we are...
Someone just asked me a question, but it scrolled up too fast. Question Samia, since Arias likes manipulating, will she be able to marry and have conjugal visits? I hope not. Pretty sure she's not going to be able to do that.
Not on death row, that's for sure.
Right.
And I don't
think life in prison.
Yeah, I don't actually know what the conjugal
visits
rules are.
Yeah, that's a good question.
I wonder if next time we have Steve in here, he'd know. He's our actual lawyer.
Yeah, Steve would know. Someone tweet Steve and ask.
Yeah.
And let us know what Steve says back, okay? Because that's a really good question.
Yeah.
My guess is no.
I think so.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Yeah.
Well, speaking of Steve, I want to see what he's tweeting. So he hasn't tweeted anything recently, just saying that he's in the courtroom, nothing's happening. Judge lawyers, Arias not here, some family members are. A lot of the family members are there. I know you're going to have to go to the meeting in a few minutes. When you step out, I'm going to go ahead and play the story that Troy did yesterday with Travis Alexander's friend.
Oh, good.
Yeah, so I'll play that full clip for you guys, and we'll be able to hear about, the positive elements of Travis.
Correct. And
the way he wants to be, he should be remembered.
Yeah, and as I think a big part of the impetus for him to be talking with Troy is that he has been so outraged at kind of how Travis's name has been dragged through the mud. He's actually written a book so that people have a greater understanding of who Travis was. And so good for him,
Yeah. By the way, Aloha Girl 1981 asking, do you know if they will show retrial footage after it's over? Well, we have all the footage.
Right.
We have hundreds of hours of footage.
Right.
So I know we're condensing it down, and we're going to be putting it up here on this YouTube channel, and we'll be playing it on News Now. So, yep, that means you have to stay with us, guys. And I'm pretty sure those of you who are with us already, we've told you a number of times to go to our YouTube channel and hit subscribe. That way, you'll know about our live streams whenever they happen. Another way to know is if you download the Fox 10 Phoenix app, you'll actually get a push notification similar to a text message.
Oh, is that right?
When we're streaming, yeah.
Every day I learn something new from you on the social media world.
Yeah, so you get that streaming notification, so that's another way to stay with us. And I know Jeff is monitoring all the selfies that are coming in. So if you missed it up top, we're doing a selfie challenge with all our Fox News Now viewers.
Right.
So what you need to do is take a selfie, put it on Instagram, Twitter, or Facebook, hashtag it with hashtag Fox10Phoenix, and in the comment, in addition to the hashtag, make sure you add your YouTube username, and that way we'll be able to pull up your image here on News Now and give you an on-air shout-out, visual shout-out, while we're talking to you in the chat box. It's crazy and interactive. It's nuts. Great idea, Jeff.
Yeah, and tell us where you are. Where you're
that's
from.
True.
Because we have this worldwide audience that joins us every day. And that's part of, I think, why you're mentioning hit that subscribe button, because somehow or another, I'm not going to be surprised if there are other angles, as we call them in the business, to this story in the coming months. So obviously we're sort of the online outlet that can get you all that information, and every day we bring the stories that we think would be of most interest to all of you. So we hope you'll just keep joining us.
We've only talked about Arias. We have a huge list.
Yeah, I know.
Well, I mean, this is the big story, and we're
Yes,
hoping
right.
it is the story of the day, meaning we're hoping
Sure.
for the verdict.
Right.
Otherwise, we're just going to have more 7-hour streams here. That's what we do here on News Now. We stream for 7 hours at a time.
You know, it's funny.
Although we had some technical difficulties yesterday afternoon.
No.
Yeah, major.
At what time? I joined you for a few minutes.
I don't remember the time, but it had something to do with, I don't know, getting the content out of the building through the band. I don't know. I'm going to say the wrong words.
Okay.
That's a Jeff question.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh, it almost sounds like it goes to the engineering level.
Right. We were having some technical issues, so people were still able to chat, but then they weren't seeing anything, and thankfully we got it all running again. But
Hey, let me just mention to Thelma Lee, because she's asked this a couple of times. Yes, I will go tell Rick to bring back the cheer box on Fridays. It makes her smile on Friday.
what happened to it?
I don't. It's got to still be around. I mean, it's an important part of Mr. D'Amico's shtick. You might just say, but
By the way,
it's probably out of batteries, to be honest. With you.
Addressing Cliff D's comment, 34 plus 25 equals 59. Well, it's possible that she could get time served because she's already been in prison. So that deducts from the 25. So I think
True.
someone had said that it could be like the age of 51 or 52, something like that.
Right.
But again, what I've been told when I had Troy up here, he's like, even though that's her sentence, there's no way Arizona lawmakers who are so tough on crime are going to let her out when she is eligible for parole.
Well, now
that's
this-
the thing. That's what he's saying. There's no one that we're going to elect, this state specifically, that's going to be like, you know, I'm going to go easy on you. His
Okay.
opinion.
And who was it that said that?
Troy.
Okay, so there is that raises a whole nother issue that we are undoubtedly going to get into once the main part of this case has been settled, which is A, what's the verdict, and B, what's the sentence. I think one of the follow-ups that we'll probably have to dig into is, will they, at the legislative level, will our state senators and state representatives and the governor come together to create a law that, because this is relatively new on the books in Arizona, and it is a work in progress, and there's been a lot of criticism over the way this process goes because it is so time consuming, it is so expensive, and it almost seems to me that if we're going to end up with a hung jury this time just like we did last time, then why even go through step number 2 if we're all going to be right back where we were 2 years ago at step number 1, and just say you give that jury, you have to do it by order of the jury now. That was a United States Supreme Court ruling several years ago. We looked it up online not too long ago. And when that ruling came down, every state had to come up with their own answer for, okay, this is the ultimate penalty. How do you address it? And this seems so convoluted in Arizona. Don't be surprised, because of some of the criticism that's already going on of how it's unfolding here, that we actually may see that law changed. Not that it would impact Jodi Arias, because she's, subject to the current law. But
Right, but she could be the reason
yeah,
that things change.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, honest to goodness, I think the odds right now that we are going to get a death penalty are just very small. Like I said, the one hope for all of you death penalty supporters for Give Jodi the Death Penalty, which that's carried out at a prison complex about 90 minutes drive from our studio here in downtown Phoenix in a town called Florence. And that's where they have cell block 6 and the execution tower and everything that they have there. Just the odds of it happening are so minor, unless it's 11-1. I just don't see it.
But one of our viewers made a good point yesterday that it took, I don't remember the number of days, but it was over 5 days to convict Scott Peterson.
Okay. Yeah, that was.
It was
that
like,
was probably
I think
a
it was
story.
they said 6 or 7 or 8, something. One of those.
Yeah.
I don't have it off the top.
Was that one that you followed because it was over there in California?
Oh yeah, I mean that
Yeah.
was I mean, and it was from Modesto. I'm from Fresno. That's up the street, relatively up the street. It's up the freeway an hour away, hour and a half, 2 hours away.
Right.
No, it was huge.
Yeah.
That was like, I mean, cover of the Fresno. It was a huge story.
Well,
was it big here?
It was huge here.
Hey, that's what I'm saying. It was a national story.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
I mean, yeah, it was big everywhere.
Well,
by the way, people are asking me what's the Facebook page to post a selfie on. I think if you just hashtag Fox10 Phoenix, even if you post it on your own page,
on your page,
it'll generate in our system and we'll be able to grab it. But if you want to be safe, you can also post to our Facebook page.
Sure.
And it'll be like in the section of posts from others. You know how you can write on the wall of the page that you follow. So if you go ahead and hit like on Fox10 Phoenix, look that up on Facebook, you'll be able to submit your selfie there.
Yeah. So, like, I did see a comment come through. Is it required to have Instagram? Absolutely not. It's just we like Instagram.
We do like Instagram. That's why it's down here. Like, hey, follow us there. It's amazing.
I don't know.
It's my favorite social media app.
Yeah, I really
haven't
like
gotten into Vine. It's not my. I'm a Snapchat. People are so into. I'm just not.
Yeah.
But I love Instagram. I find it to be the most fun. Just scrolling
I do
through
too.
Pictures
Well,
constantly.
and I don't know why exactly, but it just feels like the outlet, the social media outlet, that we can share a little bit more of our lives on, you know? So that it's not just, a lot of times, particularly when I'm on Twitter, I'm tweeting about news stories that are happening. There's a story out there today that I sent a tweet out on a while ago that said the price of gas, I'm not sure what you're paying where you're watching, but here in Phoenix, we've watched it go from about $1.80 to about $2.35.
That's on the low end.
In the blink of an eye.
I know. If you go to the cheap gas station and look around, you're going to pay $2.35. Now, like the average is like higher than that.
Yeah.
Because this one that we have here, that one I use to gauge what's a good price of gas.
Okay.
And Circle K, it's $2.33 right now.
Okay. See, I paid $2.21 there Monday morning, and I thought I was stealing at $2.21. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, I get it. I think a week and a half ago it was $2.07 or something.
Yeah.
And at one point it was down to like $1.65. By the way, I noticed that Jeff had sent a message in our chat via Fox10 Phoenix saying there is no Facebook link for the selfie. So I guess the program that we're using, Tagboard, to generate all your selfies onto one page, you have to post it either on Twitter or Instagram.
Okay.
And just use that hashtag.
Okay,
Jessica
so that is...
Ocampo got really excited over the word Fresno. I don't know why, but I want to know because I get excited.
Oh, she probably lives in Fresno.
Maybe
she's probably watching in Fresno.
Or maybe she has a connection. Is anyone watching in Fresno?
It's like yesterday, remember we had that viewer that joined us from Yakima in Washington, and that's very close to my hometown of Wenatchee, Washington. But I do just want to share just a couple of quick details on this story because it's an outrage if you ask me. What's going on with the price of gas at the pump? And we do actually at around $2.40 or so, we have some of the lowest prices in the nation. We're aware of that. But there is, so the tweet I sent out was the link to this story, Sami, and it says, there is so much crude oil in our country right now that they are running out of places to put it.
So why don't they lower the cost of gas if we have an excess supply?
Yeah.
Supply and demand, economics. I took it in high school.
I know. And so for many weeks, the U.S. has been producing and importing more million barrels of oil every day than we're using up. Because as soon as they raise the price of gas, the next thing you know, people are going to pay a little bit, are going to drive a little bit less. It's, you know, if you're paying $1.80 a gallon like we were not long ago, and you look today and it's $2.40 or $2.50, it's very frustrating. So here's Jennifer who says that she's at $3.55.
She must be in California or New York. Yeah. New York is really expensive.
Now, Daniel Post, who joins us every day, is saying he's paying $2.55 in Fort Lauderdale. That's just for the regular unleaded. But the bottom line is, this is an outrage. To have more. We're at
$3.80 in Canada.
Is that right?
And Jennifer L, $3.55, Northern California. Yeah, San Francisco area is fairly expensive.
Yeah. Okay.
But all of California, you can see, is much higher than it is here.
Well, so get this: oil supplies are at an 80-year high in this country. That's what they're saying.
How did that? Oh, because we found some new source, right? Is that what happened?
Well, yeah, it
The
does.
Gulf.
Seems like gas in the Gulf is not bad.
Logically.
Randy's at 2:39 in Nebraska. Marlo by Design has been joining us every day now in Maine. We hope you guys will stick with us once the verdict
Reno, 235.
comes through. 2:35.
Our friend Jay Deering.
Yeah. Katrina's 2:35 in Ohio.
209 in New Mexico. So what we need to do is travel to the state next door.
Yeah.
Just to get gas. Just
Okay.
use a lot of gas to get some cheaper gas.
Hey, I'll drive a few miles to get cheaper gas. Here's Lexi in the UK who says it's 211.
In
That's
pounds.
in pounds.
So that's probably like 3 something. And
Yep.
Lexi, I'm
About
assuming you're not
350.
using gallons. You guys use liters there, right?
Correct, but I think she's doing
In
the.
gas. Oh, maybe she's already converting that.
Yeah.
Perhaps.
Right.
Dolores Burnsides. I don't like Fresno, but I love Wenatchee. Oh, I'm taking this so personally.
You cut to the quick there. Dolores, so you've been to Wenatchee. That's good.
My heart's
I hope
breaking.
everybody gets to go to Wenatchee once in their life. I need to look up a picture. I'm telling you.
What's the population?
It's Wenatchee and East Wenatchee, and there's about 50,000 people.
Okay.
But I call it the land of milk and honey because there are apple orchards and peach and pear orchards that literally come pretty much up from the Columbia River up both sides of this mountain valley with the towns on both sides.
Oh, cool.
And it's great. You just don't want to have to pick apples too long. Now, as I was
have
saying
an
yesterday,
apple.
that was my very first job. My folks had us go out and literally pick apples.
You know,
so.
when I go to the grocery store and see apples, I think of you now. I was at
Do you
Trader
really?
Joe's yesterday, and I was
Okay.
like, I wonder if these are from Washington.
Yeah, nice. Good, Samia. It's kind of like when we had somebody stuck up on the Papago Buttes the other day. I thought of you.
Because I was supposed to go up there.
Yeah.
$1.99 in Utah. Now that's another neighboring state.
Okay, now, Shelly, my daughter just moved home from Utah about 2 weeks ago, and so you have to tell us where. This is Shelly at $1.99 in Utah.
Rachel is Sacramento, 305.
I'm sort of thinking...
And
trying to
Cammie,
think.
by the way, Samia, will you have the verdict video on the page if we aren't able to watch it live? Yes, we will clip it, and it will stay on the YouTube channel
Yeah.
forever. But obviously, you're going to want to watch it live, right? Just stop
Yeah.
what you're doing. Tell your
Right.
boss you need to take a break. That's
Yeah.
when you take your lunch, even if it's at 4 p.m.
Right.
Just take your lunch then. Save your
Well-
lunch hour for verdict.
Yeah. The other thing is you can take your cursor, even as you're watching us right now, and if you want to go back a minute and see something that we said, or a report like when you air Troy's, or whose report are you going to air today?
I'm going to air Troy's interview with
yeah.
his friend. Well,
Right.
by the way, I don't think you guys are having a meeting today, meaning I can keep you up here.
Is that right? Oh, you know why?
Because they're probably on Arias Watch. They're probably tied up with
Some
that.
of our executives are in standby mode as well.
Right.
Yeah.
So we get to keep you all morning.
Nice.
How exciting.
That's great.
That's so... Katrina's moving to Utah.
Okay. Well, I went skiing up there last year, so my daughter was in Provo, was where she was. But I went skiing and ended up, I always go to like hotels.com or one of those
Oh,
websites
yeah.
to get like the cheapest rate. So here's, you know,
Booking.com.
you know how you're saying go to New Mexico for the cheap gas. So even though I was going to be skiing like 40 miles from there, I found a really cheap hotel in, let's see, the town is Bountiful. And so that's where I stayed.
You
It
just
was
have
a long
to
ways
factor
away.
in how much money, what is it going to cost you in gas?
I
And is
know.
the difference, you know, those tricks of the trade. By
Yeah.
the way, I want to talk about something in regards to gas. Isn't it interesting how our psychology works now? There was one person on here who had $1.99, and I thought it was the lowest thing ever, and it was amazing.
Mm-hmm.
And someone else had just said like 203 or 205, and I didn't have the same reaction. I was like, oh, that's cool. It's a 5 cent difference.
Yes.
You know what I mean? I should be
Yeah.
giving him the same amount of credit, but
Right.
that 1 cent, 2 cent difference,
I know.
whether it's 201, 199.
Yeah.
Seriously, if you own a gas station and it's around that, just go 199. You will
Uh-huh.
get everyone lining up at your gas station.
That's exactly right.
I swear, just play with people's like
Uh-huh. No.
you know, their minds.
Yeah, from a marketing standpoint,
Absolutely.
you're right on about that. Okay, so let's see what else people are saying here. 235 in Gainesville. Let's see.
Where do I post a selfie on Twitter? All you have to do is tweet it, so you can hit,
on your Twitter page?
yeah. So you upload the photo on Twitter, and then you write hashtag Fox10 Phoenix and just post it. If you don't have to post it anywhere, as long as you write hashtag Fox10 Phoenix. Jeff will see it, and he's creating a page for us. So right now, those of you who already submitted selfies, we know that you're tweeting them to us. We're not pulling them up right as you tweet them. Jeff is creating a sort of visual document that looks cool, and we'll be able to pull it up shortly thereafter. So that's what he's working on right now.
So let's see. I think one of the reasons that just keep in mind, you guys, it was only a few weeks ago that we were on here and we were talking to, I don't know, 100 people. Now it's not uncommon to have 1,000 people joining us, and so we really appreciate that. But the one downside is the comments go by so fast now in the chat box; it's hard to keep up with them. But Lexi over in the UK, I think she said she's in
Birmingham.
Mm-hmm. She says, do you guys have any advice for an aspiring journalist? I'm 18, but my dream is to work for a news organization like us, like Fox. Any tips? So can you give us the 30-second version on how you broke into the business, and I'll tell my story as well.
Well, I was on a kids educational program in Fresno when I was 11, and that's when I was first in a newsroom. It was an ABC local show, and that's when I saw it for the first time, and I was like, oh my God, this is amazing. My senior year of high school, I was, applying to colleges, and I knew I wanted to have a leg up, and I also wanted to already get experience, so I called a whole bunch of local stations. The local NBC affiliate called me back. They said they were hiring interns for the show they do called KC Kickoff, which covers high school football. It's a special half-hour program that airs every Friday. So I ended up interning there, joining the sports team, going out covering high school football on the field while all my friends were up in the stands. Kind of cool. And then I went to USC. Their broadcast journalism school is one of the best in the country. The Annenberg program has a very, very hands-on approach to learning. I was choosing between USC and UCLA, and UCLA you would have had to study the theory of communication, and you would have had to do a lot more studying, whereas USC, it's not so much studying as it is like hands-on experience. So we all had our own cameras and tripods, and we had to go do news reports all the time, and we had a great local station, and I worked in that through my 4 years, writing, shooting, editing, anchoring, executive producing, like literally, I even worked in the control room. I worked as a producer in the booth. I mean, you name it, I learned every side of it.
That is so important. The part of the story you're telling right here.
You have to know everything. Even if you want to do one thing, knowing everyone's job makes it so much easier because you know what the producers are working on. And it's good for everyone. If you want to be a producer, it's good to know what reporters do on a daily basis. And USC, you were required to learn all three over the course of the 4 years. And it was an amazing program, and I give all my credit to USC. I will say, though, the major thing that's changed in the last decade, hands down, social media and its use. Like when I was in college, YouTube had just come out, towards the end of my college career. And there was, nowadays, I look at the USC website for their local station, atvn.org, and now they do live shots, they're streaming, they're doing everything, and they use social media a lot. So it's so important now to be so social media savvy, because I'm sure Doug, our boss, he wouldn't hire anyone who couldn't use like Twitter or Instagram,
Oh, absolutely.
These days he wouldn't. You have to be on top of your internet game. Have a good website, have great stories posted on your website to show the kind of work that you're able to do, and intern and all of that fun stuff.
Let's show camera one for a sec so people can see this newsroom. We have this great newsroom operation. Here's a chance for you to actually take a peek at it. It's right behind our shoulders, right over past the microphone here. Normally that's a meeting room that's actually probably 100 feet away or so, and normally there's a lot of activity. That's where I have to run into my meeting. We have a planning session every day, but this newsroom is filled with pods of people working on various aspects of so many different newscasts. We just wrapped up our 5.5 hours that we do from 4:30 to 10, and then we've got a producer right over here who's working up the noon news, and a couple of people helping him. We've got our social media folks who are working the website. They're working with us here on the YouTube channel, and then we got people working on the 5 and the 5:30, the 6, the 9, the 10. It is amazing the amount of work that's required.
Guess what we did yesterday afternoon?
What's that?
We actually shot a video of the newsroom and
a
tour.
You?
Yeah, and we played it for the viewers that were with us at like 4 p.m.
Oh, good.
5 p.m. So I actually have it here. And since you started telling people about the newsroom, this is something that Jeff and I shot.
Oh, great.
Yesterday.
Good.
We were just messing around. So I might as well show you now since we're already talking about the newsroom. And
I can't wait to see this.
All right. Hey, all you News Now viewers. So a lot of you guys have asked, can we see your set? Can we see the newsroom? Well, Jeff and I are recording this special video today for you guys here now. So I'm starting here in my favorite room. This is where I start my day every morning. This is the makeup room. This is my makeup. It's all jam-packed into this. This is the mirror that I stare into. You can say hi to Jeff right there. Jeff is operating his lovely iPhone 6 Plus, and I think we'll continue this tour now. You can see all this stuff on the wall. This is the room where all the celebrities sit when they come and chat on our morning show. So you name them, they've sat here in those seats. And then we have the newsroom. This is the Fox 10 newsroom. You see many reporters sitting here. You see anchors. You see producers. Everyone is working to get the newscast live on air. I'm taping this right now at 4:03 p.m. We are live on air in 57 minutes. It's kind of crunch time, so I don't want to interrupt anyone. So let's just slowly give you guys, or quickly rather, give you guys a tour of this newsroom. Linda Williams, great reporter, sitting right there.
Thank you, Sonia.
Look at that. Melanie working hard on the 5. We have Troy. We're not going to disturb him right now because he's hard at work. But you get a feel.
How many times are you coming around here?
You guys get a feel for the newsroom here, and now you get this is an insider's look at Fox 10, Fox 10 Phoenix, guys. Producers, right back there is our assignment desk. So you know when I say sometimes, I need to check with the assignment desk, they're getting new information. Well, those people who sit back there, they're on phone calls constantly, trying to get us information, giving us breaking news, messaging me, doing all that. And then right here, what's this? What's this? This is the News Now set that you guys watch me on every day. So join me in the world of News Now. And I'll show you guys a little bit of what we have back here. It's a lot of wires, a lot of monitors, a lot of everything. This is a note for Ron saying he had to shoot a promo in 5 minutes. We have a lot going on up here. We have this monitor. Basically, all those windows are different sources of video that I can take. Right now, you see in that corner right there, this is a live aerial shot of some police activity. I'm not even sure what. I should probably be carrying it live for you on air right now instead of shooting this. And this is a little bit of everything that I do. So there you have it, our behind the scenes. Let's do one quick pan of everything. There's so you guys can kind of see everything from my point of view. You see everything, reporters, producers, anchors, and that's it. Bye, guys. I'll see you on the internet.
See you on the internet.
Yeah, you get a surprise. These are the things we do in the afternoon when you're sleeping or napping.
You are an excellent tour guide.
Oh.
That was fantastic.
I did one right before, but it was too long, and so we decided to do a second one, which is why Troy was like, why are you bothering me again? Because I had just had him up here doing a whole Jodi Arias chat, where it was actually really interesting. We had him up here, and we took the raw video of all the video we got from Jodi Arias's future home, The Cell, and we paused it, and he kind of showed, like, these are the
I saw a little bit of that.
Oh,
yeah.
That was
when he was asking you to pause it.
Yeah, it was really, I was a big fan of that. So those of you who missed that, that's a good thing to check out yesterday.
Yeah. Well, it is amazing to take it from a guy who started in radio, where when you are a DJ in radio, you just come in and you sit down and you just start putting the records on, and it's literally just you and your audience. This is such a big operation. It's incredible to think.
I love reading these. Thelma, your desk, do you have housekeeping? Look, I'm up here, so I have to keep my juice, and it's just like, it's one of those things where it's not like there's trash up here. It's just that it's such a condensed space, and we have so many wires and monitors and laptops that I can't do anything. And then we need our papers to reference and our cell phones, and then people drop us notes all the time. And again, that was 4 p.m. At the start of the day, it's nice.
Right.
But as the day progresses, it becomes like chaotic, and then every day around 5 I can like clear it out and come back with new papers for the next day.
I know. Well, you know, when you had that note, is this that note right here all crunched up that said, Ron, can you do a promo? Maybe this is it right here. I don't know. But you know, when Chris came by yesterday and handed me, Chris is the photographer who does that, can we shoot a promo? All right, so this is that note.
This is the note.
Yeah. So Yeah, because we love the behind-the-scenes stuff like you guys do. I said, Chris, get over here and show everybody your mug. Remember that yesterday?
Yeah.
And the first response on here was, ugh, who's this guy? He's like,
No, he's
oh,
fun.
man. But anyway, so later on, he's like, I love being behind the camera because he's an outstanding photographer and editor. But he's like, oh, you put me in front of the camera and I froze up. He was analyzing his performance. That's all because he just left that little note
That
for
is
me.
great.
Can we shoot a promo?
By the way, Beach Lover pointed out something I've never noticed. She's like, no ceiling, just iron beams. And I guess now that I look up, we don't have a traditional ceiling. I mean, there's a ceiling because there's a roof.
Yeah.
But good observation, guys. Things that I've been here every single day for, I don't know, 4 months now.
Uh-huh.
And I didn't even notice that.
Yeah. Well, we have those skylights. I'm glad for those skylights. This, 20 years ago, I think it was maybe 15 years ago that we moved into this newsroom. This used to be a gigantic prop storage room. Jeff.
Hi. Okay, so we've got Andrew coming back. He's got Monica Lindstrom.
Oh, cool.
Andrew's coming back.
So he's going to be doing a Q&A. So
Okay.
he's going to have to do a live Q&A. He's already on the IFB right now.
Right.
So I'm going to
As soon as I see him.
I'm going to do a tweet. So yeah, he's booting up. So if you want to let everybody know, and then if they've got questions, you want to start grabbing.
Okay.
Excellent.
Do a tweet and see if we can get some attention.
I wonder, these mics are good enough. People might have even heard what Jeff was saying.
I mean, we
there,
could have
but-
just given it to him too and
Yeah, we
handed
really
it to
should
him.
have. Right.
All right, so for those of you who don't have super ears or aren't listening on max volume,
Right.
Jeff just said we're going to be taking another hit with Andrew Hasbun live from the courtroom. He'll be chatting with Monica Lindstrom. She's an attorney.
Yeah, any second
A lot
now
of
we'll talk to her.
so anyone who has questions for her, leave them right now in the chat box. I'll start copying and pasting some of them on a verdict and or not on a verdict. I'll start copying and pasting them
Yeah.
on a Word doc. I saw the word, or I thought the word verdict, and didn't really, you know.
That's
There you
right,
go.
because I was giving you a little note.
Yeah, I
well,
saw.
just we're approaching 11 o'clock, and it does seem like every hour, kind of at the top of the hour, for whatever reason, we have more people that join us. So we do just want to kind of bring you up to speed as to what's going on. Now, it's 11 o'clock here in Phoenix, so we always notice at noon we get a big bump in terms of the number of people who join us, because I think a lot of people have us on at their work.
Well, also, you have to keep, now we have this global audience, so time zones are all over the place.
Correct. A lot of people are, if you're in the UK, you're watching us having dinner. Remember, we had a guy from Ireland yesterday, and several UK viewers.
Drinking your evening tea,
Yeah.
because that's what they do in the UK.
I know. So anyway, we are, everybody's in standby mode here. It's a little bit of a different feel to the newsroom today.
I'm copying and pasting your guys' questions, by the way, guys. I
Just-
see them coming in.
Yeah, I mean, we all have this sense that it could literally happen at any moment that we will get the word out of the courthouse. There has been a lot of concern expressed about the amount of money in the millions and millions. When it seems like there's not enough money to go around for schools and a lot of other really important things, the millions of dollars that are being spent on this case. But this is the system that we currently have in Arizona, and it may change. But for the time being, it is a two-step process to try to sentence someone to death. And so it's different than what we've had to deal with in the past, and we're all basically waiting to see if there's any possibility that 12 people can be outraged enough. I don't even know if outrage. If 12 people can be influenced enough by the course of this second trial, the retrial, the penalty phase, to say to themselves, because of the violent nature of this crime, because of whatever components they use to determine that 12 people can agree, because it does have to be unanimous. I believe there are some states you don't even have to have the unanimous 12-person verdict. That's number one. There are also other states, I'm pretty sure about that. I need to do a little bit of research on this, but I think there are some states where you can have a holdout or maybe a couple of holdouts. You guys who are watching us in other states, let us know how the specifics of how you handle your death penalty cases. But I know there are other states where they only put 6 people on the jury. Well, it's a lot easier to get 6 people to agree to something, wouldn't you say, Samia, than 12?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. So...
Okay. Well, it looks like Andrew is ready live at the courtroom to give us an update on what is happening out there. Andrew.
Is it interview style or do I look at the camera too?
Both.
Okay.
So, hey, Samia, we are out here now with Monica Lindstrom, who's been in the courtroom this morning. First, Monica, I'll just ask you, what's happening up there?
Well, right now, the jury is deliberating. They started another day. Even though they were at an impasse yesterday around lunchtime, the judge read them an instruction, basically encouraging them to go back into the room and keep deliberating. And that's where they've been. They came back just a little after 9 this morning.
So when the judge gives them an instruction, I know you were in there for this. Mm-hmm. How effective is that going to be? And what type of instruction does she give them to make them force this? Like, what does she say to them to say, make a decision?
Well, if they come back with a unanimous decision, then we can say that impasse instruction was extremely effective.
So
right?
You don't know exactly what the judge said?
Well, I do know what the judge said. She basically encouraged them to go back into the deliberation room, continue to work, look at the evidence, and if they have any questions, to go ahead and ask, or if they have any suggestions for the judge or the attorneys to help them reach this unanimous decision.
So at this point in the deliberations, when we're talking, people who haven't made up their mind, obviously, either way, we don't know which way they're leaning. In your experience, at this point, does someone change their mind? Especially when we're talking about a very serious punishment here.
I would say not likely. And the reason why is we are talking about a very serious punishment. We're talking about the death penalty. So if they were deadlocked yesterday, if they were at an impasse, chances are that people already had their decision made. They weren't moving, because if there was any movement or possibility of movement, they wouldn't have come up with that impasse, right? So it's a difficult decision. I don't think the impasse instruction is going to be very effective because people are already entrenched in their ideals.
So let's say 10 people want death and 2 people want life. How do you convince someone? Like, what are the things that they're going to be looking at to try to change their mind? Like, what brings someone from saying I want life to I want death?
That's a really great question, because it's something that we all want to know. How do you change someone's mind when you're stuck in a situation like this? And about the only advice that I could give or suggestion is you just go back through the evidence, because we're dealing with the penalty phase here. And when you decide death, it is supposed to be a very individual decision, a moral judgment, so to speak. So the question is, how can you make somebody change their morals, their ideals? And that's extremely difficult.
When this process started, though, and you're in jury selection, that's a question that comes up. How do you feel about the death penalty, right?
Yes,
so I'm assuming
absolutely.
all these jurors are people who are okay with it?
Yes, all of these jurors indicated to the judge that they would impose the death penalty if they felt that it was appropriate. For those people during jury selection that said absolutely not, they don't believe in the death penalty and they would not be able to impose it, they were not selected as this jury.
I see. Do you have any idea what's the makeup is of the jury at this point in terms of who may be leaning which way and how many are...
We don't know what the split is, and we don't know who is on which side, but we do know there's 8 women and 4 men, and I can tell you that they are working very hard, because even yesterday after they got the impasse instruction, they went right back into that room and they worked all afternoon with hardly any breaks at all. So they're working hard.
I'm checking Twitter here to see if we have any questions. I know they have some at the station
and
at
Andrew,
some point, so we'll get to that. There was one question that came up earlier. Let me ask this one question and then we'll get to everyone else's, because this question came up earlier. If they come back with a hung jury,
Yes.
will the judge sentence her right then? My assumption was no, it'll be a while. But is it possible that the judge sentences her right then, or we wait a while for that?
Well, there's always a possibility. But here in Arizona, when a judge is deciding a sentence, once the person is found, guilty, or once the decision now goes to Judge Stevens, there's usually at least a 30-day lag time, because there's 2 options here: natural life in prison or prison with possibility of parole, right? Judge has to make that decision. So the attorneys are likely going to want the opportunity to argue to her. So I don't think the sentencing will happen right away. It should probably happen in about 30 days.
Let's get to some of those questions. Samia, go ahead.
All right. This is a question from Sherry. She's asking, Monica, do you think any laws will change as a result of this trial? For example, victim shaming.
One of the questions is, do you think any laws will change as a result of this trial? Do you think there's any impact or possibility of something like that happening?
You know what, that is a great question. I think a lot is going to change because of this trial. Maybe not so much the actual laws, the murder laws, that kind of stuff, but I think how courtrooms deal with the media and how jurors are instructed when they're deliberating and when they're sitting in the courtroom. Now we have all kinds of social media, and that is one of the primary ways that people get their news and their information. So I think there's going to be rules that will change in courtrooms across America because of trials like this and the Casey Anthony trial.
Because like what do you mean? Like what you can tweet and what you can't say?
Yes.
There'll be limitations because when you have a camera in the courtroom, the judge instructs you to turn it off and turn it on.
Yeah.
With your phone, that's a totally different situation.
I think because of this trial, we might see courtrooms actually saying no to cameras, no to people tweeting or doing any type of Facebook posting or anything like that in the courtroom itself. I think that that is an extreme position, but considering the kinds of shenanigans supposedly that went on in this case, I think it's a very real possibility that courtrooms are going to start really buckling down on this.
Wow.
Right.
Any other questions, Samia?
Questions here. One from Jane Kennedy Ellis. Please
We got
ask-
time. You have time, right? You can hang out for a bit? Okay, good.
All right. Please ask Monica if she has any guess what the jury wanted regarding those jury questions.
Yeah, waiting.
What the jury questions? Did we have someone who is asking, do you know what the jury questions are, A, and if you don't, do you have any guesses on what the questions were?
We don't know what all the jury questions were. As of yesterday, there were questions 5 and 6 were submitted to the judge, and in response to those questions, Judge Stevens read the impasse instruction. So we don't really know what the questions are. I can't even guess. The beginning questions, I think, probably had to do with them wanting to see a list of exhibits, the evidence, and maybe wanting to see certain pieces of evidence. But we won't know until they come back what those questions actually were.
Aren't questions supposed to be read in open court? Isn't that typically how it goes?
I think in a normal trial, they can be read in open court, but not all the time. Oftentimes, the judge can just call up the attorneys on the phone and they can talk about the question and she'll submit the answer. Sometimes she doesn't necessarily need the attorneys to give her the answer if it's something simple like, can we go to lunch or something like that. Most of the time, though, the judges will call the attorneys and talk about it, but it doesn't always have to be in the open court.
But it is part of the official record.
Yes, it does become part of the official records. Those questions do get filed.
Okay. Go ahead, Samia.
All right. Leslie is asking, do you think that Jodi will write a book if she hasn't already?
That's a good question because I'm pretty sure that there are some laws in Arizona that say you cannot profit from it, but I'll ask Monica, she'd know that best. Do you think Jodi would write a book, and can she write a book?
She absolutely can write a book. I mean, she's full of information, right? She loves the spotlight, so she could do that. But we do have what's called a son of Sam law here in Arizona that says that a convicted murderer cannot benefit from their crime. So if she were to write a book, get any kind of money from it whatsoever, it doesn't necessarily go to her. The prosecutor and the victims can petition the court so that those proceeds would go to them.
So she could write a book, but they can petition, but could she also stipulate that it goes to a certain charity or something like that, do you know?
Absolutely. She really wouldn't have a say in that. It would be the prosecutor and the victims that would have a say in that, and they could absolutely do that.
Do you think a book would sell well, a Jodi Arias tell-all?
I do, because people love to hate Jodi Arias. What she did was such a horrible thing, but people are they're on the extremes. You have people that just love her and hate Travis Alexander, and then the majority of people seem to really hate what she did. So I really think that she could sell a book, unfortunately.
Wow. Well, I would not be surprised if she does pen a little novel there. Go ahead, Samia.
Okay, and so I'm going to jump in right now with one, Andrew. We have a viewer of ours over in the UK with this worldwide interest who says, how can a judge, this is specifically for Monica, how can a judge say no to phones or cameras? What about the public's right to an open courtroom? And I want to follow up on that by basically the same kind of question. Does Monica feel as though this clamp down even on social media might run headlong into our Constitution in the state, which requires that court proceedings not be held in secret?
All right. Well, I told Monica earlier we had a viewer from the UK. Now our UK viewer has a question.
All right.
How is it possible that the judge could put a clamp down on social media, like you mentioned earlier, given the legalities of it all? And then Ron Hoon is also on with us, also asked, how is that would even be legal in Arizona given our constitutional rights here?
Well, first of all, we don't have a right to have electronic devices in the courtroom. We don't have a right to take our laptop, our iPads, or our phones into the courtroom. They can dictate that all those electronic devices be turned off. That is part of the purview of the judge to decide in each individual courtroom. So it would be very easy to say, turn off your electronic devices in the courtroom. You cannot tweet, you cannot post about it. However, they cannot stop us from doing it once we leave the courtroom. I mean, before we had the phones and the electronic devices, you're in there with pad and paper writing notes. You'll still be able to always do that. You just might not be able to do it from the courtroom.
So it wouldn't be immediate. That would be really the issue. I mean, it wouldn't be like in a live sort of setting, whether it's live television or live internet, tweeting or streaming.
Right. You just might not be able to do it in the courtroom itself, but once you walk out, you could do it.
But you could always take notes in the courtroom.
Absolutely.
They could never prevent you from doing that.
No.
Any other questions?
Yep. Deb is asking, Monica, if Jodi doesn't get the death penalty, then what crime would get the death penalty in Arizona? What constitutes a death penalty crime?
That is a good question. Monica and I were talking about that actually earlier. One of our viewers is asking, if Jodi doesn't get the death penalty, basically he's asking who should. What crimes do get the death penalty? And we were talking earlier about whether this should be a death penalty case or not, given what happened. So the question to you is, what warrants a death penalty case?
I think that question is an individual question. Everybody has their own ideas of what should warrant death and what shouldn't. There's a lot of conversation on social media and everywhere about, is this really a case that deserves the death penalty or not? Well, the law says that here in Arizona, it can get the death penalty. So the answer is, yeah, this could be subject to no, I wouldn't say subject because it is, but this could warrant the death penalty because we have a prosecutor's office that felt that it did. And the victims, I believe, definitely want death. So this is the kind of case. Now, there's arguments that say, but she only killed one person. Okay, so what? You have to kill more than one person to get the death penalty? Some say it didn't involve a child. Something like that. Everybody's a little bit different on that. It's a very subjective answer.
So when you were a prosecutor, what kind of is the thought process when you are a prosecutor as to whether or not to seek the death penalty? What kind of rules sort of apply to the situation that you look at it and say, we should pursue death here?
Well, first, the prosecutor has to look at the case to make sure that they can prove all the elements of the crime. If they have any kind of question there or they feel that they can't, they're not going to seek the death penalty at all. Number two, there are certain things within our law that allows them to look for the death penalty. They're called aggravating factors, such as causing pain on somebody, doing it for financial gain, stuff like that. So if those are present, then the prosecutors go to the next step of looking at the case and deciding, okay, we have a murder here, we have these aggravating factors, now should we seek the death penalty? And there's usually a staff, several people that get together and talk about the case, like a capital review board, so to speak, and they look at the case and decide as a group whether they should go for the death penalty or not. And they have to file that within a certain amount of days of filing the charge, but they can always take it off the table.
Why is the gruesomeness of a crime? Like in this case, we all know that Jodi Arias, she killed Travis and she mutilated him.
Yes, she did.
Why does that play a role in the death penalty as opposed to, say, multiple victims? If the brutality is just focused on the individual victim, why does that play a role in the death penalty?
Again, I think it's very subjective. It's how do you feel about it? Is the way that she killed him deserving of the death penalty, as opposed if she just put a gun to his head and killed him right away, or if she had just stabbed him straight to the heart without any other injury to him whatsoever?
So the victim's suffering plays a part.
Yes, suffering is an aggravating factor that can elevate a case up to the death penalty.
Sama, go ahead.
Let's see. From Sue Gator, why was the defense able to present more than just mitigating factors in the penalty phase retrial? For example, porn on the computer.
I think we have someone who knows the law that just asked a question. Why was the defense able to present so many mitigating factors, and also like the porn on the computer and stuff like that?
There is no limit to the number of mitigating factors that a defense team or a defendant can present to the court and to the jury. Anything can be mitigation. In fact, the instructions even tell the jurors that what the defense considers a mitigating factor, they might not, but they might find something else that they heard in the trial that to them is a mitigating factor. So there's no limit.
So if you're a defense attorney, you're going to want to throw everything out there and see what sticks.
And the kitchen sink. You want to put it all out there because you never know what factor or what little bit of information is going to resonate with one of the jurors.
And there's no legal sort of framework as to what a mitigating factor should be?
Not really. No. No, if you look at the mitigating factors they claimed in the first go-around, it was things like she was a good friend, she tried to better herself, she tried to get a better life. And then when you look at the mitigating factors that were in the second round, it was things such as she was diagnosed with PTSD, she was diagnosed with borderline personality disorder, her psychological makeup didn't allow her to handle this relationship with Travis Alexander. I mean, there was a vast array of mitigating factors that was presented this entire trial.
And we should mention from one of our court watchers up in the newsroom just tweeted that 5 jurors are taking a break, so the likelihood of anything happening right now is pretty slim.
Yeah, probably not right now.
Probably not.
That means more
Any
questions
other questions
for
Robert
us.
Samuel?
Oh, we have a
Oh,
ton.
we got a ton,
I mean,
yeah.
again, we have a global audience of
Getting a lot of
nearly
questions.
1,000 people watching.
Do you have time to stick
Yeah.
around? Okay.
Jurors just
They just took a break, so you're good. Okay.
So Patricia Baldry is asking, why is Jodi wearing street clothes and not prison garb, being that she's guilty of murder?
That is a good question too. Monica will have the answer to that, I know. Why is Jodi able to wear street clothes as opposed to the jail stripes? At this point, she's already convicted of murder, so what does it matter?
She is convicted of murder, but it's something as simple as prejudice. If the jury sees her in stripes, they might see her as a non-human, a non-person, someone who's already convicted that shouldn't get the same kind of consideration that someone else should get. So it just makes sense to keep her in street clothes so there's not that added prejudice or bias that could result, even if the jurors don't realize it, they could be thinking that. So it's just safer and better to put her in street clothes.
And is that because in the future, if she was wearing the prison garb, she could make a claim if she appeals saying, I was in prison garb and the jury looked at me this way and I didn't get a fair shake?
Absolutely. So it's just better for all intents and purposes to keep her in street clothes.
Okay, so Andrew,
Go
then
ahead.
kind of a follow-up to that question. We've got another viewer, Courtney Gady, who's saying she wants to know the specifics on the situation when sentence is passed down. Will Jodi be in stripes or street clothes then?
That's another good question. A more specific one
These
to
are
that.
great
These
questions.
are great, yeah. When the sentence is handed down, will Jodi be in street clothes or in prison stripes?
She will be in street clothes.
Even after the judge, so say they come back as a hung jury, and then when the judge has to deliver her sentence, she'll be in street clothes then too?
I think considering she's been in street clothes this entire time, they will continue to have her in street clothes. Right now, she's staying in a room up by the courtroom for the entire time that the jury's deliberating. She's likely in her stripes right now, and then if she needs to go into court in front of the jury, she will put on her street clothes. Here's something to think about. When they come back with a verdict, or if they're hung, they can be pulled. So the attorneys can request that the judge ask each one of them if this is their true and final decision. And in doing so, they could change their mind at that moment. So if she's in stripes, maybe someone that was thinking life all of a sudden changes their mind because they see her in stripes. So the prejudice could still be there up to the final moment.
When she's addressing the judge, this is assuming we have a hung jury, she'll get the chance to address the judge. A,
She will.
do you think she will address the judge, or will she have her lawyers do it, and B, will she be in stripes then?
Yes, if the jury hangs or they choose life and then the sentencing happens down the road in front of the judge, because the judge has to make the final decision, you will see her in stripes because there's no longer any issue of prejudice. Judges are supposed to see beyond that. They're not supposed to see any, colors, any stripes, any gender, anything like that when they make their call. So she should be in stripes then. Will she address the judge? It's possible, but for the same reasons exist for her not to address the judge as when she didn't address the jury. She'd be too nervous because the media's in the room. She wouldn't be able to really say what she wanted to say. Is that a bunch of, yeah, but it's her call.
We're not playing around anymore. At that point, it's either life or 25 years with parole. So
Right.
if she wants to put her case up, this is her chance.
Yeah, but remember, Judge Stevens has been on this case forever, right?
7
She has
years.
heard all the testimony from the first trial. She heard Jodi Arias in February and March of 2013, and when she addressed the jury way back when. So she's heard everything at this point. I don't know what else Jodi Arias could do to beg for something different, other than, I don't know, maybe cry.
Will that have any effect, considering she hasn't really cried at all?
It might. It might. If it's a sincere crying or sobbing, that could push the judge.
What if she went up there and said, we're just theorizing here. I know there are more questions, we'll get to them in a second, but what if she went up there and said, here's what really happened, and just spilled it all, and here's the truth, I'm jealous and everything, and then that's it?
The judge might take pity on her or, reward her for actually
being
telling
truthful,
the truth,
because
right?
that is something that does come up in there. They reward truth-telling.
Yes, absolutely. Remorse and, being recalcitrant, right? I think...
highly unlikely.
Right, yeah. I think it's
given the history, highly unlikely.
Yeah.
Let's go ahead with some more questions.
Okay, we've got Linda who's writing, Monica, should more jurors be sequestered? And I guess really the whole issue is, why is it so difficult to get a case where they do sequester the jury? It seems like judges don't want to do it.
Good questions. Before we get to that, I just want to read some tweets from Troy Hayden. Maria De La Rosa, I believe, is Jodi's mitigation specialist. Mm-hmm. She just walked into the courtroom with some dry cleaning in a bag, so the civilian clothes. And looks like the Alexander family is in the courtroom. There's a family member in there. Jodi's mom is still there, and it looks like the judge may still only be there. Is that the same way you read that?
Stephen's still only Alexander family member in courtroom. Mom's still there. Yeah, so we have a couple family members in the courtroom, but nothing is going on in the courtroom right now. And just as a practical matter, the seats inside the courtroom, honestly, are way more comfortable than the seats outside the courtroom.
I can attest to that, too.
Yeah, so that's why we were sitting in the courtroom earlier. One thing I wanted to bring up is that I think if Judge Stevens has to make the call between natural life or possibility of parole, I am leaning towards her saying natural life. And the reason why is, can you imagine the public outcry and the craziness that would result and the hatred for her that would result if she were to give the possibility of parole?
Can the judge take that into account when she considers it?
Well, the judge is only a human, right? She's human. She thinks about all these things. She has a job, and she's not supposed to take those things into consideration. But hey, how can you be a robot? Even judges have emotions and feelings. So even if she doesn't realize she's thinking about that, she very well could be.
And she's definitely following the case closely. She knows the feelings. She's aware of the coverage.
Right.
She's aware of everything that's going on.
And that's something else to think about. A judge is not only supposed to follow the law, but she's supposed to do what is fair and just, right? Well, if you have the entire public screaming for natural life because of this horrible thing that Jodi Arias did, well, wouldn't that be a fair and just decision for the judge to make? So,
forgive me, Ron, I forgot the question. Can you repeat it? We got distracted from Troy's tweets and this other stuff. It's all right.
I felt like Edwin Newman on Meet the Press years ago. Please just answer the question. So anyway, the question was specifically on sequestering a jury. Would it have been a good move in this case? And then my follow-up was, why is it so difficult to convince a judge to go down that road?
Do you think sequestering the jury would have made a difference? And how difficult is it to sequester a jury, and why?
Okay, first of all, it is very difficult to sequester a jury. It is very expensive, and think about the effect that it would have on the jury itself. They wouldn't be able to sleep with their spouses, their partners, see their kids at night, get them ready for school. They would literally be removed from their home and staying in a hotel room with no access at all to TV, to the media, to any kind of news. It is a big impact to sequester somebody. Not only that, but think about the cost. Our taxpayers here in Maricopa County have already paid over $3 million for the defense of this case. That's not even including the prosecutor cost and the cost of the courthouse itself and the security and staff involved in that. So sequestering a jury would then be hotel costs, security costs, transportation, food. It just doesn't happen very often. Do I think it would have made a difference in this retrial? No, because we have not heard of any issues with this jury.
The last time I remember a high-profile case where the jury was sequestered, I believe, was O.J. Simpson. I don't remember a very high-profile case where that's happened.
I don't either. I don't remember a case recently at all where a jury was sequestered, because it is such an incredible decision to do.
Go ahead with the next question.
All right, this is from Flaming Fire. Monica, why was Maria De La Rosa allowed to tweet and interact with the public during a death penalty trial that she was involved with?
I'll ask. I'm not sure. Was Maria De La Rosa allowed to tweet and interact with the public during this trial?
Well, that's what a lot
And
of
why?
people think, because she did have a Twitter account, she did have social media, and I think there were some allegations that she was doing that. But at some point in the trial, the judge did essentially put a gag order on the attorneys and the parties that they could not talk in social media because it was causing a problem. So if she was allowed to do it at the beginning, that was changed. Maybe it was about halfway through the trial.
But they can't tell her to shut down her accounts or anything.
Well,
no,
no,
they just
no.
can't talk about the trial.
Right. She doesn't have to shut down her account, and the attorneys don't have to shut down their accounts. They just can't talk about the trial.
I see.
It's a gag order.
And the punishment for the gag order is pretty serious, isn't
Well,
it?
there
It's
could be,
contempt of court, right?
yeah, there's contempt of court. There could be sanctions. There could be a fine. If it was very egregious, they could end up going to jail. Although I don't really see that happening. But it could be a problem.
Go ahead with the next
All
question.
right. Kim is asking, does Jodi Arias still stand like she's taking Holy Communion when the jury comes in and out of the courtroom?
She's a comic. She's a comedian, Kim.
I'm sorry, you couldn't hear that, but I'll repeat it to you so you can laugh. The question was, why does Jodi Arias, or does she still stand like she's taking Holy Communion when the jury comes into the room?
Well, I guess so. Although I've never seen her
I didn't really
take
think about
communion.
it. I didn't really think about it like that either.
She does stand there, usually with her arms crossed in front of her, just looking at the jury. She's not mad dogging them, giving them the stink eye, anything like that. She's just looking at them. Sometimes it even looks imploringly. But I have seen pictures taken by the photographers inside the courtroom where she's like,
So
Serious questions only, please.
okay, now here's a serious one, and we really should get into this a little bit about what's going to happen next in terms of. Clara Gibson is asking, how many appeals does Jodi get if she gets death or life? I guess I want to know if there's any decision beyond life with parole, which would be the easiest one. Even if it's just life with no parole, does Monica anticipate a series of appeals even on that?
You got it. Jodi's right to appeal. Is it unlimited? Does she have what are her sort of legal rights when it comes to appealing whatever the decision is? And if the decision is life or parole or whatever, does she still have the right to appeal? And what does that process entail?
her appeal rights are not unlimited. There is a limit to it. If she is sentenced to death, she will get an automatic appeal. Anytime someone is sentenced to death, they have an automatic appeal where everything is reviewed. After that, she can appeal any of the factual issues or legal issues that arose during the trial itself. And then after that, there's a possibility of another appeal based on whatever is left over. Now, if she's sentenced to life, she doesn't get that automatic appeal. So any appeal that she makes has to be based on some kind of factual or legal issue that happened during the trial. So there's only one automatic appeal, and that's if she gets death.
Do you, in your experience in here, do you see any legit appeal, any reason that an appeal would be taken very seriously? I mean, almost everybody appeals a serious sentence like that.
Oh, absolutely.
But is there anything in this case that could possibly come up and be an issue?
Oh, I think that they have some legitimate basis for appeals, such as the computer issues. There were a lot of allegations of prosecutorial misconduct. I mean, almost too many to count. I think all of those can be a legitimate basis for the appeal. Now, whether she'll actually win that appeal, that's a completely different question. But I think that she has a lot that she can actually try to appeal.
And the chance of her getting out of prison during the appeal process, slim.
Ooh, very, very, very slim. I mean, when it happened to Deborah Mielke, that was an egregious example of prosecutorial misconduct, one that we might not ever see again in our lifetimes. It was so bad. I cannot imagine that Jodi Arias would ever get out during the appeals process.
And just for some historical background, Deborah Mielke was who was on death row for she was convicted actually of hiring someone to kill her 4-year-old, was it 4 years old? It was her little boy,
Yeah.
and the boy thought he was going to see Santa Claus which is just a horrific case.
Right, that was back in
but
1989.
She was let go during an appeal, and that whole conviction was thrown out, wasn't it?
Yeah, but she did spend 24 years in prison waiting for that appeal decision.
It was a pretty remarkable situation from the initial crime all the way till now.
One that I haven't heard of before. And this case didn't involve any type of DNA evidence. We've heard cases where the defendant, their conviction has been overturned or they've been released because of DNA evidence. There's no issue like that here.
Any other questions, Ron?
A bunch.
From Ron or from the viewers?
Yeah, well, I've got one from a viewer.
From anyone, from anybody.
We have a lot.
Yeah, this is
From
Max.
anyone.
This is
Bring
Max.
'em in.
Max Glannerin, who writes in serious question. I mean, after all, that's what you guys wanted. Serious question. With a death penalty verdict, how long until actual execution?
It'll be a while. If there is a death penalty verdict, given your experience, how long until it happens?
Oh, till they execute her?
Yes.
Well, here in Arizona, the average is 12 years between sentencing and actual execution. And then there's also a stat of the average time that somebody spends on death row is 17 years. And I know that those two numbers are confusing, but I think that might take into consideration the people that have been overturned on appeal. But typically, if there's no other issues, 12 years is the average.
That could be substantially longer too, though, given all the
absolutely.
appeals. And
Oh,
everything like
absolutely. It's all based on the appeals process.
that. Go ahead.
All right, this one is kind of a follow-up, more death penalty conversation. Megan is asking, if a member of the jury does not agree with the death penalty from a moral standpoint, how can they be subjective in this case? Are they asked beforehand their view on the death penalty? And I want to add that I feel like, can't jurors say they agree with it and not actually agree with it?
Well, okay, so the question is, and we addressed this earlier, if they object to the death penalty from a moral standpoint, could they still be seated on the jury? And if possible, could a juror say, and kind of fib a little bit and say that they were okay with it when they really weren't?
Yeah, jurors can really say anything they want during jury selection. It's really, we just rely on them telling the truth, right? They're supposed to take an oath to tell the truth, but they can really say anything. We don't have lie detectors hooked up to them, right? Or, crystal balls to tell their fortune. Could they change their mind through the trial? They could. And just because they said that they would be willing to implement the death penalty or sentence to somebody to the death penalty doesn't mean that particular case.
Just a little bit of a digital dropout for a second here.
The feed from Andrew.
I bet Andrew can still hear us. So Andrew, just give us just a couple of seconds to
reconnect.
Have Monica hold that thought, because this is fascinating.
This is really interesting, and if you guys have the time, we love chatting with you. It's great to get a different perspective, you know, a legal perspective. And so many of our viewers are asking such insightful questions.
Right.
You know, and I think, you know, as we continue this, the viewership just keeps going up.
It sure does.
Andrew, Monica, stay with us.
Yeah.
Connect back.
In the meantime, we got some comedians who, now her name just went past, but she said, I've had to increase my dosage of Prozac ever since I started paying attention to this trial.
Right.
So, I mean, people are trying to have a little bit of fun with it, while at the same time, people are tuning in all around the world to see what happens.
By the way, Nurse Mom 1951, who pays for the appeals process? I hope it's not the Arizona taxpayers. They've suffered enough. Pretty sure it's us, right?
It is the Arizona taxpayer. Yep. Yeah. On both ends, really, because obviously the county attorney's office, handles the prosecution, so that's a publicly funded agency. Then you've got, from the defense standpoint, you've got attorneys that are going to be submitting their expenses and their bills, and that's a huge part of why. Well, that's exactly why we're at $3 million already. That's just
and that was just the
bill.
defense,
Yeah,
because we also obviously pay for the prosecution.
Right.
That's what we're doing.
Right.
Well, while we wait for Andrew, I've talked about it all morning, but I haven't played it yet. Troy's interview with Travis's close friend that aired last night.
Right.
For those of you who weren't able to tune in here locally in Arizona, or maybe it was 4 a.m. wherever you were in the world, and couldn't watch it on fox10phoenix.com, I've clipped this story for you. So let me just pull it up and play it for you. Give me a couple seconds. while I get the player ready. And I will play this for you now.
He was a special guy. There's no doubt about it.
And Chris Hughes would know. He, his wife Sky, and Travis Alexander spent a lot of time together, traveling, enjoying adventures, and just hanging out.
He was hilarious. He was a riot, the life of the party. We loved to be with him no matter what was going on.
Chris and Sky Hughes actually have a lot of history with Jodi Arias. They met her on the same night that Travis Alexander met her. And they said right away they noticed something.
We liked her. When we first met her, we thought, you know, she's well-spoken, articulate, she seems well-read, she could carry on a conversation about whatever we were talking about. But we did have a discussion, Sky and I, after that dinner that night, that we felt like she was a little off.
Hughes is in the last stages of publishing a book about Travis. He says he's doing it so people will know the man he knew, not the one defined by the sometimes lurid testimony in the courtroom.
The person who did the murder in this case, this vicious, heinous crime, that her and her team, the defense, they can say anything that they want to about Travis, about the victim who's dead and who can't speak for himself.
That was a really good interview, and I think a lot of our viewers who are watching that want justice for Travis, I think probably really enjoyed hearing that side of it.
Absolutely.
The positive memories of Travis. And then it was so interesting to hear his insight about the first time they met.
Right.
You know?
And their thoughts on Jodi.
Right.
Socially, she seemed, you know, everything's pretty much seemed normal. Then you're driving away or you're back at home and you're thinking about a few things and you think something's
off.
Is just a little bit off. This is really great that they've decided to write that book, because I think one of the great frustrations people have in watching what's happened over the last, specifically this time around, in the retrial of the penalty phase, is that the way Travis has been dragged through the mud with no opportunity to defend himself. Mm-hmm. So here's at least one effort. We know that they were there. I remember, that Chris was around the first time around as a good friend of Travis, as one of the supporters, right through the time that the verdict came down. But to take the time now over the last, it's been about 18 months since we were here all covering the first trial, to take the time in the interim and write down as many thoughts and as many stories. I mean, those are the things that are going to help people know Travis.
Right.
Because all you've heard is through the filter of the court system, because that's where we're getting all of our information. So to learn more about Travis, just the man, the individual, what made him so unique, I'm really glad that somebody's coming forward to tell that part of the story.
Right. I think it'll do well.
Yeah, absolutely.
I know Jeff is working on getting everyone's selfies together. So we'll thank you guys so much. I've been glancing at some of the selfies that you have submitted.
Yeah.
And I know we're getting it all ready now. So we'll have that for you guys in a few minutes while we wait on our feed from Andrew and Monica. I am still copying and pasting as many of the questions as I see up there. So just know that... I'm laughing because Jeff is taking a selfie. He's doing what we're telling you guys to do. So Jeff's going to submit his selfie too with the hashtag Fox10Phoenix.
I can guarantee you he's going to remember to hashtag it.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, he's a big hashtag guy.
Yeah. What was I talking about? Man, Jeff, you just described
You're still copying and pasting people's questions.
Just letting you know, if you still have questions, I'm on the lookout. If I missed your question, retype it, because, again, the chat window goes so fast sometimes. Right. It's hard to keep up.
Right.
But we don't want to neglect you guys. We want to get your questions answered here on News Now, wherever you're watching in the world. We're copying and pasting.
Yeah, and some of the, even though the comments kind of fly by now in the chat box, it's been interesting because people are talking about how there are different setups in different states that you absolutely have to employ to get a death penalty sentence. And so here in Arizona, it just seems like it's one of the hardest that there is.
Right.
Yeah. Okay, so we are continuing to just get some of that information in from you guys. Somebody just said, Ron, update your tweet. I wonder if, I hope that that I'm sending out the right link. Well, anyway, I will send out, I'm going to retweet Fox 10 right now, Fox 10 Phoenix, so that people know exactly what we're up to. It's, we're coming up on 11:40.
I'm seeing some of the Justice for Travis pictures coming in.
Oh, this is fantastic.
This is so cool.
Okay.
Oh my gosh. Okay, I'm not going to show them yet, but I just, I'm now finally...
This is so great, you guys. I just have to focus on one for a second, and that's, I think it's Iza or Liza or Liza Bellicor, who's watching from Poland.
They can't see you, by the way.
Yeah.
We're just looking at the screen.
No, I know, but in a second we'll show them, right? That's so cool, watching from Poland. I mean, we know that there is worldwide interest in this case, and I also think there's some worldwide interest in kind of what we're doing here because it's so interactive. I mean, you know, if you followed any of the national media, that Monica Lindstrom, as much as anybody, from a local or national standpoint, has been out there front and center with great analysis. And so we've literally had a chance for you guys to talk to Monica for about the last 45 minutes or so.
This is so great. I want to pull them up now.
Okay. You ready?
Yeah.
Here we go.
So,
Jeff Moriarty, our internet guru, came up with a great idea this
all
morning.
right, let's look at your selfies.
Because we like to think this is as interactive a news program as you will find anywhere on the internet. So here are some of our
photos that are coming in.
Regular News Now viewers. This is great.
But I'm going to use a different view because the movement, I can't keep track of everyone coming in. Because it keeps moving.
Okay, so you want to, like, stop it?
Oh, no, I'm just going to do one where I can see it more clearly.
Okay.
So, we have this version. This is Erica, Lynn. That's Jeff. How do I... Am I doing this wrong, Jeff?
The answer is,
I
could
used
do a
that
little better.
one.
Are you wanting to stop it?
Which one should I use? Stand by, guys. They can't see you. That's the one that's up.
Okay. So
Actually, well, they'll look at us. We'll watch Jeff fix things.
Oh, great. No pressure. So let's do.
Okay, here's Susan in Florida. Hello from Gainesville.
I'll do this one. And that one. And I'll bring this over here.
See how it got all thin?
Yeah. That is actually.
We want to show your full photos, guys, and keep sending them in.
Just in case you joined us in the last 2 minutes and you're trying to figure out what we're doing here, we asked people right at the start at 10 o'clock Phoenix time to send us a picture of you because we see your names popping up in the chat box and we want to make this as interactive as we possibly can. And so all you have to do is take a picture, post it on Twitter or Instagram with a hashtag of Fox10 Phoenix, and then we're going to start sharing those pictures. So people who are in fact chatting with you, because there's a lot of crosstalk that goes on, now you can see who you're talking to.
Okay, Jeff has fixed it. That looks great. All right, guys.
We should have
Now-
Andrew back.
Oh, okay. So let's just take a cut. There's Lexi, John Hoffman. How am I able to read their captions when it's in this viewer mode?
Can't read the captions.
Oh, I can read it up here, though.
Yeah, you can read it on those.
Susan Davis, right here. She's saying hi from Gainesville, Florida.
Right.
You have Charlene from Canada, Charlene Ring. That's crazy. So many people here. We have Poland watching, Justice for Travis. Wow.
Yeah, that is so great.
That is so cool, guys. That's amazing. We'll continue to submit those pictures. We'll bring them up again in just a little bit. I know that we have reconnected with the feed out at the courtroom, so we will continue to ask. We'll ask Andrew to ask Monica the question.
Right. We open it up literally around the world to whatever
Yeah.
you want to ask Monica, and we just grab them right out of the YouTube
But Andrew
chat
is the
box.
middleman. And we're the middleman men to Andrew. It's like the game telephone, really.
Yeah.
They submit the question.
Situation fixed if you can hear me.
Okay,
Yes.
we hear you
Yes, we
now.
got
Yeah,
you
I just
now.
pulled
Can
you
you
up.
guys hear me?
Don't you feel like we're playing the
Okay,
game
great.
telephone?
We got Monica on an earpiece now, so this is going to be a well-oiled machine. We are ready to go. Let's fire away at some of those questions.
That is great. We don't have to repeat the questions. All right. So Nurse Mom 1951 is asking, is there any recourse for the Alexander family for the bashing and trashing of Travis in open court by the defense team without any proof or corroboration by the defense team?
Short answer, no. There's nothing they can really do because the defense attorneys will turn around and say that they were entitled to say those things because that is what Jodi told them, or they're logical inferences that can be gained from the evidence. Now, think about the things that they said. They brought up the child porn issue. Well, that was based on what their client told them. And if they failed to put that information out there, they would not be doing their job. Now, granted, there's no corroboration for that, but so many times in so many trials, there is no other corroboration other than the defendant's statements or another witness's own statements. So I wouldn't say that they have a privilege, but there's really nothing the Alexander family can do against the defense team. Now, they could turn around and sue Jodi Arias in civil court for wrongful death, but in reality, that would probably be a waste of time.
Now, defamation. Is that any possibility at a court? Now, I know, unfortunately, Travis is deceased. He's the victim, so there's no recourse if it comes to just trashing his name, defamation, or anything like that.
No, and especially since they're in court and they can turn around and say, look, these were things that we had evidence for, whether it was strong evidence or not, but they had a good faith basis based on what their clients told them and logical inferences from the evidence to put that information out there. If we had the situation where a defense attorney or any attorney in court, in trial, would be subjected to some kind of civil suit for defamation, you wouldn't have attorneys representing people anymore. I mean, you just wouldn't.
All right. This is a question that's been asked a couple of times, actually. Can Jodi Arias get married in prison? And if so, would she be able to get conjugal visits?
No, and yeah, okay. Yes and no. Okay, could she get married? Sure, she could get married, right? She would just need clergy to come in, and I don't know how they would do it. Logically, I don't think that it could happen, but there's always a possibility. If she's on death row, there are no contact visits, okay? She can't touch anybody, anything like that, and her visits are extremely limited. Now, if she does get life, then the possibility of her getting married and having contact visits are increased, but conjugal visits, no.
Is that even a reality? I mean, we talk about conjugal visits, it's something that's kind of like in the sort of like an urban legend, I guess.
Right.
Does that really happen?
I think maybe in some jurisdictions, somewhere in the country, those are possibilities because there are some scientific studies and some statistical backups that say if you allow that to happen, then a prison population will be more calm, not as aggressive, et cetera, et cetera. But I have never heard of an actual jail or prison that allows that.
Okay, now here's another one.
ahead.
The name blew by so fast, I'm not quite sure who asked it, but the question was, what does porn have to do with her killing him? What did you think, Monica, about the whole just introducing that into court anyway?
That's a great question because it's come up so much in here, and so many people have been wondering, why are they even doing this?
The whole issue of porn can really be separated into two issues, porn and child porn. Now, the introduction of porn into the main trial was very important because it showed the relationship that Jodi Arias and Travis Alexander had, that he wasn't a virginal man who never watched porn. They had this extreme sexual relationship, and that was a very big part of their relationship, so that needed to come out. Now, the issue of child porn, that in and of itself really only shows that he's a really bad guy, right? I mean, child porn, it's bad. The reason why it became such an issue with the computer is because in the first go-around of the trial, Jodi Arias said that she walked in on him with child porn. And Juan Martinez, the prosecutor, he continued to call her a liar. He said, you're lying about that. There's no proof of that. There's no evidence. You're a liar, 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 pants on fire, right? And then when her experts would come up to testify about their thoughts and opinions, he would say, but you're basing all of your thoughts and opinions on the words of a liar. Well, once they found out that there was evidence of porn on the computer, not child porn, but porn, they were able to turn around and say, look, she wasn't a liar. So for Juan Martinez to say she was a liar to such extent, he was wrong, and that was prosecutorial misconduct. So really, the child porn, I don't think really anybody believes that it existed, but it was an issue about her credibility.
They focused on that so much during this trial, the sentencing phase. Do you think that it made any impact on the jury, or do you think the jury looks at that and just kind of brushes it off?
I think they might have glazed over, because we heard a lot about that, because there were days of hearings based on the information that was found on the computer itself. But the jury didn't get all of that information. The amount of testimony that was actually presented to the jury regarding that issue was very small compared to what we heard. So it didn't have, I would say it didn't have the impact with the jury that it had on us.
Okay, here is this is a comment, but I think it leads into what I think is going to be a pretty interesting question, which is Fred Rodriguez says, I would rather see the Mesa man who shot and killed a clerk at the Quick Trip get the death penalty than a crime of passion. And it is interesting how there's been some discussion about whether it is more difficult for prosecutors to get a death penalty sentence on a woman who is a defendant than on a man. Monica, have you had a chance to look at statistics to show if there are actual hard numbers to back that up?
I don't know the actual statistics, but it seems to be pretty clear that men are given the death penalty much more than women. And in fact, prosecutors ask for the death penalty more for men than they do for women. I think part of that is because men are more likely to commit a violent crime than a woman is. I mean, that's just part of our human nature. Here in Arizona, we have 117 men on death row, and we have 2 women on death row. That right there shows that, number one, we don't have as many women perhaps committing violent murders in our state. Number 2, we don't have prosecutors that want to ask for the death penalty for women as much as men. And number 3, we have juries that aren't as likely to give the death penalty to women as they do men. So I think that the gender factor plays a very big role on all stages of a crime.
When you look at the statistics, though, I mean, the statistics show, you can't argue with the numbers, that men tend to commit more violent crime.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm not saying anything new there. It's from the beginning of time. Men are more violent as opposed to women.
Do you think, though, that the jury looks at a woman a little differently than they look at a man? Say the crime is equal. You know, what happened with Travis, it was the same crime. Do you think a jury would look at a man differently than a woman?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, think about when a teacher has a sexual relationship with a student. Well, if it's the boy is the student, a lot of people look at the boy and say, woo, good job, you know, you snagged that woman, right? Where if it's the other way around, they look at the man and they're like, oh my God, you are a monster for doing with little girl, right? Same kind of thing in these murder trials. They look at it differently. Women are seen as more maternal, caring, loving. Now, granted, not all of us are, right? But they're seen that way. Men are more of the protectors, and so they want to protect the women. See, it's very subjective again.
I'm just going to check Twitter real quick and see.
All right, I'm going to ask another question while you check Twitter.
They go to lunch?
Go ahead, feel free.
All right.
Is the jury on lunch? Did they go to lunch? Okay, thanks. Just a little bit of news for you. We were just told that the jury went to lunch by a very legitimate source, so I can tell you that the jury is at lunch.
Okay, thanks for the update.
Nothing will be happening for the next hour and a half.
Or, you know what, they might only take a 20-minute lunch, 30-minute lunch, you never know.
The judge will take her full hour and a half, though.
Yes, probably.
All right, we're getting a couple of these questions have been repeated by a number of people. A lot of people asking, why is this taking so long? How can a crime from 2008, why are we still focused on it in 2015? Shouldn't there be a limit to the amount of time you can defend a case?
Well, in the Constitution and in the laws, there are time limits of when a prosecutor has to bring a case, when the person gets to have a trial, etc. But all of those time periods can be waived by the defense. Now, one of the reasons why this case has taken so long is because we've gone through multiple sets of defense attorneys. Not only that, there's been other issues, such as this retrial was put on hold for quite a while because Juan Martinez, the prosecutor in the case, he had another trial, a death trial, that he had to complete and it was older than this one. So this case actually got put on hold for that. So there's a lot of factors that can come into play as to why a case takes so long. And when you're dealing with death cases, in the grand scheme of things, those are the ones that take the longest. Now, if it seems like this deliberation is taking a very long time, I feel ya. I understand. I'm here waiting, so I get that. But when you look at it, we're coming up to 19 hours, I think. Is that really a lot to decide whether to kill somebody or not? We might be able to stand here and say, oh, absolutely, I could kill her, no problem. But when you're the one that has to make the call and sign that piece of paper, you really want to be sure. And so I don't like waiting this long, but 19 hours, really not that long.
And when you consider the 7 years that it's taken to get to this point, if it had been a lot faster, if 7 years, no, I'm not saying it's a short amount of time, that's a long time.
Right, yeah, it is a long
But
time.
then when it comes down to the appeal process, if anything was rushed along, then you could make the claim that this was rushed, right?
Yeah, I think there is nothing about this case that was rushed. I think the defense attorneys had time to turn over every single rock and stone that they could. So there will be no appeal issues about it going too fast.
No. Go ahead.
All right. Another question. A lot of people want to know how the Alexanders are holding up after yesterday, after knowing that the jury couldn't come to a decision.
The Alexanders haven't been talking too much, at least publicly, but you see them up there. How are they doing?
Yes. The Alexander family, friends and supporters are staying in a different room on a different floor during these deliberations. But at the end of the day, when the jury leaves, they have to walk down a hallway to get to the elevator. And at the end of the elevator, there's rows of seats. And the Alexander family, supporters, family, they come and take up all those seats and sit there. So they are the last thing the jury sees when they leave the courthouse. And I think that that is extremely impactful. And I would even argue that they are continuing to give their victim impact statements when they're sitting there, because they're letting the jury know, we're still here, we're still supporting you, we're urging you to work hard, and we will continue to be here.
When you were up there, even during the main part of the sentencing trial, did you see the jurors looking at the Alexander family a lot? Did you catch that, them looking over at them?
No. This jury is extremely stoic. Their eyes stayed pretty much right on the screen, right to the judge in the witness stand, or right to the attorneys. Very seldom did I see them ever even look out into the audience, and I rarely saw them even glance at the Alexander family, which is in the first row and closest to them. You could very seldom even see any emotions or expressions on their face. They were very stoic, just kind of like a rock sitting there.
Okay, Monica, I've been wanting to ask you this for like the last half hour. What do you think the odds are, because of how convoluted this process seems to have played out in such a high-profile case in Arizona? Where do you place the odds that we will see at the legislative level, at the state, a reworking of the death penalty sentencing process in Arizona?
I don't think we'll see anything like that anytime soon. I think any changes that will happen to the death penalty and how we institute it here in Arizona, or even how the prosecutors ask for it, will have to come from the United States Supreme Court level. Most of the impactful decisions regarding the death penalty have in fact come from the Supreme Court itself.
All right, this question from one of our viewers, Ashley Gray, is asking, what angles does Monica think Jodi's attorneys will take in an appeal?
Oops, did I just hang up on you?
No, you hung up on them. And
Okay.
Hi,
Oh,
hold on.
Hold on one second. We have an issue with the phone here. Hold on one second. Let me get Monica back in on here. Hey, who's 3506?
All right, guys. While you watch them do that, I'll give you guys an insider's
Sorry, just give us
perspective.
1 second.
Okay.
My bad.
All right, and Andrew, we're actually going to let you take a break for just a few minutes because you're going to be live in about 90 seconds, I think,
Steve
on
Cross,
Fox
I think.
10. Oh, Steve is?
Yeah.
So you're calling me
that's
right
so.
now?
Yeah, there you go.
Okay.
And we're back.
Okay.
All right, we have one last question, then we
Good
have
to
to
go.
wrap.
Go ahead with the question.
All right, one last question. We got to wrap after this because I know they have to do a hit for the noon. What angles does Monica think, or what angles do you think Jodi's attorneys will take in an appeal?
Repeat that because I couldn't hear it very
All
well.
right, guys, we're
Yeah,
gonna
I think
actually have to
we gotta
wrap up
cut
right
out
now.
here.
All right.
Okay, yeah. Well, I think we're about a minute away from Steve going on the air with Fox 10 News at noon. So anyway, fascinating just to get sort of her legal perspective on so many of these questions, and a great opportunity for you guys to, you've seen her. I'm sure you've seen her on some of the national networks. She's followed this case right from the start. I don't just mean this part 2 of the penalty phase. I mean from the beginning of the trial. And, I think she's got a great way of helping people understand how the legal process works, predicting without going out on a limb what we're most likely to see next. And she's a great resource for us. No doubt about that.
Hopefully, maybe we'll be able to chat with them more. I know we've had them on for like an hour now or something.
Yes.
But it was so good having them answer so many of the viewer questions.
Right.
So hopefully, I mean, if not today, we'll maybe be able to chat with her again.
Yeah.
To answer some more of your questions. A lot of you guys tuning in. I think maybe we should take Steve's live shot, though, when he does the noon hit. Mm-hmm. And that way viewers can hear from Steve as well.
I can see him joking with the control room right now.
Yeah, so when we see Steve ready to go live on the noon, if you guys are not watching the Fox 10 News at noon, we will bring you that specific hit. Okay?
Yeah.
I think it's time to breathe for a second.
Okay.
It's a little breathing break because we have a huge list of topics we haven't talked about.
Right.
Including a major local story here that I even included in the description of this video.
Okay.
Did you see it? 4-day school week.
Yeah. How about that? I'm sure you guys have an opinion on that.
I know.
I think that for students are going to love it. Teachers, they literally think they're going to be able to hire teachers now who otherwise wouldn't have even come to their district, who will, I don't know, you can't say they'll flock to this. This is a suburb east of Phoenix called Apache Junction, right up against the Superstition Mountains.
Right.
Beautiful out there. But they just voted to go to a 4-day school week because of budget problems.
Right. So we're going to talk more about that in just a second. I think that live shot with Steve is
good.
Starting in a couple minutes.
Okay.
I mean, not even a couple minutes, like a couple seconds.
Right.
I think he's at the top of the show.
Correct.
I think he is.
And I've got 12 noon and 30 seconds right now, so I bet you he's about 30 seconds away.
Well, I rely on this, and I rely on that screen. You guys saw the behind the scenes. There's so many screens to look at. So much to be seen, so much to be heard.
Right.
I see Steve Kraft. Why don't we just watch him now? See what's going on over there.
Well, you know what, guys? That still is the big question. Will there be some sort of agreement? Are they still at an impasse? Are we going to get a verdict today? If there's a logjam, is it going to be broken somehow? Well, don't have any answers to those questions because we still have officially deliberations going on, and if there is some sort of impasse, it continues. The jury got back to work today about 9:15. We saw the 12 jurors go into the deliberation room on the 5th floor here of Superior Court in downtown Phoenix, and they got to work. We were called into court once or so, maybe twice, but nothing really materialized. The judge was there, lots of media people, family members were there, interested parties were there, but we never got to anything having to do with the Arias trial. It was just the ordinary morning calendar for the judge, and then eventually we were asked to leave the courtroom again. So we are still at plus 20 hours of deliberations in this sentencing retrial. Of course, Jodi Arias already found guilty of first-degree murder. This whole issue is only about how she is going to be punished. Will the jurors decide that she deserves the death penalty? Will they decide she deserves life in prison? Or will there be an impasse, in which case the judge will either sentence her down the road to life in prison without the possibility of parole, or perhaps that chance after 25 years. Nothing happening so far this morning. We're going to go back into the outside the courtroom on the 5th floor and wait it out for the rest of this afternoon. If we get any breaks in this case, obviously we're going to let you know. Reporting live, Steve Kraft, Fox 10 News.
All right, so that was the report live from Steve Kraft, who is really been on this case forever.
Boy, no kidding.
I'm sure he is eagerly awaiting a verdict.
A final
verdict.
Yeah,
I think it would be nice to have one, right?
Yeah, you think about that. I know most people in the chat box are saying, she needs to get the death penalty. The thing about that is that we will be covering this story for the next 20 years. I mean, I'm just stating the
right,
facts.
because the appeals, you're right.
Yeah. I mean, she said that the typical length of time on death row is 17 years, but there are a lot of cases that, I'm not sure why, but it seems like the more high-profile ones seem to drag on even longer than that. We had a man that was executed about a year ago for one of the really horrible crimes here in the valley ever, of a little newspaper delivery person. She was about 13 or 14 years old. She was just going out with her mom walking a neighborhood in Tempe, and a guy by the name of Donald Beatty happened to be a newspaper subscriber, happened to live in that apartment complex. The mom said, "I'll wait for you out here on the sidewalk," while this young lady went in to collect. That's the way they actually did it back then, and that wasn't that long ago. Well, it actually was that long. It was like 25 years ago, maybe even more now that I think about it. I think it was closer to 30 years ago. And the killer, Donald Beatty, who was convicted, was only put to death about, I'm going to say about a year ago. Year, maybe a little more, maybe possibly a year and a half. So there's a high-profile case that we have had to watch unfold for close to 30 years. So it's incredible to think that if we do get a death penalty decision here, boy, this story is just not going to go away for a very, very long time.
All right, guess what I'm going to do?
You tell me.
You're supposed to guess.
Selfies.
I knew you know the answer. So since the last time we brought up a lot of the selfies on air, you guys have been submitting even more. So I want to show you guys a screen, some of the selfies that have been submitted thus far.
Okay, so we have, that's Holly Preston in the upper right, Jan Olson in the lower right, and then right across, there's Rachel in the middle on the bottom row there. Rachel's been one of our loyal viewers right from the start. Lexi out over in the UK in Birmingham. You can see she's watching on her laptop, actually holding up the laptop. Jennifer Nicole is lower left. Thanks to John Hoffman and Katrina Fletcher. You can see Katrina's an animal lover with the rooster there. And we have such an international audience watching. Lower center is Isabella Kor. I hope I'm saying that right. She's watching from Poland. And Prairie Rider, Randy in Nebraska. Man, Randy, you came out to Arizona, took a great shot at the Grand Canyon. That is spectacular.
So I have this other view where people actually, we can look at some of their captions. I'm going to try that one.
Okay.
So we have, that's Maggie.
Okay.
The case is taking as long as the Cubs to win the World Series. That's a funny one. At Grand Canyon with my daughter.
Cubs playing their first game of the year out here at...
Jan saying hi from Chicagoland.
Yeah.
Rachel, our loyal viewer.
A lot of Chicago viewers.
Lauren Williams. Melissa Ward and Jeff's new addict for law. Oh my God, that's the 2-year-old. That's so exciting.
Okay.
So
Melissa.
I think Ron may have already gone home during this part of the chat. Like one afternoon, I just kept playing the llama drama video.
Yeah.
And Melissa had tweeted to us that her son was addicted and watched it like 50, 60 times.
Okay. Oh, yeah. I do remember hearing about that.
There's Jay Deering.
Yeah. Nice working out, Jay.
Katrina Fletcher.
Show those biceps, buddy. Well, you earn those. You go to the gym, you earn those.
I love Jeff. He took one.
Yeah.
With us on there. Lexi watching from the UK.
Yeah.
Courtroom Junkie. She's so country. She's watching from Texas. Can you guys see in the window? Let me see if I can. No. Resizing the window.
Just takes a minute.
Give me a sec, guys. I resize this window.
Yeah, by the way, we had it, Andrew said, from a very good source. I wonder if that was the judge. He wouldn't say who it was, but he had from a very good source that the jurors were taking their lunch break. But like Monica said, we don't know if that means 20 minutes or an hour and a half. They could they could work quickly through their lunch.
By the
and
way, it's
continue
really
on.
interesting to read the commenters because I think we're making some love connections. Some people finding other ones really attractive. I saw someone tell someone else they're really hot. I saw that in the chat window. We have Jennifer, Nicole, Jennifer and Rosa watching from Orange County. Yay, SoCal.
There you go.
Erica Lynn, Susan watching from Florida.
How about Charlene from Winnipeg?
Yeah, Canada.
We have a lot
Holly,
of Canadian viewers.
Rose and Jennifer watching. And she's watching from Poland. So keep submitting those, and we'll go back to those again in a little bit. But that was fun.
Yeah.
Wasn't it?
It was. Shanta, by the way, out in Groton, Connecticut, says, I don't post selfies, I just don't like my pics, but she's still out there.
Right. And if you have submitted a photo and you have not seen it up there, make sure you're putting in the right hashtag Fox10Phoenix. And when those come in, Jeff will highlight those. And, I see this one. Give me a couple more.
Just coming in?
Yeah.
Okay. So all you do is post them on your Twitter page or on your Instagram page with the hashtag Fox10Phoenix.
Well, I want to see this. I'm going to profile the newest one.
Okay, here we go.
This is our newest. This is Cine Spice Girl. She tweets me a lot. Original Spice Girl.
From Milwaukee.
Yeah. I just learned that I can click on them and make them bigger, guys.
Oh,
so
way
this
better.
is way better to actually show our viewers.
Way better.
And this way, they can watch us in the corner react to them.
Yeah.
You know? Look, because now I can pop us in the corner and I'd be like, oh my gosh, look, this is so cool. Isn't it neat?
Ooh, how about this one? S. Williams is watching and waiting from Vancouver Island. Now, you're going to have to tell us if that means Nanaimo or Parksville or all the way down into Victoria. That is a great place for you to go explore.
Really?
Vancouver Island. Ooh.
It's so nice now that I can make them bigger. I'm really excited that I can make these pictures bigger.
Yeah, that's excellent.
Rachel. All right, so we've gone through a lot of these. And keep submitting them, and we will go back to those in a little bit. Should we get to the rest of our topics?
Yeah, there's some really interesting stories
Yeah,
going
we
on.
do.
Huh?
So we were just about to get into one before we went to Andrew's live shot, talking about this 4-day school week.
Yes.
Thoughts?
Oh, well, I think if I was a student in that school district, I can't imagine I could be happier.
Right. Let's give them some background. So this school district, Apache Junction, it suffering just majorly with a lack of budget.
They're about 2.7 million in the hole.
Right.
Mm-hmm. And it's a suburb of Phoenix that is on the eastern edge of the valley, the Metro Phoenix area here, about a 45-minute drive from where our studios are in downtown Phoenix. And there are several school districts who are having to deal with this right now because they just don't have the funding to do full operations. They're trying to figure out what to do. And so this was a creative approach, and they are trying to look at the silver lining here, which is they actually think it's going to attract a fair number of candidates who now want to, in terms of teachers, administrators, support staff that want to work in the Apache Junction School District. You're already right out there with the Superstition Mountains as your backyard. I mean, you have some views that are pretty incredible.
Right, and that is very enticing, but then you have the flip side argument. Okay, teachers might love we would all like 4-day work weeks. To have a 3-day weekend all the time would be amazing.
I'm hoping that some light bulbs are going off here.
But I think that should just be standard protocol across the country. 4-day work weeks, because here's the problem now. If the teachers have a 4-day work week and the kids have a 4-day school week, what about all the parents that have a 5-day work week and rely on school as automatic babysitters?
Right.
That is the biggest argument out there.
I believe I heard that they were going to try to keep one school open as a 5-day school so that parents who found themselves in that situation would have an option. But let's say that the school that your child maybe even walks to, because that school is right there in your neighborhood, and the one school that is going to be open on Fridays is,
far away,
on the complete opposite side of town.
Right.
It is definitely going to require some adjustment, because you're right, there are plenty of single moms or single dads, or where both parents are working, that it's just not going to work on Fridays. I mean, so yeah, that's I specifically left that group out. I think from a student standpoint and from the teachers and administrators, everybody's going to love it. I think the parents are really going to have to scramble, actually. Yeah.
Yep. So anyone have a input? Someone's saying in France they have a 4-day school week, but many are bringing back a 5-day week. Megan's saying. Lexi's saying here in the UK, schools just get 6 weeks off for the summer. I can't imagine them having a 4-day week. They push the kids so far here.
Yeah, well, that's part of, because we're in such a globally competitive world. That is, part of. You take a look at I'm sure that's why France is thinking about going from the 4-day to the 5-day. You want to have your schools producing students that can compete with places where they do go 5 and in some instances 6 days. So. Yeah.
So that's the latest there. I know there are more updates with this story. I know we have a reporter on this story today, so maybe we'll get an update from them later this afternoon with the latest developments. But we wanted to present that to you guys because it's an interesting story.
Yeah.
Lots happening though. So much happening. Let me
go. I have that info on this other story that I was telling you about that I think so interesting.
Yeah, you have your list. I'm going to grab my list.
Okay. And then away we're going to go. I'll be back in like 10 seconds.
So many lists. Yeah. Ron's not here. The seat of Ron Hoon. Oh my gosh, guys. I'm really hungry. I think I'm going to use this moment while we are not talking to eat part of some fruit. Which some of you guys were with us when we had McDonald's live on the air, courtesy of Corey McCloskey, our weatherman. We do have a McDonald's story for you, too. Here is the headline. McDonald's says it plans to start using chicken raised without antibiotics, important to human health, and milk from cows that are not treated with the artificial growth hormone, RBST. So that is big news, because I think a lot of people who are anti-McDonald's complain that it's not good for you. Well, McDonald's is making concerted efforts to produce healthier food options. So for those of you watching right now who may be fans of McDonald's or anti-McDonald's, what do you guys think about it? Do you guys order the chicken from McDonald's? I mean, let's be real. The chicken McNuggets, even if they aren't real chicken, are kind of delicious with sweet and sour sauce, right? Right? I don't know. That's my take. I'm going to wait a couple seconds while you guys hear my question through the delay and see what you guys think about this. I mean, do some of you guys let's say you're anti-McDonald's, but you're forced to go for whatever reason. What do you usually eat from the menu? I mean, or do you just not eat it at all? Or do you just stick to fries? I mean, I'd like to know what everyone's McDonald's eating habits are. This is a global brand. This is not just exclusive to those of you in Arizona or the United States. I'm talking about McDonald's. It's around the world. It's in like almost every country. So tell me, what you guys think. I'm going to eat. Seraphin says McDonald's is a heart attack. Lexi Fielding thinks hot mustard sauce is the best. Hot mustard, if you combine the hot mustard and the sweet and sour sauce, that makes the perfect dipping sauce combination for the chicken nuggets, in my opinion, Lexi. So, Seraphin saying chicken McNuggets had a dark story of how it's made. All right, guys. A lot of you chiming in. Chicken nuggets, fries, Sprite, double cheeseburgers. Only eat the McChicken at times. Most of the time we don't eat there, Melissa is saying. A lot of people picking from the dollar menu. So yeah, here's my concern. If they start getting these healthier chickens, does that increase the price of the chicken they're used? And does that go then to the customer? Does that mean the McChicken will no longer be $1? These are all questions I have. Things to think about. I'd like to know your guys' thoughts on all of that. Give me a second. I'm going to pull up this tower cam because I have to take a quick break. But don't worry, I'll be with you guys again in just a few minutes. So the picture I'm going to show you right now is of our tower cam. This is what it looks like outside in downtown Phoenix. It's a lovely day. We will continue to be on Arias Verdict Watch, and we'll be back with you again. All right, guys. I have Ron over here. He's going to be taking the reins here and chatting with you guys some more. I just gave him a recap on all of our McDonald's chatter, so he knows what you guys are talking about in the chat box. You can get his take on McDonald's too in this whole the chicken situation. And I know he has some other stories to tell you about. But I'll be back in a couple minutes. I just have to grab a couple of things.
There you go.
Thanks.
Okay, so we actually had a McDonald's go in here near the television studio. We're right in the heart of downtown Phoenix, and I would say I'm over there. What are you pointing at?
My badge.
Your badge. Oh, okay. There goes Samia's badge. And so I am so delighted that McDonald's is doing this. I really think that this was a long time coming, and I have seen. I don't know if where you are they have Chick-fil-A's. They've come on pretty strong here in the valley. Oh, look at you with the banana situation.
I was just removing the banana peel.
Good. Okay, the banana peel's going to go.
It looks like for anyone who played Mario Kart, anyone who may be of my generation.
Yeah.
The Mario Kart weapon.
There you go. So that's happening with McDonald's, and it is, I just say, I think it's a long time coming. I have seen some stories, I wish I'd gone a little more in depth, that Chick-fil-A is really coming on in the fast food world, and that is a less expensive chicken sandwich. And gosh, it's sure. I mean, it's great tasting as well. So McDonald's has, we know that they have a kind of a new at the highest level. They've got some new management, and they are going to try to figure out what they have to do to get back, especially younger consumers, meaning in their 20s and 30s. So I think that is excellent, and I'm just trying to see. Here is El Gonzalez, who says, "Don't eat McDonald's no more." And Evie Party said, "Did she just say Mario Kart?" Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so Cheryl says, "Hi, Ron," and we love your feedback from wherever you're watching all over the world. We do not know how long this lunch break's going to last, so we're trying to do everything we can to continue to get you the latest information. They could take a quick lunch break, or they could take a lengthier lunch break. But Cheryl says, no reason to even talk about McDonald's. It's not real food. Now, Melanie says Chick-fil-A is more expensive. I get a chicken sandwich at Chick-fil-A for, I think, about $3.19. And I think the good chicken sandwich at McDonald's is, I thought it was closer to like $4.99. But anyway, you can give us your opinion on that. And Canadian Bandit says, we have chicken wraps here in Canada. They have a really nice, kind of almost fancy McDonald's in Canada. I've noticed there's one in a town called Squamish in British Columbia that has this fire, and it seems like it's always rainy or snowy there in Squamish. It's kind of up in the mountains. They have a fireplace inside the McDonald's in Squamish. It's so nice. But here's Penny, who jumps in and says, hey, wait, now hold on. Chick-fil-A treats their employees great, and the food is awesome. So Jonathan says, hi, Ron, tell Samia, got in that habit listening to Andrew. Andrew always calls her Samia, but it is Samia. Anyway, hi, Ron, tell Samia she has a great smile when she gets back from lunch. Kelly says, hey, she's still watching from Lincoln City, Oregon. You know, I'm jealous of you up there. That's one of the prettiest places in the U.S. Let's see. Here's Thelma, who says, Ron, did you get my picture? I tweeted it. No, but thank you. Thanks to all you guys for following me on Instagram. I'm up here with Samia, and Samia is, I think she's just Samia Khan on Instagram, and I'm Hooner Fox 10. So around here in Phoenix, that's what they call me, is Hooner. So come join me on Instagram, and come join me on Twitter, but I will go right now, check my Twitter feed, so we can see exactly the picture that you sent in, because I want to make sure I'm aware of what's going on. I got Lexi's picture. I think that's all I got for pictures. But we'll check the hashtag. We run our hashtags through Jeff. And so we are going to keep just kind of checking with him on the hashtags. Now, on to this other story that I wanted to get to you guys. I think you're going to find this absolutely fascinating. There is a story out today. Have you ever wondered, we all know that genetically speaking, you basically are made up of your predecessors, primarily your mom and dad, your grandmas and grandpas, that kind of thing. There is a study that came out today on whether or not you have more. Oh, by the way, Ima is saying she's from Nanaimo, British Columbia. That is it's a ferry terminal. It's where you catch the ferry that goes over to Horseshoe Bay and down into Vancouver, and Nanaimo's a beautiful town. I also think Diana Krall is from Nanaimo, she is an unbelievably great jazz singer. Okay, so get this. If I told you that they could tell you, that scientists could tell you that you get more of your genetic makeup from your mother or from your father, what would you guess? Would you guess in fact, let's do it in the chat box right now. Do you think that you have more of your mom in you genetically? Or do you think you have more of your dad in you? I'm talking about both just in terms of your features, your facial features, especially your personality, and just maybe your overall health as well. Let's take 1 minute. I'll watch in the chat box for what you have to say about that. Chantel, by the way, is saying, hi, Ron, from Barrie, Ontario, Canada. Love your show. Good, Chantel. I hope you'll stick with us. We are on Jodi Arias Watch. We may even have a final decision today, but because we're so interactive, we love hanging out with you guys every day. We start at 10 a.m. Phoenix time out here. But let me check now. Let's see what people are saying. Tux Girl says, I think I get a little more of my mom. Kyle Roberts says, I'm guessing father. Rachel says, more of mom. And Lauren Williams says, I'm scared to know. Here's Joe Foley, who says mom. Shanta Gonzalez says dad. Melanie Alizo is saying dad, definitely. Ooh, the chat box is going by so fast. This is kind of cool watching how fast you guys are going. Let's see. Now Ginger says, wait, scratch that. I think my dad. So Ella Gonzalez does this genetic test. Would it include the health of your parents? Yes, I am absolutely talking about your propensity to pick up, some, for example, maybe you've got diabetes on one side of your family, maybe on the other side you have cancer. Well, this research I'm going to tell you about right now has the medical component to it. They believe, as well as personality traits and some other things as well. So here's Penny Nutter, who says, Penny, I look exactly like my mom. Jay Deering says it's all dad. Hello from Costa Rica, says Jason Cottle. I would love to know the life of, what's the matter, Samia? Did you forget your food?
No, I have my food.
You have your food?
I brought my food because I knew it would be a busy day.
Okay. You brought your food, so you knew it would be a busy day. Samia is right off camera here.
And
what?
I feel like a lot of people who work in an office might feel similar sentiments.
Yes. You can't find it now?
No, I know where the kitchen is.
No,
I found the food.
I mean the food.
No,
it's a huge fridge. Okay.
But limited microwaves. So I'm just waiting.
Oh, great.
And I got bored out there, so I wanted to say hi.
All right, good. I thought that was fast. So Samia says there's limited microwaves. Yeah, we have a big construction project going on in our kitchen right now. It's going to be fantastic. Claire Butler says, I'm a 50-50 split. And, Lauren Williams says, Costa Rica, I'm jealous. I sort of am too. I hear about a lot of Americans that go and choose to live in Costa Rica and Panama. And I would love to know why. I heard it's a cost of living thing, but also there's great beauty there. So you guys we know we have a ton of U.S., Canadian, and U.K. viewers. For example, Eloise is watching from Liverpool in the U.K. right now. We haven't heard a lot from Australia. Maybe that's because of a time change, just the whole time change issue. But for those of you who are living in the Panamas and in the Guatemalas of the world, I'd love to hear what went into your decision making. But anyway, okay, just a couple more quick ones. Here's Bob, who says, my dad's looks, but my mom's personality. I think a lot of people could probably relate to that on an either or situation. But Ray says 100% my father. So. Okay, let me give you what this study says and see what you guys think about this. So according to this report, you might resemble your mom. You might act more like your mom. But there's a new study that came out today that reveals that mammals, hello everyone, mammals, are genetically more like their dads. So just stop and think about that for a second, and think about the personality traits, the facial features, and the medical history on your father's side of the family. It has, according to this research, a greater impact on you than what your mom has passed along to you. Newborn babies are just kind of part of this. Actually, I don't think newborns were as much as older folks, but so here's the research. It was published in Nature Genetics, and they're saying that this actually could be crucial in terms of developing answers for long-term solutions to human disease. For instance, they say in some models created for the study of genes related to disease, researchers don't even take into account whether the genetic component is the mother or the father. But if you, I'm just thinking, for example, in our family, one side has a little more cancer and the other side has a little more diabetes. That's why, I guess, probably why I brought that up specifically as an example. And so what they're saying here is this should at least be part of the discussion process between patient and doctor, but potentially long-term just in terms of how it is going to impact your planning for your health in the future. So the research shows that inheriting a mutation has different consequences in mammals depending on whether the gene is coming from the mom or from the dad. In other words, you get lots of genes from your mom, you get lots of genes from your dad, but for whatever reason, the genes themselves are stronger that come from your father's side of the family, as opposed to your mom's side of the family. Did you just burn yourself?
It got really hot. That's what happens. The microwave heard you complained about it, and now it's like, I'm going to burn you. I don't know.
Yeah.
The microwave does not have
when
a
microwaves
process.
talk
I just
back,
personified
it's the worst. Microwaves with an attitude. So we're just talking about this. I asked them to guess for a couple of minutes. Is it more mom or is it more dad that you think genetically influences you? And the funniest one was, I'm afraid to know. I'm afraid to learn.
That is a great answer.
But here's
who said that? That one's funny.
It was like 3 minutes ago. I don't remember. But here's Claire, who says, LOL, I have my mother's brain and health, a good thing, but I definitely have my father's attitude. She says maybe not such a good thing. Do you want to? You don't know? Do you know the answer? I don't think I told you the answer, right? If you were going to guess, do you get more of your genetic components from your mother or your father?
I'm going to go with dad.
Are you? Tell me why.
I'm just going off of myself.
Okay, so you have more of like his personality?
Well, I'm left-handed.
And he's
my dad's
a lefty.
left-handed.
Okay.
My dad is also a calculator in his brain.
Okay, just like you do. We know that. We've seen it on display.
So I know I get that from the weird mathematical calculations.
Yeah.
So those are my that's my logic.
Okay, all right.
But looks-wise, like I look like my mom or a mix.
Yeah. Let's see. Oh, somebody just asked, can you find out if you're going to lose your hair later in life like Dad? Well, okay. So
thanks, Patricia. That's really nice of you.
Randy says, my dad was 78 years old, but my granddad died at 104. I can see I'm losing my voice here, so just give me a second.
Yeah, you got to keep the water up here when you talk for so long.
Yeah, you definitely do.
I don't know why. I feel like I need a seatbelt in this seat. I feel like I need to strap in with the seatbelt. There's something weird about sitting here without like something.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah. Well, you can spin around there. Okay, well, the answer is your dad.
Yes. I called it.
Well, what do you pick up from your mom?
Indecisiveness. Never go to a restaurant with me.
Really?
My mom, like, I booked a non-refundable hotel for our trip to LA this weekend. We're meeting halfway.
Ooh.
It's more closer to them, obviously, but it's easier.
Yeah. Right.
And it's a non-refundable hotel. My mom's giving me like phone numbers to cancel it and book it somewhere else.
She just has commitment. Like, she just can't quite commit.
And or like, oh, maybe this or that. So indecisiveness, for sure. I've talked about it here on air. It's like my struggle.
Right.
If you watch me like post on Instagram, it's just you don't want to be there when I'm trying to post on Instagram because it'll take 15 minutes for me to choose a filter, and I'll probably consult with you. You'll give your opinion, and then I won't listen to you. This is an ongoing thing that I do.
Yeah. Well, people can think about it right now because you do get a little bit more from your dad, and it's not that you get more genetic mutations from one or from the other. That part I think is pretty fairly balanced. It's just that the genes themselves or the genetic mutations are stronger if they come from the dad. So they just have more of a chance to kind of fight through the system.
And what do you mean by genes? Do you mean like your habits, or more like the way you look, or what kind?
Well, when I first looked at this, I thought it was meaning only medically. Like you're going to have maybe the same health issues.
Right.
You're more likely to have the same health issues as your dad as opposed to your mom. But the more I read into it, it looks like it can even, they're trying to do this because it says it can help in the treatment of complex diseases like type 2 diabetes, heart disease, schizophrenia, obesity, and all the cancers. So they're saying that that's part of it there. However, the more that I had read into it, I think it actually impacts your personality as well. And so I think we can all look at the personality traits that we get from our mom and from our dad. My sense of humor definitely comes from my dad. He finds something funny in all situations. He's just always waiting with a funny line, and it's great. He's 86 years old.
Oh, we met him here on News Now.
Yes, that's right.
Why don't we have him as a guest?
Yeah, we should. We absolutely should. Actually, now, tomorrow is, I'm going to go out and do my delayed Read Across America stuff. This is Dr. Seuss, the week of Dr. Seuss's birthday. Did you know that? So I'm going to be spending some time in the classrooms tomorrow. I don't know how much time I'm going to get to spend with you. But anyway, maybe I'll have Mom and Dad come by then.
Yeah, I'll have a Ron replacement.
Yeah.
Yeah,
so... Anyway, but then I get some people are like, I can't believe you did 5.5 hours on the air, and then you do 3 more with Samia. It's like...
have you been up here?
Like
it's so fun.
It is so fun. But I think I get that sort of can-do spirit thing from my mom.
So they want you to call your dad now on air, Lexi says.
Yeah.
Jodi Arias is posting a tweet from Troy that Troy posted 3 minutes ago. I have been told that Jodi Arias spends a lot of time, quote unquote, working on her paperwork while alone in her courthouse holding sale.
Okay, now, what does that mean? What would she be writing down? What would Jodi be possibly writing? Except the one thing that a couple of you guys were asking about earlier. Is she going to write a book? Maybe she's got all kinds of notes.
What kind of paperwork is there?
Yeah. I don't know.
The house. My grandma would have a heart attack to see a broadcaster eating lunch. On that note, there wasn't much live TV back then, unless it was 6 o'clock news.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, I think we're on continuously. We're not stopping. I can't cut to commercial breaks, really. I periodically show you guys what Phoenix looks like or the courthouse looks like when I have to leave for an extended period of time to do something.
Okay.
But that's all I can do. And right now, I saw Ron here, and I could have eaten in the kitchen. I could have eaten in the common areas where I could eat.
But you're starving.
No, I could have done it now while you were talking to them, but our conversations are so fun that I wanted to come back and join in and talk to you guys and talk to Ron, because I know we have so many topics and I know that you have to leave soon.
Yes.
So I wanted to get my Ron time.
Cool, Samia. Well, anyway, I think this whole thing is fascinating. And I was also telling our folks that are working all over the world watching this. We know you watch this at work, you watch this at home, etc. So here's NX Wheeler, who he just went by and he said, okay, so I hear you talking about 8 hours on the air. Try doing 12 hours, a 12-hour shift post-op in the surgical ward. Wow, that's like...
that's intense.
That is really intense. Yeah, for sure. Okay, anyway, glad you're watching us, and I don't know how much more time you have before you either have to get to work or you're going to collapse. But we really are so grateful that you guys are watching us around the world. And Robert Field says, Ron, does this remind you of early television? Robert, get back in the box and tell me where you're from, because I am going to tell you this story. I remember as a kid when I would be homesick from school. Go ahead and eat. Go ahead.
No, I don't know which bite I want to take yet.
Okay.
I don't know if I want the piece with the vegetable or the chicken.
Yeah. I remember, though, when I was a little kid, they had a thing called dialing for dollars on TV. Tommy, did they ever have dialing for dollars when you were a kid in Chicago?
I do not remember.
You do not remember dialing for dollars?
So what is this?
They would have an afternoon movie. Coincidentally enough, now get this, Samia. I'm a little kid. I'm home from school. I'm watching TV. I'm sick. And I'm watching KXLY TV in Spokane do Dialing for Dollars, which they would put on the afternoon movie,
So
the
you- I'm
Channel 4 movie.
assuming-
And they would interrupt it every, 15, 20 minutes there in Spokane with they'd say, we're going to see if who's watching right now, if we'll call you. The question was, does this remind you of early days of television? I totally think it comes full circle. And I've thought about this. I'm so glad, Robert, that you asked this, because I'd be homesick watching and I'd be like, well, those guys it's just the two of them sitting there at a desk
telling
with
me
a
to eat
telephone. And they would get on the phone and they would start calling people. And if they answered and they said, they would ask them, hey, what TV channel are you watching right now? And then, they would win like $14, something like that. Now, here's the kicker to that story that everybody all the way up to my boss loves. I eventually ended up working for that television station. That's where I ended up anchoring in my first television job.
Wow.
Was at KXLY in Spokane. So anyway, if anybody, here we do have a Spokane viewer. I knew we would. It's Jennifer Gerber. Hello, Jennifer. I lived all the way up in 9 Mile Falls. I'm not sure what part of Spokane you are in today, but I
So
loved
people
living
out
that
there,
way.
do they get annoyed when you say Spokane?
Yes. Just like from Helena, Montana, people will occasionally call it Helena, Montana. It's St. Helena, but in Montana it's Helena. So anyway, does Spokane have a mall? We are moving close by.
Doesn't every city have a mall right now?
Yeah, but you know what's funny about it? When I was at KXLY, we used to do stories on when are they ever going to get that mall built? Well, they finally did, but it took them forever. It's out there on
Did you cover the opening?
Well, by then I was gone. It's out on the I-90 between Spokane and Coeur d'Alene.
That's great.
So on one of my trips, I had to just go see it because I thought they finally got that mall built.
By the way, I love how interactive they are to the extent that they told me I should eat the chicken, not the vegetable. So I did. I'm eating leftover Thai food. So I have some brown rice and chicken penang, but they put a lot of vegetables in this chicken penang.
Yeah.
And so there's a lot of options. So thank you guys for telling me to go for the protein. My mom would say the same thing.
Yeah. Hey, here are the Hows saying Fox should do this. They're talking about the Fox News Channel, National Fox, and give it some kind of a cash cab feel. Watch the viewer count soar. We do definitely watch that viewer count. We were saying the other day, we can remember, it was not that long ago, we'd get up here and have a great time. We had maybe 100 people watching. It's not unusual to have 1,000 people. In fact, I think right now we're actually, let me look at that number. We're extremely close to jumping back up to 1,000 right now. We think it's for about 3 reasons. A, we do talk about exactly what's going on right now. The other day we were watching CPAC and Phil Robertson popped up. He's famous because of Duck Dynasty. We're like, let's just go do that. Like here's some guy, look, getting ready to go on Fox News Channel right there in front of the Capitol. I don't even know who he is. There's another shot of the House of Representatives. Oh, no, that's the U.S. Senate down there. They must be getting ready to do some vote. So we're watching all this stuff come in. We think, the best Jodi Arias coverage.
Oh, we do.
In the world.
In the world.
We're safe to say that because we're in Phoenix, which is the heart of Jodi coverage.
And we're doing not 24-hour coverage, but all-day coverage. When the jurors are in the courtroom, we're here with you guys.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, not to brag, but we have the best Jodi Arias coverage in the world.
Yeah, I mean, maybe
At least TV coverage.
Maybe there's a station in Tucson or Flagstaff, where there are other TV that think they do as good a job of us. But I'm sorry, if you're in New Mexico or you're in Connecticut or you're even up in Canada, they're just not doing as good a job as we are, no matter what. We have 5 television stations here in Phoenix. It is just about, I think, probably next to New York and LA, the most competitive TV market in the country. It's incredible. All 5 stations are fantastic. They really all do a really good job.
But stay with us, guys.
Right.
We're not telling you to explore your options here, are we?
Yeah.
We're not. We're just giving props, but telling you to stick with us. I'm sure you already are. You guys love watching us. We love interacting with you guys, and I appreciate all the nice things that you guys say in the chat
I know.
box.
It's really
so
fun.
nice.
By the way, the trolls that are out there and the weirdos who are spewing their profanity and everything else, we try to clean them up, and we catch as many of them as we can.
Right, and if there was any on right now, it's because Jeff was off to lunch, so he wasn't able to zap them away.
Yeah.
Let's talk about some of our other trending topics, because I'm going to be talking more Jodi Arias in the afternoon. So
Okay.
let's go, because I don't get to have fun topical conversations with anyone else but you.
All right.
So what do you have, or should we bring up something I have?
Yeah, go ahead.
We already talked about the 4-day school week.
Oh, by the way, do you want to show them right now what we're looking at? This is, can we pull up the tower cam? It's such a beautiful day in Phoenix, and we had all that fog a couple of days ago. And we, by this weekend, are thinking we're going to be right around 80. We're about 70.
That's what we need.
I think we're saying about upper 60s today, 68 with a few clouds. That view, by the way, is Camelback Mountain, and then off in the distance is, those are the mountains up around Scottsdale. Those are called the McDowell Mountains, and one of these days I want to go hike the McDowells because Camelback, people come in from all over the country and hike that mountain. It doesn't look like it's huge, but that is a pretty intense, about 45-minute hike to get to the top of that mountain. And when you do, you're actually looking down on the airport, which is what you see on the fairground, on the foreground of the picture. Okay, so there's that.
I want to share my sad story.
All right.
Wait, let's see. All right.
Oh, yeah.
This is the story I want to share. I mentioned it at 9:55 for those of you who are tuning in and watching our behind-the-scenes coverage we do before we actually start.
Yeah.
This story is sad and crazy. So, you know how if you live in like a gated housing complex, they have the automatic gates that once a car drives through, you feel the sensor's there and it opens up?
Sure.
Or like when you're exiting. Because usually when you go in, someone has to type in a code, right?
Yep.
Or click the button.
Yeah.
So it's controlled by you entering. But when you're leaving, it's a sensor, so they can just feel a moving vehicle approach and then automatically opens.
Right.
So apparently there's this 8-year-old boy who was known for like playing with the gate. And he was apparently crawling through a space of the gate.
Okay.
That was about 7 inches tall and 3 feet wide, I guess.
Okay.
Or no, So he was crawling through the space, and then he was struck by the metal arm that opens the entryway to this housing complex.
Oh.
So you know how it
So it squeezed in on him.
Right.
I could see that. Yeah.
Yeah. So the
I'm
arm opens and
visualizing
closes
that,
and
yeah.
moves back and forth, and he was playing in it, and he was crushed after another kid on a bike approached the gate Tuesday afternoon. Like maybe he was driving towards the gate just to say hi or something.
Wow.
But then that gate opened up, triggering the motion sensor, and it was really sad. So now a teenager who saw the bar hit the boy called 911. This all happened yesterday, and it's just so sad.
Says he was trying to crawl through the arm of the gate but couldn't get out in time, and the arm just crushed him. I can totally see how that would happen, and you got to believe those parents are saying to themselves, we probably told him 100 times,
don't go over there. Yeah. Right, that's the police spokesman woman said that reportedly this young child frequently crawls through the space in the gate. Yeah. He was trying to crawl through the arm of the gate, but he couldn't get out in time, and the arm of the gate crushed him.
Yeah.
It is so sad.
That's just unbelievable. That was in Las Vegas, huh?
Yeah.
Does it say the name?
And they have
of
so many housing communities in Vegas.
Okay, this is...
It's a similar climate to Phoenix in the sense that it's a sprawling area because there's so much space. So during the whole housing boom, lots of homes were built.
And lots of gated neighborhoods.
Yeah, it's a lot of newer properties.
Not just that, but honestly, the level of crime has gone up dramatically, and sometimes people feel a little bit safer in a gated
gate
neighborhood.
around them.
But that is just a...
That was the story when I was like, I had a few minutes to just look through stories. I was like, that was the one. But there's so many other stories and trending topics that I pulled that I'm like, I don't even know. Do you know Chris Brown's a dad?
No, I didn't.
Yeah, apparently he has a 9-month-old child. It all came out on TMZ.
And who's the mama?
Let's see what TMZ says. Baby's mother is a 31-year-old former model named Mia, who we're told Chris had known for several years. They're on good terms, but they're not together romantically, whatever. Yeah. So I only bring this up because you know how I check trending topics every morning to see what's trending on Twitter. So nationally, one of the terms trending was Chris Brown because of this reason, and then Karrueche, which is in reference to his like on again, off again girlfriend.
Okay.
So they're saying she must be so upset. What's going on? It's like. Right. This is the guy that you're involved with, and he now has a child from another girl.
So there's going to be
baby mama drama.
Oh, like big time, right?
So that was trending. Shania Twain is trending because she announced a tour. Did you hear about this?
Well, I saw her somewhere on television the last couple of days. I thought, really? That's still going on?
Look, right there. There she is right now on one of those TV screens.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Well, good for her making a big comeback.
Yeah, I loved her in the 90s. Oh,
Yeah.
my God. Shania
Yeah.
Twain was amazing.
That don't impress me much.
All of her
Right.
songs, though. You know, sometimes people can have a country song and it can cross over.
Sure.
Like one track, maybe.
Right.
I swear she had like 5 crossover tracks that were so mainstream.
Yeah, well, look at how Taylor Swift has totally ridden that way.
Well, Taylor Swift consciously
Yeah, she
decided to
moved.
make a pop album, though, this time.
Right.
And said that. I don't even know if she'll ever make a country album.
You know what's interesting is I remember, was it 3 years ago now, when she had a song, and back then we still thought of her as a country artist, and she had a song that came out, and I thought, I don't hear any country in that song. I wonder if she's going to start kind of moving in the pop direction. And it was that song, you'll remember this from, I think, 2 or 3 years ago, called We Are Never, Ever, Ever Getting Back Together.
Oh, it's a Taylor Swift song.
Yeah, but it really wasn't a country song. But back then, she hadn't just said, look, I'm just a pop star. I'm just a
Right.
pop artist, so...
Yeah, I think that album right before this one was her transitional album. She had
Right.
still a couple country tracks, but then, you know, she wanted to appeal to the mainstream audience.
Hey, can we
guys,
check-
look at Troy's Twitter.
Yeah, let's check Troy's
Alexander
Twitter
family
feed
is
real
walking
quick.
into hearing room. Something is happening.
Okay. So we can actually pull up his Twitter feed, can't we?
We can. Yep. Again, we have not heard here in the newsroom that a verdict is being announced right this second.
Right,
So maybe something's happening, but it's not the thing you guys are waiting for.
Yeah, let's see what Troy's tweeting, and that'll... Between Troy and Steve, we also have Andrew down at the courthouse, too, so let's just
Yeah,
see
it would be
what
cool to check
Troy-
in with Andrew again,
Yeah, it would.
actually. Who knows?
All right, Troy, what are you tweeting? Here we go. Alexander family is walking into hearing room. Something is happening. When did... Okay, he just sent that a minute ago. All right, so something is happening. And you're going to be able to call up these other tweets that he just posted
Yeah, I'll
too,
pull
I
them
think,
up in
right?
a second.
Yeah, because there's some other things he's been saying. This is interesting. All right, so that was the
Alright.
tweet that attracted our attention, and he's got some other interesting tweets that we can share with you all just in the last couple of minutes. And we made a conscious decision to really focus on what Troy and Steve are saying because they're there.
Right, and we can confirm that they wouldn't tweet something that wasn't true, whereas other people might be saying stuff or speculating, and that's why we don't report it, even though you guys might see it
Right.
on Twitter. We can only really rely on our reporters that are out there. So we have Juan Martinez is not here yet. Alexander family is walking into the hearing room. Defense team standing at the courtroom door. Jodi's mom walked in. So that's what we have from Troy. And this is what Steve has to say. So the Alexander family walking into the side entrance. Defense attorneys now outside locked courtroom. Just saw 8 jurors go back into the jury deliberation room.
Hey, some people are saying they're losing our feed, and then others are saying refresh the window or refresh the feed.
Okay, there we go. Okay, cool. We cannot lose the feed again. It was yesterday in the afternoon where we lost it, and it was like we were so in and out the whole time. I'm so impressed with everyone who's just stayed with us, though, and I really want to thank you guys for staying with us even when our feed went out yesterday afternoon.
Yeah. Okay, so we hope you're back. We can see in the chat box that people are saying, "Hold on, just hit the live button once again, or hit the refresh." Of course, that's not much good to you if you're not getting us. And here's Jay who says, "I leave for just a second, and we have a black screen. What happened?" You guys can tell us if you are hearing us. Well, we hope you're hearing us, if not seeing us. But a lot of people are saying, if you refresh, it'll bring back the video.
So we will continue to be on Twitter Watch. Obviously, while we're reading your chat and talking to each other, we can't catch all the tweets. So thanks for copying and pasting Troy's tweets in the chat as soon as you get them. That's very helpful. Alfredo does it a lot.
Right.
He's really good about that.
Yes.
So let me see my list. Trending topics. Shania Twain, and then Boston Athletic Association and Tom Grilk were trending this morning. Now, this has to do with the Boston bombing trial that started. So they called their first witness to the stand. That was Tom Grilk, who's the head of the Boston Athletic Association. He's the first witness called in the...
Yeah, I think we reported that it was going to run about 4 months. And my instant reaction when that's what we were reporting on our morning show this morning was, let's see how close they are to their prediction. Because remember here, we were told this thing was going to be over by the end of the year. I think they said originally early December, and then they said maybe by the end of the year. And here we are now in early March. Okay, so here's Kelly Davenport. Kelly, one of our most loyal viewers. We love hanging out with you. Kelly says, I can see and hear you fine.
So we have a question. A lot of people have asked if Arias could get a free degree in prison. Maybe Ron knows. This is a message from our dear overseer.
Well, the impression I have that it is if she ends up on death row, she has such limited contact with anybody. I don't even know if she would have access to the prison library. You know, most prisons are going to have a library. Okay, it looks like we're getting our feedback here. But I do believe, because she would be allowed to shop in the prison store if she gets anything other than death. If she gets life with 25-year parole, or if she gets just natural life, we've been stating that she can go to the prison store, so that would open up, I presume, the ability to go to the library as well and, begin the process of trying to educate herself. It's so interesting. This is really quite a debate because in Arizona we call it the Department of Corrections. And, in a case like this, you're dealing with somebody who most likely is never going to see a free day again, is going to die an old woman in jail. But I think that when you have nothing else, I think that desire to try to still do something with your life, I think that sits there for most people. And so I do think that whatever the state can do to encourage more people to... We just had a story about a week ago about a woman who got her high school diploma after serving time. Because it was something that she had never done during her high school years. And so there are plenty of people out there who want to especially support people who are going to be getting out of prison in 5 years or 10 years.
Right. Well, Jodi, it's like, what are you going to do with that degree? Right. By the way, a lot of you, like 5 or 6 of you at least, have already copied and pasted Troy's latest tweet. So Juan Martinez is here now. That was 3 minutes ago. And a few seconds ago, some real anxiety, anticipation right now in the courthouse. Attorneys, families, media, life or death. Questions don't get bigger.
That's what Troy just put.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So everybody's assembled in the courtroom, and we're glad you're watching us because we are standing by to, in fact, hear if there is a decision.
Well, now that we're on this Arias watch, there's a story that I have in my folder that I think is really interesting. It's actually about the home that Travis was killed in. Let me see the full details. Exactly. It is sound from the neighbor. Like, it's an interview with the neighbors back from March 2013 about the house that was up for sale and the house that Travis lived in.
It's a story?
Yeah, it's a story from 2 years ago that we did.
Oh, that'll be fast.
So I want to play that while we're on, while we continue to be on Arias Verdict Watch. I think I'm going to put up the sign, Arias Verdict Watch. There we go.
Okay.
Give me a couple seconds.
Okay.
I have to find it.
By the way, did you ever find the story about the dad who built the luge in his backyard? The luge setup, it's incredible.
Oh, I found the story.
Okay.
Well, now I have to resize it.
Yeah, this is a home out in a new area, a lot of new homes, younger families in East Mesa. Coincidentally,
That's where you live. Well, not in East Mesa, but you live in Mesa.
And coincidentally, it's out there actually really close to where the new $2 billion Apple facility is. So you ready to go?
I think I am.
Okay, here it is.
Attracting big crowds lately.
There is a lot of traffic around here. All the people come up and start filming and coming over to see where the house is.
It's the home where Travis Alexander was murdered by his lover, Jodi Arias, her face now a regular on national television.
You leave, right?
Yes. I feel bad for our neighbors because, it's like they practically have to kind of hide, from people coming around to their house.
According to property records, another family bought the 3,500 square foot house in 2009, the year after Travis was killed there.
I know they got a great deal on it because of the situation.
They didn't know up until closing date, probably 2 weeks before closing, and then they were told. They thought someone had just come in and vandalized the house.
Neighbor Linda Bradley went inside the home back when it was on the market.
It just looked like, your typical home, but, there was carpet was cut up and, that all that stuff was removed, and there was the section of the wall that was actually cut out of the wall. Other than that, except for the fingerprint dust, everything else was just normal-ish.
She says it's hard to explain to all the children in this neighborhood why this home has become such a spectacle.
How do you explain, or do you explain it to them?
We just tell them they're interested in the house. And my granddaughters, they just think that a bad woman was in the house.
All right, we are back. Let's see, you guys are tweeting even more tweets or sharing more tweets from Troy. So thanks for those updates. It apparently was too loud for you guys. Sorry about that, but hopefully that story was interesting, and maybe you guys had never seen, interior pictures of the home or anything. But I'm with you. It's like, Mary Mouse is saying I could never live in the house. I mean, whether you're attached to or emotionally invested in a trial or a crime like Travis Alexander's death or not, I mean, once you find out that something like that has happened in your home, would you live in that home? What if you, even if you got a great deal, or would you feel haunted knowing that someone was brutally killed there? I mean, whether it's, I want to know your take. What do you guys think on just living in a home where such a serious crime has been committed? Where did Robin go? Good joke, George. Ron actually just stepped out. He had to take care of something quick. He'll be back in about a minute or 2 minutes, 3 minutes. We've been just going in and out now because we are on continuous Jodi Arias watch, so we don't want to leave you entirely hanging. We want one of us here up at all times. Sometimes, we'll show you, a live picture of the courtroom while both of us, go on break. But right now we're just covering everyone's tracks. Let's see what you guys are saying. People could make money for a tour in that house. That's actually a good point, Arizona Smiler. It could be possible. So I just played that video, and I asked people, could you ever live in a house where a murder was committed? And everyone's like, no way, no way. I mean, I wouldn't buy it. And then someone made a good point. Like, the owners could possibly profit off of it if they gave a tour of the house that Jodi Arias committed her crime in.
That's true.
That's actually a way of thinking.
Yeah,
I don't know. Some people say they wouldn't even be able to live in that street.
Yeah, I know.
It's a law in California that the buyer must be told that a murder took place.
There have been some adjustments to our laws in Arizona too. I don't know if we have that part included, but the disclosures that you have to do now are pretty incredible. I mean, it's multiple pages, but I actually don't think that's part of it.
But we know that the owners got a good deal on the home. But even then, I was saying, it doesn't matter how good of a deal you got. You know what happened. You can Google, even if you weren't involved, you didn't follow the coverage. Google it. You see some of it, and then you're just like,
I know.
Don't you feel like it's kind of creepy?
I know.
And disturbed? I don't know.
Yeah, well, it's sort of like over in L.A. They said for a long time after the O.J. case, that people would drive by the Brentwood condos where that happened.
Oh, I believe that. I
You
would.
know?
I mean, I lived in LA. I mean, I haven't done it, but when I first moved to LA and heard the word Brentwood was only associated in my mind with O.J. Simpson. I had never heard of Brentwood prior to moving.
Right.
Well, until O.J. and then moving out to Los Angeles. So a lot of people just chiming in on this. Some people are like, I can't believe the house is still standing, and you know, some people wouldn't even live there if they were paid to live there.
Right. Yeah. Well, I think a lot of people feel that way.
All right, let's see what else Troy is tweeting. We have no new tweets from Troy. Last one was Esteban Flores just arrived, and 6 minutes ago they were still locked out of the courtroom.
Still locked out of the courtroom?
Yeah, so nothing new so far, either from Steve or Troy. What is this? Why are the jury crying? I just saw. I don't know. You know, there's different people tweeting different things. Now we're hearing reports that the family has a civil attorney with them. I don't know if that's true. I'm just kind of glancing at some of the things you guys are copying and pasting.
I think this is why it's good that we decided we're basically just going to follow.
We're going to rely.
Troy and
we're going to
Steve.
tell you factually what Troy and Steve are saying.
Yeah.
We may let you know that whatever you're copying and pasting is speculation, but thank you. And then Kelly Davenport is telling us other news that a pedestrian was hit by a car near Scottsdale intersection, which normally, if we weren't on Jodi Arias watch, we'd be covering that right away here.
Yes, sure. Absolutely.
I didn't even know about that story. Thanks, Kelly, because I've been in this corner. I don't even know what everyone else is working on here.
Yeah, well, here's Shern who says, get to the courtroom, but in fact,
we have
can't
3
do
people
that,
there.
so.
Well, we have 3 people in the courtroom.
Okay.
We have 3 people at the courthouse. 3 on-air people.
Yeah.
We have Troy and Steve both inside the courthouse, and we have Andrew Hasbun outside the courthouse. So we have our bases covered.
Okay.
We have. They're saying Monica is on headline news right now.
Okay.
By the way.
Yeah.
After her exclusive hour with us.
Well, we don't want people to go over there.
I know. No. Sorry. Just kidding. It doesn't matter. Why go there when she's going to be there for 2 minutes when we just had an hour with her?
Yeah, that's the thing. In fact, we're going to go to Andrew in a second. He's going to be probably right next to her. So let's see. We are. We're just trying to figure out what's going on. Do we have the feed from outside the courthouse?
No, not yet. I'm looking for it. It's possible, but since we're on the topic of could you live in that house or not?
Yeah.
There's a story that we actually did a while back. Did someone die in your house? Valley woman discovers tragic history in her new condo.
Ooh.
So it's not about this story per se, but it's kind of a sidebar on what we're talking about. So I'm going to pull this up. No, this is a story that was done a few months ago.
Okay.
Back in September.
It's pretty. I mean,
do you
just
remember
put yourself.
seeing this story?
I do not. But put yourself in this person's position, or any person who finds out. This seems like this is something that's got to be. If you have to disclose, everything, that seems like that would be one more to add to the list.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, guys, we're going to play this story for you guys now. Don't worry, if something happens in the next 3.5 minutes, we will break in, we'll stop the story, we'll tell you as soon as we get new info, okay? Right. So for now, we will be watching this story about how a woman found out about the tragic history of her condo.
100-square-foot house in 2009, the year after Travis...
Oops. We want to get it to you right from the start.
I know. All right.
There they
are.
are.
At home and you're asking questions. This is one that usually doesn't come up when you're trying to find your dream home. Has anyone died in this house? And if so, how did they die?
Don't think of asking kind of creepy questions like that. They're the ones that a young Valley woman now wishes she would have asked. Fox 10's Linda Williams tells us why.
Jennifer Marie's American dream shattered by a nightmare.
It's my first home. It was devastating.
2 weeks after moving into the Phoenix condo she had bought with her 2 daughters, a neighbor stopped her.
And she said, "Do you know the history behind your house?" And I said, "Oh, please don't tell me somebody died in my house," joking. And she's like, actually, yeah. And she goes, "It's worse than that."
Guzzo shot and killed the 4 members of the Moore family and their dog.
Michael Guzzo, a distraught and mentally imbalanced man, went next door to his neighbors on the morning of Saturday, October 26, 2013. He was enraged by his neighbors' barking dogs. No one can explain what happened next.
Police say the gunman came out of his front door, then went back through the neighbors through their front door, where he shot the mother and her 17-year-old son.
Mike had worth. He never felt he had worth. He had worth. He was a good person that did a very bad thing.
Guzzo shot and killed the 4 members of the Moore family and their 2 dogs. The 56-year-old then went back to his own condo and fatally shot himself. 7 months later, Jennifer Marie bought Guzzo's condo without knowing its dark past.
I just broke down crying, and I thought if only I'd known, I would never would have purchased this home, never.
The horrific crime disturbed her so much, she immediately moved to her mother's house in the East Valley. Her realtor didn't know about the grisly crime, and as a buyer, Jennifer says an attorney told her she has no recourse.
There's not much you can do. The law in Arizona is there's no requirement to disclose this sort of information. It's you as a buyer who has to be more savvy.
But how do you get savvy about your home? The developer of this website, diedinhouse.com, says that's his goal.
Did we find out someone died in the house, yes or no? If yes, here's the information.
Roy Condrey, also a real estate investor, launched the Died in House website in 2013. They've sold 20,000 records to people who wanted to know if someone has died in their house or in a house they were considering buying.
You know, they call it stigmatized properties or psychologically impacted properties in the real estate community.
The cost for one address search, $11.99. Without Condrey's knowledge, we put Jennifer Marie's Phoenix address in, paid the $11.99 fee, and waited. Less than a few minutes later, this report was emailed to us. It details the shootings last October and gives the names of the family next door killed by Michael Guzzo, as well as Guzzo's information. That's information Jennifer didn't have before she bought Guzzo's condo. Now that she does have that information, Jennifer Marie says after a lot of thought, she has decided to stay and raise her 2 daughters here.
I'm hoping to bring good energy and good vibes into this place with me and my girls and make it a happy home for us.
Hoping those happy memories will chase away and replace the dark ones. Linda Williams, Fox 10 News.
Whoa.
Well, that's a good attitude at the end, hoping the good memories will replace the dark ones.
That is crazy, though.
It is ridiculous.
Oh, my gosh. And I don't know, I mean, do you think to Google the address or look it up? And first of all, the guy who launched the website dedicated to who, like, died in... Okay. So we are going to be able to talk with Andrew now in just a minute. Okay. I need to figure out what source that is that he's coming in on. I was told truck 12, which to me...
Yeah. Hey, Mike. So what router is that?
I'm just going to take some guesses.
We're going to talk to Andrew because he's down in front of the courthouse right now, as a matter of fact. And people are assembling, but as far as we know...
Is that Andrew? No, that's not Andrew.
Okay, he'll be on remote one.
Okay, so I have remote one up. Okay, guys, we are waiting to hear from Andrew Hasbun. He will be back with us in just a few minutes. So if you guys have any updates or questions, I don't think he's with Monica right now. So
I have a question since we're just in the chat box. Particularly since we know we've got this worldwide audience. Do you? Are there a lot of people in whatever city or town you're in that you, even though they're not with us here in the chat box, or maybe they're not watching news now, that are really into this case? Or do you feel like you have a much greater degree of interest in it than, say, your friends, acquaintances, co-workers? I'm just trying to gauge, how people are feeling outside the Phoenix metro area, because there's such a high level of interest, and we believe there is really around the world. But what do your friends say? What do your coworkers say? Do they care about it as much as you do? I think that would be pretty interesting to get people's take on.
Someone asked if in the house I just moved out of, my grandmother died with hospice. Truth Hurts is saying. Do I report that to someone?
See, somebody
I
else
think when
said,
it's in hospice, it's already like known,
right,
and it's like it's documented from like a health perspective.
And
And I don't think people aren't weirded out by someone like
Correct.
dying in their sleep.
No.
That's very common.
And a
I
lot
think
of
it's more like gruesome murder.
oh, absolutely. And a lot of people prefer to die at home, and with hospice, you
Right.
can do that. So, like somebody else said, it's way different if it's a murder. So,
Right. When you know that there was blood on this, I don't know. It's just the whole visual.
Yes, right.
I mean, I wonder if in that home, like, the bathroom, does that even exist in the Travis Alexander home? Well, I know they were
like
saying
the
that parts were
remodel?
like knocked down and
Yeah.
stuff. I don't know exactly.
That would be nice to think they did a complete remodel. Now, here is, a guy just said, who was that? Can you go back just a little ways? He said, I personally don't know anybody else here in the UK that's interested.
Interested in what? Jodi
In
Arias?
the Jodi Arias
No,
case.
but that's Luby 2123. But then we also have Lexi. There's a couple of UK viewers that we have.
Yeah, there definitely are.
So there's at least one. Oh, and there's Sarah George in England.
Okay.
Friend has been following since day one. Wow.
I'm in Nashville. Ooh, that one went by. Somebody, they're coming by so fast now. People I know they all say put her to death.
Guess what?
What's that?
While we wait for Andrew, we should check in with all the people that have posted selfies, Fox 10 Phoenix News Now viewer selfies, because since we last checked, we have at least 14, 15 new ones.
Good. Oh, and by the way, somebody just wrote in from France. This is the first time we've heard of a viewer in France saying it's not being talked about in France, but they learned about it when they were over here in this country with some friends in LA. And so ever since then they've been following it.
All right, so I'm going to pull up some of your selfies while we wait. If you guys want to submit your selfie, you want to put a face to the name. That's what we're trying to do here, because we see so many of your names go through this chat box, and it would be cool to actually see you guys.
Yeah.
So that is what we're doing here. So this one is Ginger Red Loves Zombies, waiting on a verdict here in Cali. Let's see. DP, Daniel Post with his granddaughter in AZ. Hi, Daniel.
Hi,
Good to have
buddy.
a face to the name.
Love those Halloween pics.
Who's this? Ellen Deese. Love your coverage of the JA trial. Thanks, Ellen.
Thanks, Ellen.
We have Rachel. A different Rachel.
But she's in Casa Grande.
Yeah, she's local too. Thanks for watching. We have Tractor Nuts. Fox 10 Phoenix selfies. We don't know where you are, but cool photo.
Absolutely.
And these ones,
We got a lot of the ones that we were seeing before.
I don't think we saw this one earlier. Spokane, Jennifer.
Excellent. Jennifer. Yeah, she's the one who was, she was amazed that I was working at KXLY.
Right.
That goes back to when the Mount St. Helens volcano blew. You want to feel like you're living in a Twilight Zone episode? Live somewhere where a volcano explodes and you're living under 3 inches of volcanic ash.
Cool. So I think we will go back to selfies in a little bit when we have some downtime. But I believe Andrew Hasbun is now ready and available to chat with us. Andrew.
Can you guys hear me okay? We are here and ready.
Yep. We are here listening to you. You are live on News Now.
What are you hearing, Andrew?
So, as is typically the case that has been with this trial, what we're hearing is basically through social media, and I'll read you some of Troy Hayden's recent tweets. This is all within the past 20 minutes. Juan Martinez is up in the courtroom. The Alexander family is walking in. There's some real anxiety, anticipation now in the courthouse. Attorneys and the family are all present. The media is locked out of the courtroom, and so is Jodi Arias' family. This is all according to Troy. Alexander's family is in a holding room, and the defense attorneys are inside the courtroom. Esteban Flores, that's the homicide detective from Mesa PD who investigated this case, he just arrived. However, the media is still locked out, and Troy says there's a good-sized crowd of reporters and spectators waiting to get inside. I will say that it's a little strange to have everyone up there waiting right now. Typically, whenever something's going to happen, they try to get all the players there nearby so that everyone can be there and ready to go should some kind of a decision come down. But as we saw in other days here, the families have been in and out all day, and just because they're gathering up there doesn't always necessarily mean that something's going to happen. However, given the time that this has taken and the judge's sort of order to the jury to kind of figure it out yesterday, this is a good reason to kind of stay tuned right now because we don't know what's going to happen next. We know that the jury took a brief lunch break, almost more of a break rather than a lunch break. They were in and out of the building maybe 30 minutes, and then they were back up there. Not sure what is happening at the moment, but they didn't take a full hour and a half lunch like they normally do here at the courthouse. Another trial watcher just tweeted, lawyers and family went into the court, but we are locked out, we being the media and spectators. So really, this is kind of just going to have to stick around and see what happens here.
Andrew, that's pretty interesting because when you were on with us a little bit earlier, let's see, that would have been just before your live report prior to the noon broadcast. So about an hour and a half ago, you had confirmed that they were taking their lunch break. I think we all thought it was going to be a potentially hour and a half type lunch break, but you're saying they were back into the courthouse within, what, 20, 30 minutes?
That's what it appears, yeah. It was about maybe 30 minutes to 45 minutes max, and then they were back in. People saw them leaving to go on a lunch break, and then some spectators up there saw them coming back in not long after. So that's a pretty short lunch break for this jury. Normally they're out at lunch for about an hour and a half. The court pretty much shuts down for an hour and a half, but today, obviously, they're back early. Not really sure how to read all this. We can always assume that something's going to happen, but I just got to caution everyone. A lot of times people show up thinking that something may be close, and it turns out that, they just have a question or, there's really no reason to be rushing anywhere. So you just never know. The only people who know what's going on right now is that jury.
Right. And they, that is really interesting that they took a very short break and came right back. So... Yeah,
they've had. Keep in mind, they've had. They've been deliberating since 9:30 this morning, and if there were some holdouts to whatever the possible, verdict would be, by now, if you've had a couple hours to kind of sway their opinion here, they haven't been swayed by now. The chances of that happening are pretty slim, I think.
Right.
So they could be at a point now where they say, okay, let's break for lunch. Let's think about it. If you just cannot change your mind after you come back from lunch, let's just end this.
Right.
So that certainly is possible.
Because we have, the trial, it goes till Thursday. So if we don't get it today, we don't get it tomorrow, they would have to take it into next week. And I can't imagine them wanting it on their mind for another weekend.
I can't imagine it either, but, things have surprised us all in this case. Nobody thought it would take this long, to be honest. But here we are, 5 days into it, almost 20 hours of deliberations, and still no answer. I can only imagine what it's like for the families on both sides. Jodi Arias' mom and Travis Alexander's family, they're up there in the courthouse, just waiting for all this to happen. It's nerve-wracking for us as spectators. Imagine what it's like for them. When their child's life is on the line, or their deceased son or brother they're having to go through all this. Unreal.
Yeah. Now, we should point out, we have not been told specifically by the court that there's any type of verdict.
Right.
Basically,
no.
we're seeing everybody assemble in the courtroom. That's what we're working off of, right?
That's exactly right. And rarely does the court will make an announcement when something is going to happen. Rarely will they say, be prepared for something to happen. You know what I mean? They don't warn you of a potential announcement. They just make the announcement and that's it. So, what we may hear from the court is the jury hasn't reached anything, the jury's reached a decision. They rarely respond to speculation or kind of this waiting game. They just put it out that, whatever decision will be read at X time. They don't just kind of take part in sort of the horse race of it all. But, you can read into it a little bit when you start seeing the family members showing up, that something may be coming down. But you just never know. I was here the other day waiting, and all the family was here up until almost 5 o'clock in the afternoon, waiting, only to be told that the jury is going to go home for the day to come back tomorrow. We saw, when I was here, they brought in clothes for Jodi Arias from the dry cleaner. So that, of course, set everybody abuzz, assuming, because we know she's going to be wearing civilian clothes whenever something comes down. So people just assume that, well, if they're bringing her clothes, something may be coming very soon. That's a logical assumption.
Right.
It turns out that was 3 days ago, and here we are now.
Yeah, exactly. And
so you just never know.
Right. But you make a really good point, Andrew, that if somebody's mind is made up, even if the judge gave you the instructions and you go back and you do, again, we don't know. If the jury is saying that they're deadlocked to the judge yesterday, we just don't know if that's a 6-6 or an 11-1.
Right.
If it's 11-1, there's a chance to maybe convince that one to hold out. But if it's not 11-1,
Right,
I
then
don't
stop
see.
today.
You know, I'm assuming that the reason for this delay is because there may be a couple that do not want death. That's just my assumption. I have a hard time believing that, you know, there may be 2 people who want death and the rest of them all want life. That would be, you know, from an outsider's perspective, it would be easier to convince someone to go with life rather than to go with death. So you have to convince those people to change their mind. That's a tough job. That is hard. I don't know how you would convince someone, you know, to go from thinking that someone should spend the rest of their life in prison to going from death. That being said, if that is what they're trying to do, I can imagine that taking a long time. That's not a decision you come to quickly. So if there are, say, 10 jurors who want death and 2 that want life, and those 2 are kind of on the fence a little bit, to convince them to change their mind takes time, I would think. It certainly wouldn't be an easy argument to make. So that could be kind of an explanation as to why we are where we are now, waiting all this time for it.
And you've got Kirk Nurmi, who played that role to the hilt because he specifically basically tried to almost play the guilt card, if you want to call it that.
You want to kill this girl.
He appealed at the most emotional level that he possibly could.
He sure did.
Using
he
the word
absolutely
girl.
did.
Not even woman.
I'm sorry, say that again?
Well, I mean, specifically using the word girl, not even woman, to imply that Jodi was almost came from a childish mentality when the crime was committed. You know, like she didn't know any better.
No doubt, Kirk Nurmi, I mean, as we mentioned a little earlier, you know, when you're talking about finding someone to be a defense attorney in a death penalty case, you're not going to go with the cheapest, most inexperienced attorney you can find. You go with someone who has experience, who knows what they're doing, and has tried cases like this in the past. You don't just pick somebody out of a hat. There's thought involved in who represents Jodi Arias, because if for some reason there's an appeal in the future, you don't want Jodi Arias to be able to claim that she had a bad attorney who didn't have experience and she didn't get good representation. So Kirk Nurmi knows what he's doing. And that's the card he's played, to portray her as the victim the entire time. This innocent, sort of, you know, nice girl who was in a bad situation. So, you know, that's the picture he's been trying to paint since this has gotten started. And, you know,
right.
That's what a good attorney does.
And here we are now. We're approaching 1:30 Phoenix time, and gosh, it was a couple of hours ago now. It was about 11:30 when we first started chatting with you and Monica Lindstrom. And so for people who didn't catch what she said 2 hours ago, go ahead, Andrew, and just kind of walk us through what her thoughts were in terms of if this in fact does come back as a hung jury, or it's the decision to go ahead and give her life, in terms of how much longer. A lot of people think maybe the sentence would come down that very same day. Monica didn't think so.
That is highly unlikely. Of course, anything's possible. The judge can make whatever decision she wants. But let's just say that the verdict is not death and it is a hung jury. Then the judge would have to decide between life in prison or life in prison with the possibility of parole after 25 years. That's the judge's decision. Typically in a sentencing, you know, victims and the convicted person gets to talk to the judge to try to convince them to go with one sentence or the other. You want to make sure, from a judge's perspective, you want to make sure that everybody who wants to speak gets the chance to speak. And so by rushing it, you may not be able to have, say, family members of Jodi Arias be able to speak in her defense, or family members of Travis Alexander who are out of town not able to be here. You know, imagine, let's just say theoretically that Travis Alexander's sister was out of town today and couldn't be able to address the judge. That's not something that the court wants to happen. They want to make sure everyone gets the opportunity to say what they feel to the judge as she's figuring out what kind of a sentence to hand down. So by delaying it, say a couple days or even a couple weeks, you give all the parties involved plenty of time to prepare and get all their ducks in a row before any kind of decision is made or anyone gets the chance to address the judge. So could it happen right after? Could she hand down a sentence quickly? Absolutely. But that's highly unlikely.
Absolutely. Yeah. Well, and it makes sense. I mean, think about, we just see the J4T, the hashtag J4T, all over the place in social media.
In our chat window especially.
People want that justice for Travis, and yet this case feels to all of us, Andrew, that it's just drug on so long from 2008 to here we are now in 2015. It's not going to matter very much if it takes another 3 or 4 weeks before we have the final chapter.
That's very
written.
true. Compared to how long this trial has taken, another week or two is nothing. And to paint a little picture of what it's like up there, outside the courtroom, one of the trial watchers up there just tweeted, "We're still pressed against the courtroom doors on the outside." So that gives you an idea of what it's like up there. Families are in the courtroom, and and the press and spectators are all outside, so everyone's sitting up there trying to listen in. Good luck with that. I know for a fact there are 2 sets of doors in the courthouse, so listening through them is not going to help you at all.
There is that little kind of lobby area, the anteroom that you go through.
Right.
Exactly. There's a main entrance, and then there's a little sort of I wouldn't call it a lobby, but there's just kind of a little walkway with 2 offices on each side. Yeah. Then you enter the main courtroom. So if any sound comes out of there, I'd be really surprised.
Well, there is that old technique. Supposedly you put the glass up to the door. At least that's the way they used to do it in like the old sitcoms.
On TV, yeah.
They can test it out.
Right.
Wouldn't be surprised if someone's trying that.
Okay.
Let's see. Well, I don't think we have any new tweets from Steve or Troy, it looks like.
No, I haven't heard from Troy in a little bit here. Check with Steve Kraft as well.
Nothing
and see how he's doing up there. Just Steve last said that Juan Martinez has arrived.
Right, that was 35 minutes ago.
Yeah.
So we just don't know. Something's going on in there.
We just don't know, yeah.
Don't know.
Right, and by the way, a lot of
just
people
don't know.
in the chat room who are saying that another channel is showing live pictures from the courtroom, they are not showing live pictures from the courtroom. We have not been told that any media has been allowed to go inside. They are just replaying old stuff.
I'm afraid that's confusing.
Yes.
Yeah, and a lot of people are confused. They're like, oh, well, they're playing. Like, no, guys.
Should anyone show live video of the courtroom? Well, A, I don't think it's technically possible to do that right now. And B, they would get in some serious trouble.
Right.
Yeah. Some very serious trouble. Okay. Yeah, we know what the rules are here. So.
And we'll be we'll get that same live coverage, guys. We promise you, as soon as we are allowed inside, as soon as any media is allowed inside, you will have it here on News Now. So don't worry. Don't go anywhere else, is what I'm saying.
Right. Even if they're trying to make it look like they've got somebody in there, nobody's in there. No TV cameras turned on.
Yeah, where we are now is about the closest you're going to get to that courtroom with the camera.
Yeah.
You can trust me on that.
Okay.
All right. Do you see more people? Has anyone else, earlier today we asked if any supporters for Jodi or supporters for Travis had gathered outside the courtroom. Has anything been building since we last talked to you?
Not really. It's kind of, as you can see behind me, that we'll just zoom in and you can kind of see, you can see sort of the media setting up outside just in case something happens. And then other than that, there really aren't a lot of people hanging out outside the courthouse. When the first verdict came down, when she was initially found guilty, there was a huge crowd out here. A couple hundred people, if not well over 1,000 people.
Yeah.
And now that's just not the case today. And I think a lot of that is because, they have an overflow room in the courthouse. Spectators can watch in there. Spectators are allowed in the courtroom. A very limited amount are allowed in the courtroom. So you just don't have the same amount of people coming down here just to be part of it and hanging out outside because you can go in and watch it. So I haven't been inside to see how packed the overflow room is. But on the days that I have been in there, it hasn't been too crowded either. Without the TV cameras inside the courtroom, interest, sort of that constant interest, has sort of changed a bit. And now it's more focused on social media because you're allowed to live tweet and post things on social media about the trial. You cannot carry the images live.
And do you also...
So it's just a very different feel to the trial. And I think a lot more people maybe tuned in regularly to the live coverage of the trial, the television coverage, and now if you really, really, really want to follow it, you can get all your information right here on social media and what we're doing right now.
I know you can also, I think, factor in the fact that the first time around, That was guilty versus not guilty.
All right, 37 seconds ago.
You know, that was a big.
One of the trial people up there just tweeted 37 seconds ago that large groups have gathered outside the doors. So there's a lot more people are inside than what we normally would expect. I haven't seen any large groups in the days we've been here. There have not been large groups up there. So.
Yeah, you wonder if that means court watchers, because there are a lot of them, or if it means family or just media. What?
A lot of them are court watchers. A lot of them are media, and family members. You know, when something like this does happen and you're getting close, all the family members do want to be there. Everyone wants to make sure they don't miss it. It's a really, it's something in my experience in a court, whenever the verdict is read or that's coming, everybody wants to be there for it. Nobody wants to miss that.
Yeah, well, it's like somebody just said in the chat box, let this be it, guys.
Exactly.
Because a lot of people have been feeling like they want to see the answer. They want to see some justice for Travis. I would say that's the majority of people that we're hearing from. And
there are
they're ready for an answer.
There are a couple people that are supporting life in prison.
Yeah.
But majority of people want justice for Travis. They want the death penalty. They're livid that it's taken this long.
Yeah.
I do think that it's a little, it's interesting that the detective is back. Those are busy guys. And so for the detective to come back signals to me that maybe something may be coming. The attorneys they're in and out all day on both sides. So the detective is someone who I think is interesting that he be here, because he hasn't been here for the whole time. He's been coming in and out. So for him to be here at this point signals to me that something may be happening, although, of course, it's all speculation.
I saw that quizzical look on your face right when you were saying that, Andrew. That is really fascinating. I mean, we're all here thinking, okay, if everybody's assembling, there's either going to be news quickly now on a verdict, or we potentially have a hung jury. But if the detective, when was the last time you saw the detective come in? I just want to clear the possibility that he might be up there to potentially answer questions.
I can't say for sure if he was here yesterday or not.
Yeah.
I did not see him going in and out of the courthouse, and I was out here for some part of the day, not all day.
Yeah.
I did see, when I was up outside the courtroom, did see him kind of come and go, but he left fairly early. But he hasn't been, sitting here waiting the entire time. He's been in and out, going away for a while, coming back a little bit here and there. He has not been here just stationed outside the courtroom, like others have.
Right.
Especially not like the family. Travis Alexander's family has been basically here all day on the days that I've been here.
Well, I sure thought it was interesting when we had Monica on earlier, her saying she doesn't think, despite the fact that you can't say the system's broken, but I know there are a lot of people locally that are frustrated at the amount of taxpayer money that's been spent on this case, and maybe today is the day, and maybe we are moments away from getting the answer, which will be satisfying to a lot of people, but it just seems like it's such a laborious, convoluted process to have to go through this. But again, we asked her that specific question. She says she doesn't think the legislature would take a look at changing the way we do it in Arizona.
No, and as much as we think that it is a long, tedious, sometimes bewildering process, the process works, and that's the way it's been set up. If it didn't take a long time, if it was a quick process, you could have someone theoretically make a claim that they didn't get a fair shake because they were rushed through it, and that things weren't done because it was forced on them to act faster. So, yes, it takes a long time, but also that this length of time also eliminates possibility for errors and reasons for appeals in the future. So, hey, it took 7 years, but if they rushed it through, and then the appeals process could make it take even longer than 7 years if there had been, some major problems with the case.
Yeah, and I was surprised to hear her say that the average length of stay, I think she said, is 17 years on death row, because then I instantly called up the Donald Beatty case, who killed a young woman who was a newspaper delivery girl, and it was nearly 30 years
Well,
until that execution took
And one of the
place.
other things she said, though, was 17 years for people on death row, but the average amount of time it takes between getting the death penalty and actual execution is average of 12 years.
Yeah.
And then the difference is because you factor in people that are on death row but end up getting it overturned, so don't actually get executed.
Yeah.
Right.
So it just feels like it's a lot more than 12 years.
I want to check my facts really quickly on something.
Okay. Andrew's going to do that.
And by the way, there's a lot of chatter online about Detective Flores.
Okay.
Mostly, this was a story that we covered here on Fox 10 a few months back, but about the passing away of his son. Everyone's like, didn't his son pass away in an accident? Do you remember he was up in, was it Prescott where it happened? They were on some sort of, he was 15 years old.
Yes.
And it was a sad story.
Oh,
It was
yeah.
just an unfortunate accident.
That sounds right. It was up in the Prescott area.
Andrew, do you know the
All
details
right,
on that story?
I wanted to make a quick point about the death penalty. If you think about Arizona, and yes, it takes, I think Monica said 12 years is about the average, I think she said. Take California, for example. Charles Manson, who committed his crimes in the 1960s, was on death row for years, and now it's been reduced by the abolition of the death penalty to life in prison. So keep in mind, like it takes Arizona a long time. Charles Manson is still alive in California, and he was sentenced to death for those murders back in the 1960s. Right. So relatively speaking, yes, it takes a long time in Arizona, but I mean, you know, when you compare it to some other states,
right.
we're not dragging our feet.
Sure, California has a lot of people on death row, I guess, and a lot of people in the prison system. Larger state. More people.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. My take.
Hang with us for just a second, Andrew. You were able, Samia, to look up more of the details.
Right, I remember. It was a Boy Scout activity. Detective Flores' son died in. He was ziplining. It wasn't Prescott. It was Payson.
Yeah.
Which you talk about a lot.
Right. It's such a pretty part of the state. It's just such a tragedy for that family to have to deal with in the midst of all this. Yeah, that was heartbreaking.
Yeah, and this was back in January, so.
But here he is, as you say, he's walking into the courthouse, and he's going to see this thing through no matter what. Yeah, I'm just looking up, I'm trying to get some details on some of these other states, Andrew, and how they handled their death penalty cases. Instead of background, I'm getting more individual news stories about people on death row. But it does seem like some states certainly fast track it more than California, and frankly more than Arizona as well.
I think Texas may be one of them that maybe not fast tracks it, but doesn't shy away from it.
Right. Yeah. Well, matter of fact, that was the one that I was looking up, and it says at the punishment in Texas specifically, a capital murder trial is divided into guilt and punishment, similar to how we do it. At the punishment stage, a jury is required to consider mitigating circumstances before imposing a death sentence. Death row inmates often have a lengthy appellate process, but again, that's all. That's similar to what we have. But yeah, you have that impression that they move more quickly down there, but maybe it's just that they have that many more people waiting on death row.
Maybe. Larger population, too. You got to keep that in mind.
Right. Well, all right. So there's something going on inside that courtroom, and for now, they are not letting the media in. If you're seeing anywhere else out there on television pictures that appear to be inside a courtroom, you're looking at file tape, ladies and gentlemen.
Right. And in fact, we just got a text from Troy. Troy texted our boss saying nothing is happening right now. So straight from Troy, I would say one of the ultimate Jodi Arias sources or journalists out there. So there you have it, guys. A text we just got right now.
Well, I will bring up a little bit of Jodi Arias history here. If you remember the last sentencing phase, the jury, we thought, had a question. At that time, everyone kind of gathered in with what was assumed to be kind of a jury question, or, just maybe not about the case, but just kind of a generic question. And they basically told the judge at that time that we have a hung jury. and it just came out just like that. You know, there was no delay, there was no sort of hour and a half wait for everybody to get there. When the jury is a hung jury, you know, it's possible that they might just end it right then. You know, there's no announcement made for the jury to not come to a decision. Basically, the judge will just say, can you guys not reach a verdict? Is there anything we can do? Is it hopeless? Blah, blah, blah. You know, they keep talking about it, and then it just ends. And that's how I've seen it happen in the past. And that's basically what happened the last time the jury couldn't reach a verdict in this case. People gathered thinking the jury had a question, and then all of a sudden it was over, just like that.
Well, yeah, and I mean, we've been talking about it every day on the air that we would be carrying the verdict announcement.
Right.
And I think people have gotten used to the idea that they would actually be able to see a yes for the death penalty or yes for life. But if in fact it's that middle ground and it's a hung jury, then that may be something they just tell the judge, and then maybe it's up to her to say, go try one more time, with a high-profile nature, or it's up to her to say, okay, then I accept it.
I think that if they can't make a decision, that is it. You know, they're not gonna redo this. It's over. If they are a hung jury, the judge will just make that decision. But I think it's pretty clear that the judge doesn't want that to happen. The judge wants the jury to make that call. They always do.
Right.
And that's why she sent him back yesterday when they realized that the jury couldn't come to an agreement. The judge sent them back to try harder. So, you know, she obviously wants to give it every shot she can. But, you know, at this point, if they can't come to a decision, the likelihood of them going back a third time and trying to make it, that's pretty slim.
Right. Well, again, though, it shows you literally the power of a judge.
Right. Wait, can they appeal if the jury is hung? Can you appeal that? Because I know you get an automatic appeal with the death penalty.
Right.
And then if it's life in prison, that's subject to the judge, right? Or they
yes,
have to,
you can appeal.
You can appeal.
You
life.
can absolutely appeal.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. Arias can appeal whatever sentence is handed down for her. That's her right in the state. So how long that takes is anyone's guess, and whether it works and is successful at all, you know, that we'll just have to wait and see what kind of claims they make. But you know, she has that right, and if she is sentenced to whatever she is, she always has had that right to appeal.
Yeah. Well,
the difference is with the death penalty, it's automatic.
Right.
With a life in prison sentence, that's up to Jodi Arias and whatever attorney she has or whoever works with her on the appeal. So, you know, with death, it just happens like that. She doesn't get a choice in the matter. It's an automatic appeal.
Well, again, we see these questions coming around. Why is the morning footage playing now? Where is the live feed? Again, folks, if you're seeing that, you're seeing file tape from not even this trial.
It's all from the first trial.
There's been a camera in there, but we're not allowed, through the judge's rule, to show 1 second of any of the video from any of this last, 6 months that we've been going through. So if you're seeing something, it's not from this morning.
Right.
It's from a year and a half ago. Just, I think if maybe some other television stations or networks might be misleading a few people, but that's what the rules are, and we're playing by them. Okay, Andrew, I'm really struck by the quietness of the scene behind you. The pictures that we had a year and a half ago, there was a sea of people.
Crazy.
And it's not like people don't know about this. It's
like radio silence out here right now, Ron.
Yeah. We have watched.
I think I might be the loudest person out here.
It's like that Bruce Springsteen song, "This is Radio Nowhere. Is there anybody alive out there?" Which, by the way, one of my favorite Springsteen songs. But I mean, Andrew, it's not like people don't know. Since you and Monica and Samia and I were talking.
Wait, can I interrupt?
All right.
Everyone's sharing Troy's latest tweet.
Okay.
Court security is now beefed up outside. He just dropped it 10 seconds ago.
Good. That's a good sign.
And that's, that could just be because there's a large crowd there. That doesn't necessarily mean that something's going to happen. That could just mean that there's a larger crowd up there than normal, and they want to make sure nothing crazy happens.
Yeah. Well, so the point I was going to make, Andrew, we're watching these numbers here, and when we when we first went on at 10 this morning, I think we maybe had about 500 people watching.
That's safe.
And then about the time we had you guys, meaning you and Monica, on a little bit before the lunch hour, we were up there around 1,000. I'm just making the point that it's not like people don't know this is happening. We're watching the view count right now, and we're about to go over 1,600 people watching this. So the word is out there, and people, I think, we're watching it literally grow almost by the second here, but the word is out there that something is going on, and I think that people are basically, because they have even more options now than they did even 18 months ago, to find out from us as to what's going on, they're just choosing to get their information that way as opposed to driving on down.
Right. It's
well, I also think that, you know, the big crowd happened out here when that guilty verdict came down. And the way that went down, if my memory serves me right, is there was a little bit of a gap between when the jury reached a verdict and when the verdict was read. So that gives people, the families, time to get here. It also gives spectators time to get down here to the courthouse and check it out for themselves. Also, keep in mind, this is downtown Phoenix. It's a busy place, and some people just want to, you know, leave work and come down here and check it out. Back then, a lot of people did that. They were watching the trial. They saw sort of, you know, the circus atmosphere that was going around the first trial. If you remember, there was a cable channel that set up at Cityscape in downtown Phoenix and had a mock jury almost every night on television. So there were people coming down here all the time to sort of just take part in the hysteria that was surrounding that first trial. So given that heads up, that sort of gap in time from when the jury reached a verdict to when the verdict was read, it gave people plenty of time to come down here. And then for the sentencing, the first time, you know, we didn't have much warning, so there really wasn't much of a crowd down here at all. If something happens today and there is a verdict and it's read at a later date, that is when we'll probably see more of a crowd. Because, you know, hey, if you're reading it at your computer, what's the point in coming down here unless you know something's going to happen?
Right.
Well, yeah.
Just a thought.
We give
that
you the
might
live
be how I'd
images.
approach it.
We're giving them live images of the outside. We'll give them live images of the inside. We're giving them pretty much everything they could possibly want, and they can sit in their pajamas on their couch.
Yeah, well,
you know?
Absolutely. People are watching you all over the world on their laptops or on their phones right now. Andrew.
Right.
That's what's going on. We're watching these numbers now get up to almost 1,700.
They've literally increased 100 in the last 2 minutes.
Yeah.
Is anyone asking any questions?
Yeah, do you guys have any
from
more
the
questions?
viewers?
A lot of people, they're just, I mean, this chat window is going on continuously. Now a lot of them are typing about how many people are on the chat right now. They just talk about whatever we talk about. So now we're like, someone's saying 1,800. I don't see that. But yeah, if you guys have any questions right now.
I will say that, you know, when I was here last Thursday, they brought dry cleaning in for Jodi Arias. And then today, they brought more. I don't know if it's the same outfit or a new outfit, but they brought in a new set of dry cleaning for her today. So I don't even know if she's worn it. I think she maybe been in the courtroom briefly one time. But I don't know. I don't know how people feel about her and getting her dry cleaning delivered to her and wearing multiple outfits for really just sitting up there and waiting.
Right. By the way, I have to point something out. I started giggling. I read this comment and it was great. I hope she gets life penalty or life with no air conditioning. It's probably the comment of the day right now because I loved it.
See, now would that be considered cruel and unusual punishment
Yes,
in Arizona?
right.
I think
Yeah,
maybe that might fall
absolutely.
under that category.
Yeah. That would apply to all of us.
I feel like a lot of people who support the death penalty, if she gets life in prison, might actually prefer to have her live a life in a really hot climate without air conditioning.
Well,
that's almost worse than, I mean, I don't want to say it's worse than death, but you know what I mean. It's not pleasant.
Well, we had, let's see, Andrew, we had Kayla who just wrote in a couple of minutes ago from Illinois, and she says, yeah, well, there's not a big crowd because a lot of us aren't in Arizona. That is part of it. This is something new that we've created, this YouTube channel, and so because it's on the internet, people are watching all over the world, and so that's a pretty good point. But Andrew, aren't you just about a block or so? I'm trying to think, is Cityscape to your left or your right? I mean, you're actually
Cityscape is to my left.
Can we see it over that direct? I mean, this is a big sort of gathering point for people in downtown
If you know
Phoenix.
downtown Phoenix, there's the Wells Fargo building. That's the old City Hall and the old courthouse right there.
Yeah.
And then there's a light rail station.
Oh, right.
And then as you come to the left here, this is the not so old courthouse. This is kind of the courthouse that's built in the 70s here. One of a complex of buildings. And then if you come over here a little bit more, this is the new courthouse, which was just completed in the last couple years, and that is where the Arias trial is taking place now.
Yeah.
So it's not a far walk from sort of the bulk of downtown Phoenix. It's essentially right in the middle of it all.
And that's my.
So it wouldn't be a long walk for people to come check it out.
That's my point.
But I got to tell you, I mean, if you're going to get
up
and leave, if you're going to get up and leave work, you better have a pretty good reason. And that. You know, I think that there may be a verdict, or something may be happening, may not be a good enough reason for your boss.
Well, and maybe some new workplace rules went into effect from all the people that played hooky a year and a half ago. Never miss a chance for a new memo.
By the way, we're getting a couple more questions from viewers. Deep Burnside has a question for you, Andrew. Why would the Alexander family have a civil attorney with them today?
Well, they can sue Jodi Arias for wrongful death, and that would be a civil matter. So why they would have them with them today, I can't say. They probably have had that attorney for a really long time. And maybe they just, know that there may be questions for them if something happens. And the civil attorney has advice for them on how to handle, what happens after. You don't want to say anything that could harm your civil case. So say something does happen today and the Alexanders come out and say something, they want to make sure that, whatever they say doesn't affect whatever happens in the future. And an attorney is the person who could answer that question for them.
All right, Andrew.
That's just my assumption.
Hang on just a second, because we're just hearing from Troy. Samia, go ahead and if you want to just share with everybody what Troy just tweeted.
From Troy's Twitter, Alexander family leaving, got in elevator, gone. What the heck is happening?
Question mark, question mark, question
Yeah,
mark.
he
Alexander
put 3
family
question
leaving.
marks.
There they go, down the elevator.
You know what? Zoom in right there.
Is that them? Do we see them?
There's a couple court watchers out front. If the Alexander family is leaving, they will leave most likely through these front doors.
Can we just
So
hold
let's
this
just
shot?
we'll keep the camera focused there for now.
Yeah.
And if we see them come out, I'll alert you, but I'll still be here. We'll just leave the camera focused there for now. You can kind of see some people out front talking. Those are some of the regular, people who've been in court, regular spectators. And this is the exit to the building. So if they do come out, this is where they will come out.
All right. Well, we watched the video and look for the Alexanders. I'm going to ask you another question from a viewer in the meantime.
Sure.
Luby2123 is asking, will Jodi Arias be taken straight to Perryville after sentencing?
After sentencing, typically, there's not much of a delay. They usually turn them over to the Department of Corrections, and then you head on over there. Just logistically speaking, there may be reasons for her to stay a little bit longer in a jail, just waiting to be transported. But there's typically no delay. You go. You don't wait a week. You don't wait months. You go from the jail to prison fairly quickly. If there is a delay, it'll just be most likely for logistical reasons.
Right. Now, another question we have from Car Hula Girl. What do you think will happen with Nurmi's career once this is all done, if it's ever done?
Well, something tells me that if you take the Casey Anthony case, for example, I think it was the prosecutor in that case ended up becoming a pretty well-known legal analyst. Juan Martinez could certainly do something like that. So could Kirk Nurmi. I mean, if they want to go that route, I have no doubt that there would be news organizations and agencies that would use their expertise. No doubt about it.
All right. So
in terms of his defense career, something tells me he's probably already pretty successful. So it'll probably just get more successful.
Yeah. We're just going to pass along what Troy just tweeted here. This was 53 seconds ago. He tweeted, "Just let back in the courtroom. No Jodi Arias." He's saying Jodi was not in the courtroom. No Juan, at least if they were there, they didn't walk out past them. Anyway, here I'll just read his tweet the way it came in. "Just let back in the courtroom. No hashtag Jodi Arias. no Juan. Defense team here. Media shut out of proceedings here again. And then he says, not right.
Just another person who's in court right now just tweeted that Kirk Nurmi, Jen, and Maria left, no signs of Juan. So doesn't look like we're going to get any kind of a major development at this point. If there was going to be some kind of a major development, they'd all be there.
Yeah, and yet the family was there, and now the family is leaving. So it makes you. I'm trying to read what the most likely scenario would be of why they would have assembled there in the courtroom, and then they would be leaving.
I believe that's a member of the Alexander family, possibly Travis's brother, I think. So taking a break. Clearly nothing imminent happening if they're out here just kind of relaxing and, getting out of the building for a little bit.
Oh, man. You just feel for them. I mean, it has just been such a long time. 2008. I mean, I'm trying to think. 2008, early 2008, George W. Bush was still president. Well, actually, yeah, he was president right through till 2009. The election was in November of 2008. That feels like that was a long time ago. And here's a family who got the phone call with the worst news you can possibly get. And they have been there for Travis and his memory, and they have seen his name dragged through the mud this time around, maybe more than the first time. And they wait, and they wait, and they wait, and they're just going to be there for him. They will obviously put their lives on hold for him as long as they need to, but you just feel for him. I mean, you just really feel for what they're going through. It's 2 o'clock in Phoenix, and as you're watching us around the world, this is Fox 10 News Now as we broadcast. You're looking at a live picture from the Maricopa County Courthouse complex. I call it a complex because it really is a series of buildings, as Andrew just showed us a second ago, from the new building that has been the headquarters now for this trial, to several other buildings that date back. There's actually one court building in this complex that dates back, I believe, about 80 years ago that's more of an Art Deco style. And so every time a new building is built, as the Metro Phoenix area continues to grow and new trials are held, there's rarely been one in our state's history that has been more high profile than the one we are talking about today, and sharing the latest information with you literally from all over the world. We see in the YouTube box, we see your comments. We know you're watching literally from Dubai and the UAE all the way to Switzerland, up to Ireland, and across Canada, the United States. Today we had somebody saying they were watching in Guatemala. We know the world is watching. And unfortunately, as of right now, we just don't have a very good answer to offer you as to what transpired inside that courtroom for the last 40 minutes or so, probably 45 minutes. Troy went in. I'm trying to think his first tweet. Andrew,
hey,
you
Ron,
still there with me?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Troy, just 2 seconds ago, tweeted 7 jurors just left. So that appears that they might be taking another break. Not sure exactly what. Yeah, jury just went on break. Is what another trial watcher just tweeted. And to be clear, that the people that we are following in the courtroom, those are people who we know are actually in the courtroom. So this is information coming from trusted sources who have a first-hand knowledge of what's happening in there, like our Troy Hayden and Steve Kraft, who are actually up in the courtroom.
Yeah.
So the jury, it appears, just went on a break.
Well, it's so interesting that we in Arizona. We have a lot of people who fight for the public's right to know. And you can sense some of Troy's frustration here, where the media's been let back in, and surprise, no Jodi, no Juan Martinez, and the media shut out of the proceedings. And as he said, it was not right. You want to have as open. It's unfortunate, let's face it, that some organizations out there honestly did have a tendency to almost turn this into a circus a year and a half ago. But we've just tried to be as responsible in our coverage as we can. We just want to share with you the information when we know it. But it is very difficult to do so when the doors are closed and something's going on in there and the media is not allowed in. So unfortunately, we cannot offer you a lot of answers as to what's been transpiring over the last several minutes. You never did see the Arias family come out, did you, Andrew?
No, I did not. I did not at this point see the Arias family come out. Just saw some members of the Alexander family out in front. I have not seen anyone from the Arias family at this point.
Yeah, well, okay, so Samia, just in the last minute or so, we're just updating people on Troy's latest tweet. 7 jurors just left. So it's really more of a mystery than anything else, but despite the fact that court proceedings are not supposed to happen in secret, something happened. The media was not allowed in. People are leaving. Some jurors have left, 7 that we know of, and so we wait to see what the next development might be.
So we did not see the Alexanders, is what I'm getting. We didn't catch that.
Our
cameras have not seen that.
Right, Andrew he's been looking, and our photographer as well. In fact, out there trained right on that shot of where the front doors would be, and we never did actually see them leave. By the way, Steve Kraft is our other reporter. We are getting a lot of great information from Andrew today. Steve had just tweeted that he's back in the courtroom now. But people watch and wait for some sort of an answer. Here's somebody.
Unfortunately, the people involved don't, because there's a gag order in place.
Yeah.
They're not really supposed to be talking about the trial. Right. So after this happens, it's not like you can just walk up to Juan Martinez or a family member and ask them what happened.
Right.
They can get in some serious trouble if they tell you.
Even with that.
So it's pretty much a blackout of information. So they go into the courtroom and they do whatever they're doing. And when it's done, unless the court tells you what happened, it's very difficult to find out, because these lawyers and the people involved know that if something is said and it's tied back to them, they could get in serious trouble.
All right, you're getting some new members of the
international audience
of the International Andrew Hasbun fan club here.
We have Peru. Peru is watching. Malta is watching.
That's the first viewer that I recall watching us in Malta.
Yeah.
Ooh, all right. Always wanted to go to Malta.
Yeah,
sounds
exactly.
Beautiful.
Well, actually, you know what? Here's the problem: is somebody did just write in the text box a minute ago. Hey, it's 9:05 in the evening. 2100 hours in the UK, and he or she needs to get to bed because they got to get to work in the morning, but they want to know if something's going to happen.
Whoever's in Dubai, it's like 3 a.m. there, I think, or like 2 a.m.
You should ask if you should ask them, what is it about this trial that has them so interested?
Well, I did.
What
ask
is it
that.
about this case?
Yeah.
We did ask that.
What do they say?
Well,
let's ask a question. What's the answer? I'm asking a question back to the questioners now. What is it about this case that has them so fired up and so interested? Is it their absolute hatred of Jodi Arias, their sympathy for Travis Alexander, their infatuation with Jodi? What is it?
I think it's, they told us right away. Some people have experienced like a vicious murder in their own family and never saw justice being served. And other people are just, they feel for Travis's family. They looked at the autopsy photos, and once you see an image like that, they're just so connected to the case. Ever since you asked that question, I'm sure people are going to be sharing their thoughts in the chat window. So I want to kind of read some of them as they come in here.
Here's Tina in Portugal who says, yep, 9:07 out here, and we want the answers.
I think Snow White is saying what drew them to it was a woman brutally killing a man.
It's 2:07 out here, and we want the answers too. I'm with you.
Right.
Pure hate. Yeah. Okay, these are the answers coming in. Pure hate. It's because a woman killed a man, because she's so creepy, because this girl lies. Travis had inspired so many people before and after his death, so that's why they're Team Travis. Because I remember one of the girls in the, I don't know if it was a girl or a woman or a man, but one of her viewers followed Travis's blog even before.
Oh wow!
He was killed. Oh, there it is, Melissa Ward.
Right.
Yeah, and then someone else, my cousin is a lawyer, and they find all the the criminology aspects of it really interesting.
Here's Terry who says, look, come deliberate in Texas. I think he's trying to make the point that they can do high-profile cases there and solve them in about 6 weeks.
It's very true. Texas justice.
Yeah. All right, it's 10 o'clock at night in Poland, says Joanna. Nikki is there in the UK.
Steve has tweeted a minute ago, now judge is closing the courtroom, we must leave. What does this mean?
I don't know.
Well, guys, they're saying guys are intrigued because they think that they dated people like Jodi and are lucky that they survived.
Well, that's interesting, too, because think about this, Andrew. That was one point that they tried to, I think, really connect to the jury on, both men and women on the panel, was that, hey, look, she got through every other, in terms of trying to defend her, trying to make the argument that it was Travis's fault, right? We've already talked about how it's very difficult to believe 1 second of that. But trying to make the point that she got through every other relationship just fine. So, they were trying to connect with people on a basis where they could kind of relate to, oh, okay, I've dated somebody in the past, and maybe even if she seemed a little creepy, everything came out fine. There's not really a question in there, Andrew, so I'm
sorry. I was checking a tweet in the middle of that.
That's okay.
I saw another message from our viewer. One person is watching because they want the justice that they were really involved in the Casey Anthony trial, and they were upset about that verdict.
Okay.
So,
well, look,
there's a lot of
we
reasons.
did get a conviction out here in Arizona.
Yeah, exactly. There's no chance of her going free after this. So. They can rest assured that there will be some sort of justice. Whether or not it's the justice that people think she deserves, that's still up in the air.
Yeah. Well.
I'm looking at the exit to the building, and I'm not seeing any of the principal players coming in and out at all.
Troy's tweet.
However, there are other exits to the building, and if you've been here long enough, you know how to move about to avoid being seen.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Andrew, wait till you hear what Troy just said. This pretty much gives us the answer for
the day.
any remaining drama today. Anyway, go ahead, Sam.
So they were told, quote unquote, we'll call you in if anything is happening.
That was the quote.
And they were kicked out of the courtroom.
Out you go. We'll call you in if anything's happening. So,
Well, I guess the court would know what's happening.
Yeah, they would. But they sure want to keep it a mystery from the rest of us.
Which mean that apparently nothing is happening, unfortunately.
Well, especially if 7 jurors just left.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wow.
Well.
The waiting continues.
Yep.
Indeed. The waiting game. How's it out there, Andrew? You getting tired out there?
I'm fine. Probably should have put on some sunscreen.
Yeah.
It's funny because here in this little breezeway here between the two court buildings, you can kind of see the shadow casting over it. It's like a microclimate in there. You go in that area and it's freezing because there's no sun. And then you come out here and you start to warm up a lot.
Yeah.
So in there, everyone's wearing jackets in that little breezeway because it just stays pretty much dark all day.
Mm-hmm.
Well, if you were on a wireless mic, we could let you go across the street and go over there.
Hang out in the shade? Not too bad.
Hey, actually, it's a gorgeous day in the sun here. It's been a little almost wetter and cooler than normal the last few days, so our weather's been absolutely gorgeous. We have so many people. You think about all the different spring training ballparks that we have here in the Metro Phoenix area. We literally have thousands and thousands, possibly tens of thousands, who are in town right now for these spring training games. But right now, front and center is what's happening at this courtroom, and here's another tweet from Troy. All media experts here criticizing the way the judge is handling proceedings, not allowing public access, they say, unusual. Hashtag Jodi Arias. So I'm sure she has her reasons for doing it, and we'll get some answers eventually, but it is quite unusual.
Guys, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm, yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. Just go when you have to.
Oh,
Got
yay.
Monica Lindstrom back here with us, and you're up in the courtroom.
Yes.
What in the world is going on up there?
No, it's so frustrating because we saw the Alexander family come out of the victim room that's right next to the courtroom. And they didn't look very happy. And then at that point, the courtroom doors opened up, so we all filed in thinking that there's something that's going on. They let us all sit down, and then they call another case, and then everybody gets up and leaves the courtroom. And then finally, the judicial assistant comes over to us and says, "We're done. There's nothing going on. We're going to lock the courtroom, and if there's any other developments, we'll go ahead and let you back in." Why couldn't they just tell us that in the first place, that this had nothing to do with the jury?
So we don't know what Juan and all them were doing back in there
We don't.
today. No.
But if you think about it, if they bring the victim's family in and the attorneys, there's an issue going on. Whether it's a timing, it's a question, or an issue with the jury, it's something.
Now, that all ends up being part of the record. It may not be open court right now, but we'll be able to find out what was going on eventually.
Yep. It's all part of the record. They'll have the court reporter in there taking note of everything that's happening.
It looks like we're all going to lose our bets today.
Oh, gosh, I hope not. I hope not. Let's keep our fingers crossed.
Some of us were predicting this morning, others are predicting by the early afternoon, but here we are.
I don't know. No, it's still time. There's still time. Keep your fingers crossed.
All right. Thanks, Monica. Bye. Appreciate it.
Oh, wait.
Monica's got to run here.
Okay.
Do you have a question? I can maybe holler it out. Go ahead.
Well, it was just a question from a viewer asking, has Judge Stevens been too overly cautious with the way court has been handled?
Monica's got to run.
Okay.
So ask me that question again. I'm sorry.
Has Judge Stevens been too overly cautious with the way court has been held?
I mean, this is her courtroom. She can run it the way she wants. Cautious, I don't know if is the right word. She just doesn't want to create, a total show every time. She wants this to run smoothly, and her focus has been on the case and having the case run smoothly, not whether people who are seeking information that aren't involved with the case get it in a timely manner. That's not her focus. Her focus is on getting this through the process and making sure that everybody involved gets a fair shake. And she's not too concerned, with what is happening sort of out there that's peripheral to the case and isn't essential to the case. So, you can make the argument, yes, that maybe she's being more cautious, but I think she's just trying to focus on the mission at hand, and that's what's happening with this case.
Well, all the in and out and doors being locked and doors being open and people coming, it's a mystery. It really is a mystery as to exactly what went down. Maybe someday, if we're still days away, maybe someday we can remember this particular day, this Wednesday, and the bizarre kind of back and forth, and maybe somebody can give us an answer as to what actually transpired.
If there is any kind of a lesson to be learned today, it's that don't read into anything.
Yeah.
You can just take it for entertainment purposes only. Anything that happens, because unless the court comes out and says we've got some solid information, it's just pure speculation and everyone kind of wondering what's going on.
Right. The last
week. It looks like we're getting a little bit of shade here, so if you need me to stick around, I'm good to go.
Good.
Congratulations.
You'll love it at sunset, Andrew.
It feels like this thing has been going on. The last week is just one big, it's all jumbled together. When did we start? When did they start deliberating? What day? Was it Wednesday or Tuesday?
This we said was day 5, and Friday didn't count. So yeah,
so
we
I
can
guess
go.
Wednesday.
5 work days.
Wednesday, Thursday.
Wednesday, Thursday, Friday.
That would be correct.
No,
it
Wednesday,
would be Thursday.
Yeah, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. This is
man.
Nothing.
Okay.
You mentioned people's interest. I've actually had a couple people walk by and ask if there's been any word. So there is interest, but does that interest rise to a level where they're going to come sit out here in front of the courthouse? No.
Right.
Yeah. All right. That's great.
All right, here's another tweet from Troy just a few minutes ago. All media experts here criticizing the way the judge is handling proceedings, not allowing public access, they say. Very unusual.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you were there covering it for so long and you sat in court every single day, especially like someone like Steve Kraft, for example, who's there every day, and then you're just told you can't come in, it's not fair.
And you realize that you are the eyes and ears for the public. This is not on some, public access channel. We are the media who are charged with bringing this story to the public, and so it's been a little bit of a challenging day in our efforts to try to do that for you.
Certainly has. And and you think about it like this, if it's frustrating on our end trying to find information, imagine what this process is like for Travis Alexander's family.
Right.
Not knowing what's going on, going in and out of court all day for who knows what, for jury, for questions, for little issues, and just, getting your hopes up every day that something is going to happen, only to find out that it's not. I can't imagine how frustrating it is for them.
Yeah. No, that's exactly right. And I think most people who are watching this are feeling that way as well.
8 jurors just walked back into deliberation room 10 seconds ago from Troy.
So it looks like maybe they're going to go back at it for a while.
Well, they're scheduled till 4:30, right? So
maybe the 7 just needed to go get a break for a while. And
now, keep in mind, they can deliberate later if they choose and if the judge allows them. Yeah. That rarely happens. And it hasn't happened any other day, so I doubt it will happen today. But if for some reason they are very close, say they signal to the judge that, hey, give us 1 more hour and we may get there, then they can stay. There's nothing saying that that's not possible, but likely, it's not likely. They've left every day around 4:30, so I would just assume the same today.
Yep. Yeah,
right.
Absolutely.
Well, hopefully we get I'm being hopeful still.
Right.
I'm hopeful that come 3 o'clock, there's going to be chaos in the newsroom. We're going to be told over. I'm just being really optimistic here.
Yeah.
And everyone's going to go crazy, and everyone online's going to get excited, and we'll have a verdict announced at 4. That's my hope.
Well, we know all of our viewers in Poland and in the UK and in Portugal are going to have to hit the sack at some point. So you can get up in the morning, or you can choose to stick with us into the overnight hours, I suppose.
I mean, it's almost overnight for you, Ron. You've been up since like 2 a.m.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. So I'm not sure who's gonna come in and sit with you next.
Someone's got to come sit with me.
I'm gonna go figure out who that is.
Okay.
And I'll plan on spending some more time with you soon.
We'll see you in the morning, Ron.
Okay.
Well, let's put Ron on camera so you can say bye to the viewers real quick. There you go, Ron.
Thanks for all of your comments, and those questions today were really outstanding, honestly. I mean, our job is to try to think up as many questions as we can that gives you a pretty good insight. You guys came up with a lot of questions today that were excellent, of things that we had not stuck with as well. So I think that's what makes this work so well, and why we invite you to subscribe to our YouTube channel, because we're going to be here long after today, and in fact long after this announcement comes from the jury.
Yep, we'll be here. So Ron, thanks for joining me. This is your longest stretch on news now, I think. Because the longest one before this was Llama Drama, right?
Yeah, Llama Drama ran till about almost
2. Right, and we're at 2:20 now.
That's right. Anyway, Norma and Canalita and Lauren and Jonathan and all you guys, thanks. We will see you again soon. And Samia, you're going to be here. I'm going to go ask right now who gets to be your next co-host.
Okay, cool. Thanks, Ron.
Okay, bye.
In the meantime, I will chat more with Andrew. Andrew, are you seeing anything new?
Yeah, actually, Steve Kraft just 2 minutes ago, who's up there in the courtroom, tweeted that the Jodi Arias jurors walked back into the deliberation room after a break. And here's Steve is always very good at giving nice descriptions of events. He's always very colorful. He said the jury was looking grim.
Interesting.
Read into that what you will, but Steve does have a knack for words.
You're right.
So he says the jury was looking grim.
I wonder oh man. And
maybe they just had a bad bowl of soup, or maybe something, I don't know. Maybe they're deciding something serious. Who would have guessed?
I mean, Steve is also a lawyer. Maybe he's hinting at something, and I feel like all of his.
No, his observation. He's a great observer. So if he says they're looking grim, I mean, I trust him. However, why they're looking grim, I mean, we can guess all day. Maybe they just didn't like their lunch.
No, but you could also guess grim could mean death penalty. Maybe. Maybe.
I wouldn't even get involved in that guessing game, because, if I was a juror, anytime I walked by about 80 reporters who were staring at me, I'd probably look pretty grim too.
Right.
I may not try to make eye contact, and I was up there when they walked by, and they do not want, they're not supposed to have any contact with the media. We're not supposed to contact them, or we could get in trouble too. So I think everyone looks pretty grim up there when the jury walks by. It's an awkward situation. I must admit, because the media is all up there sitting, watching, and they get off the elevator and there's this long hallway to go back to the deliberation room. So for a good 20-second walk, you walk by all these eyes that are just on you like they're just staring right through you, and they follow you in, and everybody gets on their phone and starts tweeting about it. So it's an awkward situation for the jury, and I do not blame them if they have a sour look on their face when they walk by the gaggle of reporters up there staring at them.
Right. Well, I mean, let's talk about just trials you've covered in general while we're here. I mean, you've been reporting for over a decade, right?
Correct. 8 years here in the Phoenix area.
Yeah. So, I mean, talk about your experience, I guess, witnessing jurors, the different kind of trials you've covered. Have you covered anything as sensational as this, or anything that, well, probably not as sensational, but anything that comes close to this?
Not necessarily as sensational as this, but, actually before I came here, I was working in Mississippi and covered the trial of Edgar Ray Killen, who was charged in the murders in Neshoba County in 1964. They were a group of civil rights workers who were down in rural Mississippi, and they were murdered. That was a huge trial, and the punishment for him came decades after the fact. That was a really amazing trial to watch, because you're talking about evidence that's over 3 decades old, and you have witnesses, some of them who aren't even alive anymore. So it was a very interesting trial. We have a couple other cases that are coming up here in Arizona that are going to be pretty high-profile cases. One involving a mom who left her daughter, or her 2 kids,
right,
in the back of her car during a job interview.
Right, that one made headlines the first time with her mugshot.
All over the world, that one. Yeah, that made headlines all over the world, because she was arrested and she was going on a job interview, and she said she couldn't find a babysitter. And so she left her kids in the back of her car. I think it was actually this time of the year. It wasn't super hot, but it wasn't cold by any means. Someone called 911. She was arrested. Her kids are okay. However, when they took her mugshot, and I might be able to pull it up here real quick for the viewers. When they took her mugshot, she was crying in the mugshot. That mugshot went viral online, and someone set up a YouCaring account for her, which is similar to GoFundMe. And I'll see, here's a close-up shot of her. Let's see if there we go. Trying to get it here so it's full size for you, but you get the idea.
Right.
Tears streaming down her face.
Yeah,
in the mugshot here.
It was probably in your Facebook newsfeed. It was everywhere. Everyone was sharing that story initially.
And so because of that mugshot and just the situation in general, you have a working mom with her 2 kids in the backseat of her car. It struck a nerve with people around the world, and donations poured into the amount of $114,000 for her. And since then, this whole case has kind of taken on a life of its own. She's had disputes with her attorney. Everyone's wondering what happened to the money, because she refused to. Part of her deal was they would drop the charges if she put X amount of dollars into a fund for her kids, and then she never did that, so everyone's wondering where the money is. Just a crazy case, and that trial gets started, I believe, next month, and that is going to be a very high-interest trial. Will it drag on as long as this? No, because it is not a death penalty case. The charges are not nearly as serious as murder. But it is still going to be a very interesting trial. I mean, you're talking about a jury that is going to have to convict a woman who was trying to better her children's situation. Did she make the right call? I don't think anyone would argue that was the right call, but will a jury convict her? That's the question. It's going to be a fascinating case.
Right, and there's that the other one that just started this week. I believe Mia Garcia was on that earlier this week. The 4 or 5-year-old girl that was missing in 2011. Can you elaborate on that story?
Yeah, that was another really just bizarre case. It was a young girl named Jessie Shockley who went missing in Glendale. For a while, nobody knew what happened to her. It was, where's Jessie? Everyone was out searching the area for her. And then the case quickly turned to focus on her mom. And the police accused their mom of basically killing Jessie and then disposing of her body. However, they've never found Jessie's body. So they're accusing the mom of murder without the body, without the key piece of evidence. And that there in of itself lies the interest in that case. How do you convict somebody without a body? And we still don't know to this day really all the evidence that they have against her. I remember clearly when when they first arrested her, they were out at her house searching for days on end. And some of her own children, who are young, told a story about how she got mad at Jesse for something, and that put her in a closet, I believe. My facts may not be perfectly accurate, but I believe they put her in a closet. And in that closet, one of the kids told the police that closet smelled like dead people. They never found Jesse, and then they also know that they claimed that closet was cleaned with like bleach or some kind of a chemical for whatever reason we don't know. You can only assume. And so those are just some of the facts there. I don't know all the evidence off the top of my head, but she has been in jail ever since, and now her trial gets started pretty soon. They searched a landfill not far from Phoenix for days. The police department did, looking for Jesse's body. And they searched that landfill, I believe it was months after she went missing. And so to find a body in a landfill after piles of trash had been brought into that landfill is a really hard thing to do. And they never found Jessie. In fact, they don't know for sure that she's actually in the landfill, but that is where they searched and they never found her. So to this day, there's still no sign of where that little girl went.
Yeah, that is a crazy
fascinating
story.
Case.
And that's the
crazy
thing.
Story.
When it's a mother accused of killing or allegedly killing her child, I mean, look at the Casey Anthony trial and all of the spectacle around that.
Also, this Jerice Hunter is her name. She had also been accused in a couple different situations of child abuse, and there was, I believe, some Child Protective Services involvement in her family. So it wasn't something that was completely foreign to her. Mm-hmm. But I don't think anyone expected her to be charged with murder in her family, at least the people that we've spoken to. Right. And during that whole time, her family was out searching for Jessie too. And nobody really suspected that her mom would do something, and then that focus from police turned to them. And I believe that focus was thanks in part to the kids coming forward at some point and admitting that something weird was happening at the home.
All right, Andrew. Well, I'm going to let you go for a couple minutes, take a break, maybe get some water or lunch. I don't know if you were able to take a lunch. Thank you so much for probably the longest live shot ever, right?
I'm good to go.
Oh, okay. You have your iced tea? Is that iced tea?
A little Diet Pepsi.
Diet Pepsi. Keeps you caffeinated. No, but thanks so much. I think that was literally like the longest combined live shots we've had today with you. Like you set a News Now record.
I think so.
All right. So
I'll make sure I have a good record of this event.
All right. Well, thanks for chatting with us, Andrew. If anything happens,
sure.
We will go live back to you in a bit. I'm actually going to speak with Troy over the phone in just a couple minutes, so you can tune in to watch News Now while you're out there in the field if you want.
Thank you.
All right, guys, that was Andrew Hasbun, one of our all-star reporters here at News Now. All the reporters are really good here, and they're all so cool. And, what's great about them is, they all have a sense of humor. It's great to have them up here, whether it's the anchors or the reporters up here chatting with me, whatever their story is, because you get to add a little bit more of a perspective, and you get to joke around and add some personality to your normally very straight news reports. So Andrew's great. Thanks for that report, Andrew, and we will talk to you again. Let's see. I am supposed to let Troy know when he can do this phoner, so let me give him a text now. So if you have questions for Troy, then send them in, because we're going to be talking to him in just a second. Let me see. We will continue our Arias verdict watch, and we'll be talking to Troy. So stay tuned. Jeff. Sorry, guys, I have a question for Jeff. I just felt like yelling it at this point. Technical issues. So when Troy dials in, now that we're using this new system, he's calling me. So do I just connect it? And what do I press here?
Okay, so it's on 5 and 6. So it's these two.
Okay.
So you just raise them to adjust your level, mute or not here, just like any other mic.
Okay, so we'll be able to hear when Troy calls in. It's making some weird noise. He's calling me now.
That's why I said there's a disconnect. So hopefully it doesn't disconnect.
Hi, Troy. I'm just going to I'm going to mic you up through our system. Can you hear me?
You're breaking up a little bit.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, a little bit better.
Okay, cool. We have routed your phone call into the system. And so now we have a better audio setup here. So I don't actually have to hold the iPhone to the mic. We have you live.
Oh, good. That is an improvement. Well, I'm glad you're improving things there because nothing down here seems to be improving with the situation with the Arias verdict here. So it's been frustrating down here this afternoon. Just a short time ago, I have to look at my watch, but I don't know, I think it's been about an hour. We thought something was happening because the Alexander family, in a rush, walked into the room where they typically wait right before they go into the courtroom. And then the defense attorneys came, and Juan Martinez showed up, and everybody's here, and we're thinking, okay, this is it. They went inside the courtroom. They were locked in there for probably about an hour. Then the courtroom opened up. Before the courtroom opened up, all of a sudden the Alexander family left. Walked out of that room and then walked back to where they have been hanging out down the hall, got in the elevator, and took off.
Wow.
Which is unusual if you think you're close to something, right?
Right.
And then they got in the elevator and just left this whole floor. And then the courtroom opened up. We went inside the courtroom. The defense team was still there. No Jodi Arias inside there. Juan was not inside there. And we were told nothing. And then they kicked us out of the courtroom again and said, we'll let you know when something's happening. So obviously something happened because, if you're the Alexander family and you've been sitting up here since 9 o'clock this morning as they have been, and all of a sudden you get in the elevator and leave, something has happened. And I don't want to go into the speculation that's going around up here. But, just let everybody out there think about it. If you're thinking you're close to a verdict, do you jump in an elevator and leave the floor?
Right.
And they haven't been back yet.
Mm-hmm. So they left the floor. Do we know if they left the building entirely?
I don't know. You have to ask Andrew, who's out front, but because you have to leave the same way. So he would have seen them leave.
We were live with Andrew for about an hour, and we actually panned the camera out to try to look for them, but we didn't have any luck. So I didn't know if you had heard anything different.
No. Once we're up here on this floor, unless I followed them down, which, they don't let anybody on the elevator with them when they go down, I wouldn't have been able to do that.
Right.
But, it's just, it's frustrating, and now I'm talking as like a reporter who's been covering stuff for, 20-something years in this town, that this judge seems to think, and hopefully at some point she'll tell us why she's making these decisions, but she seems to think that things can happen inside of there that are okay for the victim's family to see, which I understand is a priority for them to see, but the public cannot see. And this is a public trial. We try our criminals or accused criminals in public. That's the way our justice system works. And there's been so much secrecy in this retrial of the penalty phase, and she's gone too far the other way. The first trial, there was too much access. Everybody was everywhere, and it was on TV 24/7.
Right.
But she went too far back in the other direction here.
Mm-hmm. So we're getting a couple of questions from the viewers. One person asked, will Travis's family hear the verdict privately before it's publicly announced?
I don't think so. I don't think so. I think they learn it with everybody else.
Mm-hmm. Another question from D. Burnsides. Troy, is this the weirdest case you've ever had to cover?
I was just telling somebody this story, and I know some of you like kind of some of my behind-the-scenes stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Here's how this whole thing happened. So it's got to be close to 15, 16 years ago. I covered a trial of a man named Brian Estenoff who murdered his wife. And at the time, I think I was maybe a weekend maker. I forget exactly what I was doing, what my job responsibilities were. But I was able to basically cover that trial gavel to gavel. And I felt like I learned so much about our justice system by sitting in that courtroom and covering that the whole way through. So fast forward 15 or 16 years or whatever we are to this point. And I heard that HLN at the time was providing a camera inside this Jodi Arias trial. I knew very little about it, but I did know there was going to be a camera in there every single day, so that I would have access to that video. And so I went and talked to my bosses, and I said, hey, you know what? I would like to cover another trial, gavel to gavel, just as a refresher. I think this sounds kind of interesting, and so I'd like to be in there as much as I can. I was given the okay to do that. I had no idea it was going to turn into what it turned into. I mean, nobody knew what it was going to turn into, right?
I don't think
So
Jodi
it was
knew
one
when
of those weird things.
I don't think Jodi knew when she committed the crime it was going to turn into this either.
Oh, no, I mean, how can you have that kind of forethought? I don't know what Jodi was thinking when she committed the crime. But, you know, but let's put it this way. Nobody remotely involved in this case had any idea what it was going to turn into, but it did. When I get asked, is this the weirdest trial I've ever covered? You know, I've really only covered very intimately, like I said, 2 trials all the way through. But yes, and it's just, it's because of the intense interest in this case, no doubt in my mind, it's as weird as it is. Because people are reacting and now overreacting to the public interest. But that doesn't mean, and again, this is my own opinion, it's not the opinion of Fox 10, it does not mean that a judge should overreact and then shut everybody out of what should be a public trial.
Right, and that was a question that someone had asked previously to Andrew, and I want to ask the same question to you. Do you think Judge Sherry Stevens has been operating the court, like she's overly cautious with the way she operates everything?
Yes, I mean, I'll say it again. I think that she erred in the first case by being too permissive. But in her defense, again, as I just said, I don't think anybody realized what this was going to be. So even Judge Stevens had no idea what it was going to be. But then she got all of this criticism for being as open as she was in that first trial. And again, she's overreacted and has closed down too much, to the point where an attorney for media organizations got, her call to let Jodi testify secretly. They got it overturned by an appellate court. I mean, the appellate court has already said, Judge Stevens, what you did here is wrong. And the weird thing is that she continues to kind of do the same thing.
A lot of people asking also, everyone wants to know about why the Alexander family had a civil attorney with them, considering they already filed a wrongful death suit.
I've heard, because they already have a wrongful death suit. I don't know. I don't know too much about that, I'll be honest. I've heard that they want to go after her civilly. Her artwork and the stuff she sells. I mean, I know she's got some, I don't know. I've been told she's got some money from selling some of that artwork. It's not as much as people would think.
Right.
So I don't know what they're planning on getting. And Jodi's family certainly doesn't have any money. So I don't know what they're trying to get. I mean, they're very upset, and who knows? I mean, that attorney may be there just to help guide them through the process. I don't know.
And we have another question. Could it be possible that the Alexander family had been moved to another part of the courthouse because they were using the courtroom for something else?
But they were using the courtroom for something else. Again, I could set the whole thing up. They were using the courtroom for something else for most of the morning. And the Alexander family, there are 2 sides of this building. There's like the north side of the building and the south side of the building when you come up on the elevator. So the media and a bunch of court watchers and Jodi's family, we're all up on the north side of the building. On the south side of the building, they've kind of taken over a row of maybe 30 or 40 chairs. And there aren't that many of them, but they're taking over that row of chairs. And that's where they've been hanging out. Stephen Alexander was in the courtroom for much of the morning. And people follow my Twitter at Troy Hayden Fox 10. They know that I was in there too. And there was other stuff going on, and every once in a while another case would come up, or they'd talk to Judge Stevens. And so yeah, I mean, but they were waiting out here. So what strikes me as odd is they're sitting out there all morning. They get called in with Prosecutor Juan Martinez and Esteban Flores, and the defense team goes in. We're locked out, and all of a sudden, they come out, get in the elevator, and split. All of them. They didn't leave anybody behind. So that tells me that they think it's not happening. I don't know. It's just weird that all day they're sitting up here, and all of a sudden now they're not. Something happened.
Other people asking, is Jodi's family there? Where is Jodi's family?
Yeah, Jodi's family, now, and this is, right before I came in to talk to you, I kind of took a glance down there, and it's tough with the sunlight. I think what they have done now is taken over that area where the Alexanders were, and they've gone down to that south end of the waiting area to sit down there. When the courtroom opened up for that brief period of time, they walked into the courtroom too. I think simply because, it's a place for them to sit. They're not accommodated the way the Alexanders are accommodated. The Alexanders can go into that that room where the prosecutor is, and they can all hang out on their stuff. There's no room like that for the accused family.
Right.
So they're down on that other end, I believe, but don't quote me on that right now because I've been in this room for a little while.
Right. Lindy Nolan asking, Troy, can the taxpayers get the law changed in Arizona from a jury that the majority rules instead of all having to agree on the penalty? Lindy Nolan is asking that question.
Yeah, I mean, they might be, but I would say that's a bad idea. You know, I think if, and again, this is not a Fox 10 thing, this is a Troy Hayden thing. I think if you're going to go for the death penalty, it should be unanimous. I mean, everybody should say, we think this is the punishment. If you're going to dole out that punishment, let's make sure we're right.
Mm-hmm.
That's all. So I think that's a bad idea. But personally, here's what I think is an even worse idea, and this is a law, is the fact that the original jury that saw this entire case from start to finish couldn't decide. And so Arizona law now allows this, what we just saw, a 4-month retrial, spending millions of dollars with a jury who didn't see the first trial, and they're having issues. My thought is there are many other states that have this. If you can't come to a unanimous decision on death with the original jury, it should be automatic life. And like I said, many other states have this. Think how much money it would have saved us in this case. And I've thrown it out there. Think how many teachers we could have hired with the, who knows, what, $4 or $5 million we spent on this retrial.
Right. Angie K is now, this is her observation. She thinks, do you think Jodi changed her looks to make the defense think she was this meek, humble woman? Because she went from being somewhat attractive to looking hideous.
Well, jail is not good for looking hot. You know, hair color and makeup and working out and good food and pretty much all those things are out the window. Yeah, head out here. I'm in this room. Okay, yeah, okay. Yeah, I don't know. And no sunlight. I mean, think about it. Think if you basically locked yourself in a room 24 hours a day, ate crappy food, didn't have access to your hair dye and your makeup. I mean, how would we all look?
That's true. You need. I'm assuming jail isn't the best environment to maintain your outwardly appearance. Someone else is asking now about Jodi's father. If Jodi's father is there.
No, he hasn't come back since. I think it was the very beginning of the retrial. I spoke with him briefly. Bill, he's in ill health. He doesn't look great. He walks with a cane. He was in a. Was he in a wheelchair? I don't know if he's in a wheelchair. He had a special chair during the first trial, but he's been here only sporadically, and I know he's got some health issues.
All right.
Didn't come much.
I see some chatter in our chat window that the Alexander family is on the 5th floor waiting, but that's just based on stuff that our chatters are saying. So
yeah, and I would caution people. I can't tell you, and I'm not saying those people are wrong.
Right.
I can't tell you how many random people on Twitter are throwing out info that doesn't. You know, and I'm not saying it's all wrong, but I think mine is pretty close to right. So watch mine, and you know, I basically only tweet out things that I observe. So
right.
You know,
we just have a
be careful believing anything.
Steve Kraft just tweeted a minute ago saying judge's dynamite charge to break jury impasse doesn't seem to have produced the intended result as of yet. I guess that's more of his opinion.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, no, it's true. So, you know, we talked about it a little bit yesterday. The dynamite opinion is basically when the jury came back and said, we can't reach a verdict. And the judge then said, well, dynamite, try harder. You know, go back and work again and try harder, which I had said all along I didn't think the judge was going to do, because in this case, a hung jury is a verdict.
Right.
So essentially, this jury came to a decision yesterday by not coming to a decision, and the judge didn't accept that and sent them back. So the only way that it would be different than the decision yesterday that they made, which was a non-decision, if you think about it, would be if they come back with death. And that, you know, I mean, that may be an appellate issue.
Right.
You know, I mean, this jury basically came back and said, we can't decide. The judge said, no, go back and try harder. If they come back with death now, and a future lawyer for Jodi Arias could say, no, wait a second, this jury was deadlocked, and that was a decision, and the judge didn't accept it.
Right. Now we have another question. It's kind of humorous because we have people watching literally from all over the world. They have a question for you, Troy. Should I stay up a little longer or just go to bed at this point?
Go to bed.
You don't think it's happening today?
I don't think it's happening today. I don't. And the reason I say that is, and I hate to even throw this out, speculation, I feel like the Alexander family knew when they left that there was nothing going to happen right away.
Right.
And that tells me that maybe I don't know what they've done with this jury, but and that's so frustrating. Why can't we know what happened with this jury? We need to know. We are the public. This is not these 12 people putting Jodi to death. This is all of us, okay? We will all be putting the needle in Jodi's arm if that's what happens. And so that's why it's so important to have this be an open process.
Right. Well, Troy, I think that wraps up our questions. Any final thoughts, anything else you want to add before I let you get back inside?
No, but, something in my gut is telling me, and I could be totally wrong, that because of what happened today, that we could be looking at a whole, it may not be tomorrow, it may not be the next day type thing. Maybe they shifted this jury around. I don't know what they did, but
right.
Who knows when we're going to get this thing.
Well, if we don't get it tomorrow, they have Friday off, right?
They had said that they weren't going to work on Fridays, but at any time they can change their minds. I was told yesterday that the court staff said that they'll keep the court open as long as they want to be here. So, but they haven't wanted to be here extraordinarily late. So, we'll see what happens. But I'm sorry if I sound frustrated. I've been stuck inside this place all day, and I thought we were close to having this thing done, and then, having the judge not allow us to learn what's going on is frustrating.
Right, of course. Let's see. I just had a question pop up, but our chat window goes so fast. There's almost 2,000 people watching. I think 1,800 watching right now.
Well, I tell you what. Why don't some of you tweet me your questions at Troy Hayden Fox 10.
Right.
Go to at Troy Hayden Fox 10. Tweet me some questions, and I think I can put it on speaker, and I can look and see what you guys have. I'll give you a second or two to do that.
Oh yeah, that
as we go through.
And there's a 30-second delay or so we can just pause for a second while I scroll back up.
No, but the thing that I'm getting on Twitter is, and that's mainly how I'm communicating up here, is that people are as frustrated as I am, and I keep getting questions like, "What in the heck is happening? What is going on? How is this how you operate in Arizona?" I feel bad. I feel like our state's getting
bad press.
A bad name.
Yeah.
And it makes us look bad.
People are asking, do you think that Sherry Stevens will get disciplined because of how strict she's been? And
here's what I do think about Sherry Stevens. And first of all, from what I know about Sherry Stevens, she spent a lot of time in family court, which is very different. You're talking about divorces and custody issues and a lot of things like that. And then, to go from that to this, and I don't want to be the person that sits here and says she's out of her league, but it just seems weird. She's not, the way she's handled this case is very unusual. And while I haven't been intimately involved with many cases, just some of the rulings she's made have been head scratchers for a lot of people who do watch this. I had somebody come up to me today and say, and there's actually a veteran worker here at this courthouse, and I'm not going to name names, but they said they were in a meeting with a couple of judges, and one of the judges even said, if this were in my courtroom, she would have been in Perryville a year and a half ago. And I think a lot of people feel that way. I think a lot of people are like, what is the holdup? What is going on?
Right.
Let me look. I'm going to put you on speaker.
Sure. Go ahead. Mona Lisa Jackson is asking, how come the jury said they haven't heard about Jodi, but people from all the world are watching this trial? Like, how is it possible to actually get a juror pool that did not see a minute of coverage the first time around?
No, they did see it. They didn't have to say they didn't see a minute of coverage. As a matter of fact, almost every single person during the proceedings said that they had seen some of this stuff from Jodi and some sort of coverage. That didn't preclude them from being able to be on the jury. I think they just asked them then, can you still make a good decision? I look at a few of mine. I had Nick Vanderleek ask me, he tweets me all the time, where is Jodi right now? In the jury deliberating, and I tweeted this out earlier. If you're following my feed, you know this, but she's brought over here every single day by a SWAT-like team of detention officers, and they're heavily armed. And I don't want to give too many details, but just for her safety and to make sure that she doesn't escape, she's brought over here, and she's brought over every single day. So she's sitting in a holding cell down in the basement of the courthouse. She's secure, sitting by herself in a small cell, and I just asked these members of this team yesterday, what is she doing down there? And they said that she spends a lot of time with her paperwork, and that's all I got.
Kim is asking, can Jodi Arias get a free degree in prison?
Oh, I just got that one too. Yeah, I don't know about that. She's the one thing is she's going to be now. This is if she gets life, because if she gets death, it's very different.
Right.
If she ends up getting life, she will live in the max security area. It's called the Lumley unit of Perryville Prison. She'll be there for at least 2 years. It did not appear from what I saw. I have a list of the things that they can do, but there's any sort of education in max. What I haven't done is researched what happens in median. So she'll go from max, and this is always good behavior. This is a perfect behavior, okay? And life, not death. She'll be in max for 2 years. Then she'll go to close custody, which is a little bit more free, but it's still a max-like cell with a roommate. And then within a year or 2 years of being in close custody, she'll go to medium security. And I believe once you're in medium security, some of those programs come into place. But I don't remember seeing anything about that in max.
Right. We have another viewer question. Melinda Nichols is asking, how much does a juror get paid in Arizona?
It's not much. I want to say it's between like $15 and $20 a day.
Wow.
It's not enough to pay your house. So, I mean, this really is a service. And before we get down to these jurors, I'm not down on these jurors at all. And I commend them for giving up their lives for 4 months. But to me, this is more of a judge issue.
We actually got the actual answer from the Arizona website. As a juror, you will receive a mileage reimbursement for each day you serve. Compensation for mileage is the same amount paid to state officers and employees by statute. If you are selected to sit on a trial, you will also receive a $12 per diem. Some courts pay the $12. 12.
Yeah.
Yeah, some courts pay the $12 per diem to jurors even if they are not selected to sit on a trial. Additional compensation is available to those jurors who serve on longer trials lasting more than 5 days if their employers do not pay them while they serve. So that's the official information.
That's not going to put food on the table. I mean, I might buy you lunch. Ellen Deeks asked me, can Jodi write a book? I thought there was a law against murderous profiting from the death of the victim. That is correct. She cannot, from what I understand, write a book and profit from that. She may be able to do some writing in there, but as far as selling it, I know for a fact if the book has anything to do with her crime, she definitely cannot do that. Judy Goodwin asks if the Alexanders are gone for the day and something happens, God forbid a hung jury, will they get them back ASAP? Yes, they're in contact with them. They can get them back. I just think it's weird they left the courthouse. I think they know something we don't. Shocker, since we don't seem to know much about what's going on. But I don't know. I just don't think that it's. I don't think it's going to happen today, though.
Right, and I noticed, I'm just scrolling up, people are asking, will we be able to watch the retrial after it's all over?
Yeah, there's a lot of controversy about that. From what I know, I don't think Fox 10 is going to air the entire trial. I mean, it's just, think about how many hours and hours and hours. I think what we're prepared to do after it's over, and as soon as we can show the video, is have a series of highlights prepared of some of the, maybe the more interesting parts of the trial that you can watch, and we'll have those ready for you. I don't think the whole trial. And then there are some other websites I know that are purchasing all of it. I want to say $1,500. Some of those are ready to watch it. I know some people are upset about that. So I don't think. I know we had never had and never will charge for any of our content. I know we're getting a lot of people saying, I can't believe you're charging. We're not charging. But I also don't think we're going to have all that video up.
Right. I mean, I'm sure we'll be playing a lot of the highlights here on News Now because we're the internet and we can, share extended coverage that TV can't. But yeah, obviously we're not going to actually show you the full, 8 hour. Well, it's not a full 8 hours in court, but a full day in court every day. That would get kind of boring.
Yeah, but I mean, I understand some people are into it. To me, it's just such a massive amount of video that I just don't think we would put that up.
Right.
Clarence Puppy asked me what's my gut feeling about when this will wrap up. I don't know. I've said all along from the very beginning it was going to be Thursday, which is tomorrow. But now I just don't know. You know, I've got a feeling, and it's based on nothing but just my gut and what I saw out there, that something has happened with his jury. I don't know if somebody's been replaced or if something. I mean, to go from being so close to a hung jury to all of a sudden not, and I'm only saying that because the family took off. I don't know. I don't know what else would have happened. That all of a sudden everybody's kind of like in stand down mode, and they shut down the courtroom and say, "We'll let you know when something's happening." And there was some court staff in there. I've got to be honest with you. I walked over to one woman I've been dealing with now for 3 years, and she has a smile on her face. She was shaking, and I want to say almost near tears. I mean, people are their nerves are on it's on their last nerve, and the anxiety is very high here. And who knows what happened in that close courtroom? But she seemed rattled, so I just don't know what's going on.
Mm-hmm. Right. Let's see. People are speculating that they're going to have to pay to watch the trial. They're saying, well, you guys aren't going to show. What we're saying is we're not giving TV airtime to the whole trial. Because a lot of people are upset, I guess, by that answer.
Well, you could ask Jeff. I mean, it was my understanding that we're not putting the entire trial gavel to gavel online. But
right.
If that has changed, you know.
I think it's getting edited down. It'll still be the major parts, but I don't think it's the whole thing.
No. And, frankly, unless you are so hardcore that you want to watch every second of this, a lot of this testimony.
How long would that be? How long would be, if you sat down and watched the entire retrial? It's been 4.5 months, right? How long?
Well, I think it's been every day. I mean, must have been 45 days. I don't know, something like that. There were long breaks. There was some weirdness. But
so do you have to give up 300 hours of your life to watch it? Is what I'm trying to figure out.
It'd be a lot, I'm not sitting here with a piece of paper to figure it out. It'd be a lot. I think if somebody wanted to watch this trial from what I saw, and you wanted to really kind of get the gist of what was happening, I would watch the opening statements from both attorneys. I would then watch the victim impact statements from the Alexanders. That was very powerful. Mm-hmm. And then we are going to have access, not from the camera that we had in the courtroom because we were kicked out, but from what I understand, we are going to have access to Jodi Arias' secret testimony, her day-and-a-half testimony. I would watch that. And then the closings, probably. I think, one did a fairly good job, but I think Kirk Murphy did a really interesting job on closing. I think he was pretty compelling on both the ends. I know people don't want to hear that, but, one was great at different parts of the trial, but I think watching Kirk's closing was good, and then, of course, the verdict.
Mm-hmm. I did get an official message from Jeff who's saying that it's just too big to put online, the entire trial. I guess it would just take up way too much space. Because it would be about 300 hours, I would say, on our website.
Right, which is probably why some people are doing it and paying for it, too. I mean, they've had who knows, have to host it on different places and things like that.
And you know what? A lot of people are like, well, I watched the whole first trial. I think the difference is it was happening live, so you wanted to tune in every day for the new thing that happened. I think when you're watching this retrial after you already know the verdict and you've already heard all the highlights from reporters and media around the world, I don't know. I guess at least for me, it would be difficult to be as interested because I already know the ending. I would just want to see, like you said, those highlights that you mentioned.
Yeah, right. I mean, once you know that, I mean, that's the thing that made that first trial so compelling. And to me, just sitting in the courtroom, it's like every day there was some other whopper or some like crazy picture of naked Jodi or some like awful autopsy thing or some weird sex tape phone call or some weird email or some fact or, Jodi borrowing gas cans and sticking in the car. It's like every day there was some dramatic twist and turn of what was happening. We didn't have as many of those in this case. We had a lot of psychologists talking about why Jodi Arias is sick, and we had other psychologists saying, no, she's not sick. And so that's mostly what this case was. Juan Martinez put on some of the evidence in the earlier part of it, but most of it seemed to be like psychologist versus psychologist.
Mm-hmm. Diane is asking, what is Troy's opinion on the verdict?
Well, up until a couple of hours ago, I would have told you a hung jury. I mean, and we had yesterday. I think everybody watching this case pretty much thought we were going to get life. Mm-hmm. And now, who knows? Right. I'm so frustrated. I'm dying to know. I'm not dying to know. I'm frustrated that we can't know what happened in there. And I don't think it's right that the media is being shut out of these proceedings like this. I mean, what does it hurt to tell us if this is what happened? Okay, here's what we did. There was some kind of misconduct with this juror, or there was something, we replaced this juror with this juror, or we sent them back again to work on. They came back again and said they couldn't reach a verdict, so we sent them back again. I mean, something obviously happened. Mm-hmm. And we're not sure what it was. But I don't like them.
Are you there? Hello?
Yeah, I'm still here. You losing me?
I'm losing the connection, yeah, a little bit.
Okay.
All right.
I'll try to hold still.
I got it back.
Okay. Yeah, I'm in this weird little room, because now there's nowhere to go. If I leave the building, I have to be searched again, and I don't see what's going on. If I go down to one end, I'm sitting with Jodi's family, and I can't talk freely. If I go on the other end, I'm stuck with all the meeting people. So I'm in this weird little room waiting to get kicked out any minute, but as of right now, we're...
Right. Melissa Ward is asking, anyone know how long it took the jury on the other female that Juan put on death row? So no, we talked about this, how there's only a couple women on death row, and Juan Martinez is responsible for one of them. How long did that jury take to decide to give her the death penalty?
Andriano, I don't know that, but I do know that Marissa Dubois, who was the last woman who went through this, and was fairly recent, I think they deliberated 5 days and decided to give her life.
Mm-hmm. 5 days, and today we're on day 5.
Yes. Yeah, but they decided unanimously to go live, I believe.
And
but, this case on any other case. This case is, like you were saying earlier, it's so strange, and there have been so many twists and turns. And also keep in mind, in the Dubois case, that was the original jury. It saw the whole case. They got all this background knowledge.
Right.
And I had this jury requested a ton of exhibits because they weren't here for the first trial, which was what I'll bring up the fact that we have this law. I just think it's kind of crazy that you bring a jury in off the street that wasn't in the last trial, and then rail them into it and say, okay, now you decide. Where you don't put that whole trial in front of them again. It was weird. It was like a little mini guilt trial at the very beginning, and then a ton of mitigation. And I just, I'd love to see somebody at the legislature at some point after this is all done, and maybe we go down and talk to them about it and say, hey, do you think this is a good idea to have this law the way it is? Because, seriously, we've spent a ton of money on this.
Right.
And we're probably going to get the same result. And so many other states have gone the other way. So many states have gone to where if the original jury can't decide, then it's life.
All right, we're having... Kelsey is asking, is there any kind of limit to how many days a jury can go without a verdict before it's just considered a hung jury?
No time is what I understand. But as you saw, the judge will nudge them along. At a certain point, now I said it before, and I was wrong, but I'll say this. I really don't see that if they come back again and say we're hung, see the judge send them back again. I don't. But, who knows what happened today? That may have been what happened today.
Right. Let's see if we have any more questions. A question for Troy. No, that was the same one. Posted multiple times. Question for Troy. Jodi gave an interview after she was found guilty of first-degree murder. Is she allowed to give interviews again?
The sheriff's office, I've heard through channels, have said no.
Okay.
No interviews.
All right. Well, that was that update. I think that was... Oh, how does... Sorry? How does... Hello? I can't hear you.
Hello? Yeah, I'm saying go ahead.
Okay. How does Judge Sherry Stevens get away with so much secrecy in her courtroom?
That is an excellent question. That's the two of us. Who is that from?
That question was from KJ Trailer.
I think the two of us should go in and ask her right now. You need that here. We're going to mark the group members, and we're going to say, hey, Sherry, look, you seem cool, and we've enjoyed your work, but now we've got a few questions. Yeah, I don't know. I make light, but, you know, what are you going to do? And she's in charge. It's her courtroom.
Right.
And, you know, it was interesting. Somebody came over. There's a student here from ASU Criminal Justice, and he was talking with one of his professors. The professor said this is going to be what he called a precedent case, where there are going to be so many precedents set with this case of what not to do that will be studied for a very long time. And rulings will be made based on this case in the appellate court, so it will affect other cases. So hopefully, the court system tries to learn from its mistakes. So let's see if we can learn here in the Arizona criminal justice system from this case and don't repeat some of the things that happened here.
All right. Kelsey, follow-up question. Isn't the judge pushing against a hung jury isn't the judge pushing against a hung jury then considered her being biased?
You know, that's what I said all along. That's why I was so surprised when she sent them back yesterday. Because this is not like the original, you know, guilt phase, where if they're hung, we're facing what we have now. Now, with Arizona law, if they come back hung, it's a verdict. Mm-hmm. It's a life verdict.
Right.
So essentially, yesterday, they came back with a verdict. And their verdict was hung/life.
Right.
And the judge said to them, I don't accept that. And you need to go back and work harder. So if you're looking at it objectively, you'd say, well, wait a second. The only way this would change now, Judge, unanimous, would be death. So are you telling us to go back and work harder to get death? Because if you're telling us to go back and work harder to get life, we've already got life.
Right. I mean, that's a fair point. So obviously that gives us as viewers a hint as to maybe how close it is. Maybe it's a 10 for death, 2 for life situation. Because I feel like, I mean, Ron and I talked about it earlier this morning. If it's like something like 6 and 6 or 7 and 5, it's really hard to convince those other 5 to switch sides. But if it's 1 or 2, I guess maybe that's something that she's urging them to consider.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think who knows? It could be one. It could be one person sitting there saying, I can't do it. Or, you know, one person saying she needs to die. I mean, we don't know which way they're leaning.
Right. No, you're right. I mean, but what I'm saying is the ratio, I guess.
Right. I agree with you. I think they have to be close. And I would say it's probably 2 or fewer for her to send them back.
That would be the only logic behind this. Okay, question for Troy. What did you take from interviewing Jodi? Like, could you tell she was lying, or did you get the feeling she was a scary person at all? From Lindy Nolan.
No, I've never been scared by Jodi, and as a matter of fact, she's very pleasant in person. I've always said that I feel like she's mentally ill. That's my own. I'm no psychologist. She's just a little off, and you know, I don't know what to say about it. But you know, I heard Ted Bundy was a real sweetheart too when you got to know him. I mean, obviously she did an awful thing, but at this point, when you see her and talk to her, she doesn't come across as scary to me at all. And she comes across as somebody who's fairly articulate and intelligent, and you know, she obviously has something wrong with her. People who are the way she is, when you sit across the table from them, generally are not able to almost cut somebody's head off and stab them 20 times or whatever she did. I mean, that's not a normal thing to do.
Right.
So there's something going on there. But was I scared? No, I wasn't scared.
Right. Question, can't Troy or other media members demand they be let in as per all higher courts' rulings?
Yes, I'm demanding it right now. Right here on I demand it. You know, the only way to address that is, again, with a media attorney, just like last time when Jodi took the stand. And I would say this, as much as I've been kind of ranting, and I do kind of blame the chocolate-covered espresso beans that Beth Karras is passing around out here, because they really give you a jolt. You know that? When you eat those chocolate-covered espresso beans, it's like drinking like 3 cups of coffee, so I'm kind of fired up.
Right. Here's a good question. Sorry.
What's that?
Oh, I thought that this was a good question. It's on a topic we talked about it this morning a little bit. If the jury is hung, do you think that the judge will then make everyone wait again for her decision in terms of life with or without parole? Or do you think we're going to have to wait another few weeks before we get a decision? Or do you think that Judge Stevens has already kind of drawn her own conclusions in her mind if that is the end scenario?
No, I think we absolutely are going to have to wait. Absolutely.
Okay.
This judge, are you kidding me? I mean, the thing is, from what I've heard too in these hearings, the family is able to speak to the judge before this. Jodi's able to speak to the judge, and then there's some people talking out here that there may even be arguments that may come up. Again, I don't know if the attorneys are able to bring in witnesses or what the exact rules are, but it would not shock me at all if we didn't see another. Well, it wouldn't be 4 months, but if we saw another big production with the judge deciding with or without, it's not parole. Remember that, it's clemency. Now, I know I've explained this a couple of times, but the governor in Arizona appoints people on the clemency board. The clemency board then, let's say she got life with possibility of release, they have to recommend clemency, which just doesn't happen very often. And then you have to send that to the governor, and the governor has to sign it to let them out. So in Arizona, which a border conservative state, it's just very unlikely that she be granted clemency, and look at what she gets.
Mm-hmm. Well, we had this question from Michelle. Question, is news media allowed to serve in a jury? Technically, yes, right?
We've had some people. As a matter of fact, I think one of our executive producers served, I want to say it was a murder trial. I think it was Steve Levi. You should have Steve on and talk to him about it.
Steve's name is supposed to never be mentioned on this show. I always refer to him as my anonymous boss.
Oh, that's what he mentioned? I'm sorry. See if SL wants to come on and talk about his time on the jury. I think he did have a pretty intense, and I think, don't get me wrong, I think he was the foreman. So yeah, he might be welcome information.
Mm-hmm. Lexi is asking, what do you think the main issues are over life and death for the jurors? Do you think it's because they think the crime isn't worth the death penalty, or is it more moral opinion that they're internally struggling with?
Yeah, I would think, let's go with what we've been going with. And again, this is purely speculation. We have no hard numbers. But let's say it's 1 or 2 people who are holding out. I think at that point, you're dealing with a moral issue. You're dealing with somebody saying, okay, what Jodi Arias did was terrible. I have told this court that I believe I could put somebody to death for something I think that deserved it. I think there's just enough doubt with, fill in the blank. Jodi was abused again. Jodi's not mentally fit. Jodi had no, whatever the mitigating factors you want. But I don't feel morally it's right to put her to death. Mm-hmm. Now, I'm not saying that I couldn't put somebody to death if I thought there was zero litigation, but I still think there's enough that I don't want to kill her, and I don't want to live with that, and I don't think it's the right thing to do. So to me, with that, the litigation that we've had a couple of years, I think it's going more towards moral, but that's just me.
Right. Now, Melissa is asking this question. Could an alternate juror be brought in today without the public knowing of it?
That is the thing that I don't even want to utter, because that's what I'm really kind of thinking. I don't want to say it's possible, but trust me, I've thought about that. And if there was an alternate juror brought in here to replace somebody, and let's say, and we hate to even throw it out there, but let's say an alternate juror was brought in to replace one of the holdouts, if you bring an alternate juror after 5 days of deliberations, you better have the most rock-solid reason for doing that, right?
Right.
At this point. So if that happened, and we're not being told that it happened, I'm telling you, that is not right. But we have no indication that's what happened. But let's go down speculation lane. Let's say that did happen. And all of a sudden, the Alexander family was told, oh, hey, we got a new juror. So here's the deal. They're going to have to start from scratch. And the Alexander family says, oh, well, okay, let's go. And they all jump in the elevator. Right. But again, going way down speculation, we have no idea what happened in there. But because this judge is shutting us out.
Right. Here's a question that's come up a number of times. I already know that you're not going to talk about it until after the verdict is read, but everyone every day has been asking, how did Jodi try and manipulate you? Ever since you hinted at it here on News Now, people want to know.
Well, it's nothing. Jodi works everybody. And I think it's just her nature. And it was nothing, and again, I don't want to get into it now, and we can talk about it later. It's not a huge deal. Everybody's going to think, oh, that's it, And it's really nothing solid I can put my fingers on. But, she's constantly working people around her to try to do the bidding and do the things that she wants. So whether it's somebody who she has on the outside who, because I hear from people all the time, I met Jodi while she was in jail. What do you mean you met her while she was in jail? Oh, we started writing back and forth. Well, then all of a sudden, Jodi gets people who she's writing back and forth with who are doing things for her outside, stuff she needs. And she knows how to, you can call it make friends, or you can call it manipulate. I don't even know how you want to call it, but people get into her world and suddenly find themselves doing her bidding if they allow themselves to do that. And I think she's always kind of trying to work that sort of an angle. And that's just a feeling I have. So that's what manipulation is. There's nothing like, she demanded this or asked this. It's nothing. So that's all I want to say about it.
All right. Let's see. Why did Stevens allow Jodi Arias to be put on the class action suit to remove the death penalty when she doesn't qualify?
I was just talking about somebody with that suit today, and I don't know a lot about it, but I have heard that even if she goes to Perryville, she'll be back here in the courtroom because she may be testifying in that case, and I just don't know enough about it. Maybe just because she was a defendant who went through this penalty phase, even if she's not on death row, she could still testify. I don't know enough about it to really comment more.
By the way, I'm getting a lot of questions. Do you have to go back in, or are you good to keeping up?
The great thing is I got this little slit in the door, and I'm staring right at Steve Kraft and a couple of our other colleagues. I know for a fact if something happens, they're going to run in. Okay. So as long as I can see them, I'm in good shape.
Okay, cool. I'll just continue asking some of these questions. If the jury, this is from SNSHNEGRL, there's probably a way to read that. Anyways, if the jury can't reach a decision, what do you think the possibility would be, or likelihood rather, that Sherry Stevens gives Jodi life with the possibility of parole?
I think it's very low, and I have nothing to base that on except for self-preservation for Sherry Stevens.
Right.
I don't know.
The public outcry. And her reputation.
Right, and people will burn her house down. I think what I need to do at a certain point, maybe it's right after this verdict, is sit down and look at the statutes of what the criteria the judges look at as to what constitutes life with or life without possibility of release, and then maybe we can look at it and talk about that more. But I would say right now, probably without. Let's put it this way. The fact that two juries, and we're assuming now that they may be leaning death here, but the fact that two juries really couldn't decide on death or life should sway the judge to say, okay, well, if they were close to going death on the last one, I think they were 8-4. If they were close to going death on the last one, then probably should be without parole.
Right. Right. You can't be considering the death penalty and then give someone parole, or can you? Has there been a situation like that?
I don't know.
Okay. Now, April is asking, is the reason why Nurmi requested mistrial yesterday because jurors came back hung, and then there is an appellate issue as a result? Question mark?
Yeah, one more time. I'm sorry, Sammy.
Sorry?
Ask me that one more time. You broke up a little bit.
All right. This question is from April. April is asking, is the reason why Nurmi requested mistrial yesterday because jurors came back hung, and then there was an appellate issue as a result?
Yeah, so basically Nurmi made the same argument that I just made a second ago, which, no matter what side you lean on, you have to admit it's a valid argument. He's saying, look, them coming back hung is a verdict. And, so in this case, you're saying that a life verdict which is a hung jury, is not good enough. And the only change we can have at this point now is for them to come back death. So in a way, you're advocating for death, and that's what he tried to do.
All right, I'm just scrolling through the feed. Let's see if there are any. Someone wants us to start our own court TV show.
Yeah, well, you know, is Court TV still around? No, it's not. And the thing is, Court TV did very well when they had big trials, but then when they didn't, you know, it was tough. And I think we'll see this. I think there's a huge, you know, I noticed it with my Twitter. I'll get a gazillion followers, and then watch after, you know, the Arias thing goes away, and I'm tweeting about house fires of Phoenix, I lose a ton of followers too, because not everybody can do.
Right.
Otherwise, you stick around because we do cover the world here at Fox 10 now. We're no longer just local.
Right. Ali Al-Basri is asking, will the evidence be made available to the public after this is all over?
Yeah. What do you mean? Like, well, I don't know exactly. We can ask her what she means, but I think we're not going to go through and take pictures of Jodi's journal all the way through, or some of these things. You go about requesting that, but I know that all the testimony will be made available, and then all the video, and I believe, you know, all the evidence that we saw in the courtroom. You can, I can answer that, I guess.
Right. Megan MZ asking a nice personal question for Troy. How are your days at the courthouse? Like, what's your day like out there on a typical day?
Well, that was atypical because, you know, I was going under the assumption that we were going to get a 1 hour announcement of the verdict. So on Monday I came in really early thinking that maybe something was going to happen. And I'm trying to think. So yesterday I didn't. Yesterday I didn't come into the station because I anchor news here too. I anchor the 6 and 10 o'clock newscast. So I'm here till late every night, 6 and 10 p.m. So for me to come in early really extends my day. I have no problem doing it on big stories, which I'm doing now. But then yesterday, when they came in and said they might be hung, and there was really no announcement. And really, if Judge Stevens decided right there she was going to let them stay hung, it was going to be done with no announcement whatsoever. So now, today, I got down here really early thinking, well, as soon as the jury gets down here, I need to get down here, because if they come back hung, which they already did once, it may just be a gavel going down and that's it. You know, and then we'll miss it. So today, very boring. Today I came in here, I sat in the courtroom for a little bit, I got kicked out of the courtroom, got out in the area, talked with other people, tweeted a bunch, went back in the courtroom, got kicked out of the courtroom, went down to knew that the jury had left for some lunch, so I jammed downstairs, and I got like the worst lunch, and I hate to throw people under the bus, but there's a cafe downstairs here in the South Building, and they sell random, and I got a hot dog because it looked like the least offensive thing that was down there, and the bun was crunchy and gross. Everything was gross. I'm sorry. Court, please do something with that cafe down there. It was terrible.
So rough day.
Oh, it was awful. I had an awful lunch, and then I came back. And the best part about it was I bought a banana with it, and the banana was good. So I came back up here, and we sat here again outside the courthouse. I talked with some people who were involved in the case, who I won't go into their names, and tried to get a little bit of information, talked to the members of the media, and then came in here and called you. So that's my day. I'm basically tweeting, talking to you, and waiting.
Have you had another day while covering this trial that's been, I guess you could say, as frustrating as today was?
Oh, I've had some doozies covering this trial. You know, we've always tried to do what I've tried to do, you know, what this waiting is. You feel like you're going to get this 1 hour notice, so I'm able to run around. So I've been doing some other stories, which has been nice. We exclusively had the cell that Jodi Arias is going to be staying in at Perryville Prison. So I worked around that and got that together. And so I was always kind of during this. And yesterday I talked with Chris Hughes, who is a good friend of Travis Alexander's, and he told me a little bit about Chris Hughes, and he told me about Travis, and the night that he and Travis both met Jodi, it was the same night in Las Vegas, and he said he really liked her. I thought she was nice, and he had the same feeling about her that I've had sitting across the table from her, because she can put on that front. But when they went home that night, he said that he and his wife both discussed, there's something off with her. So I'm always trying to work on stories while we're waiting, And otherwise, there's usually something going on in the court that I can report and talk about. But yeah, today's been frustrating.
Yeah.
Just to not be the journalist. I mean, it's my job to get information to people who are interested in news.
Right.
And for me to get information, it's frustrating.
Absolutely. Back to the YouTube questions coming in. Diana Martinez is asking, would this whole situation be different if Jodi hadn't hurt Travis so bad? Does the amount of time she stabbed him matter?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I think this whole thing would have been different if the sex stuff wasn't there. I think the sex stuff really worked against her. I think, how often do you have shots of a murder defendant taking I'm trying to think how I can say this. I mean, these are not like boudoir shots that some guys will do with their wives, whatever, in like lingerie and looking sexy. I mean, these are like hardcore, spread open, hustler, porn shots of the defendant in the courtroom, and I think that did have an impact on these juries, and probably just as well. So yeah, there was that, and then coupled with those autopsy photos. Now, and they were made worse by the fact, and if I get too graphic, stop me, Samia.
It's the internet. You can get as graphic as you want on the internet.
Travis had been sitting in that shower for a couple of days, so his body's not in great shape to begin with, okay? And then he started his decomposition. So not only are you looking at the wounds, which still would have been bad with a quote-unquote fresh body, more preserved and put in the cold, but you're looking at a body that had started to decompose, and then the wounds on top of it. So it was like ghoulish. It was just ghastly. I know a lot of people out there have seen those photos. So yeah, I think absolutely they played into it. I mean, there may have been, and the thing that really hurt Jodi, to me, to make this, I think if all you had were the photos that I just talked about and the body, this may have been a second-degree case. It may have been just, crime of passion, she freaked out, whatever. But really, Jodi, in my opinion, she stole, according to prosecutors, stole her grandfather's gun a week before. Broken in. And borrowed the gas can from the ex-boyfriend to put in the trunk of the car so she wouldn't have to stop at a gas station. And put the license plate back on upside down. And was stopped with an upside-down license plate in Utah. So there's a plane. So
Troy, your signal is breaking up a little bit. Is there another position you can move to the phone? It's a little in and out.
Okay. Better now?
Yeah, better. Thanks.
Okay. Sorry.
Continue.
Yeah, I mean, so it showed clear premeditation,
Yeah.
She was in a lot of trouble once the jury believed all that evidence, and she was found guilty.
Tasha's asking, do you think that the judge has been manipulated by Jodi?
That's a great question. I don't want to speak for her, but I think Jodi imposes her will on everybody in that courtroom, probably except for one. And I think she even affects one more English because he's fed up with her BS that maybe he's even more aggressive than he normally is. So yeah, I think Jodi, she's the kind of person that, again, imposes her will and manipulates one way or the other everybody around her.
Right. I guess when you were breaking up when you were talking about, they're like, oh, he was getting graphic and the audio broke up. So if you want to describe that again.
Okay. Well, was talking about the autopsy photos?
Sorry, are you on speakerphone or are you talking directly into the phone?
Hold on, I'll go back in the phone.
Yeah, I think that'll be better right now given the connection if you just go back. to handheld.
Right.
You back?
How's that? Is that better?
Way better. I'm sure they're all going to chime in like, thanks, Troy, in about 30 seconds now that you've done this, because it's a lot.
Yeah, and you know what? I forgot why I even did that. I did that because I was looking at
tweets.
Questions on Twitter.
Right.
Yeah, no, I mean, I don't know how much they want me to go back on, but I mean, I told you those autopsy photos were made worse because the body was decomposing.
Right.
And so, it had this purplish hue. When a body begins to decompose, it dries out, and the fluids start escaping the body. And so what happens is you start getting the very extremities of the body start to actually mummify. They start to turn black and get shriveled. So in Travis Alexander's case, his nose was black and kind of shriveled. His lips were pulled up away from his teeth. His hands, the ends of his fingers were starting to mummify. So not only are you looking at the stab wounds and the slash wounds, and they were horrific, and they were on a body that was partially starting to mummify. So I said it was very ghoulish. And I felt like, it made the autopsy photos look even more, striking. And I think that played a huge role in what happened with the jury. Like I said, between those photos and the sex photos, they were just, a picture tells 1,000 words.
Right.
So people are looking at it, and they're like, okay, so, and I think it's hard for people to wrap their minds around. I know it always has been for me, because the photos were taken very close together. I want to say between like an hour and a half or a couple of hours or whatever. I mean, between them in these very graphic and intimate sex acts and trust. I mean, how much do you have to trust somebody to have them take those kinds of photographs of you to this violent episode of death? And that's what people have a hard time wrapping their mind around, because it's like, if you're like just casual with somebody, you let them take those kind of pictures? I don't know.
Question for Troy from Megan. Do you think Jodi actually feels for Travis's family, or is she so far gone mentally that it's all an act?
One more time, I'm sorry.
Do you think that Jodi actually feels for Travis's family, or is she so far gone mentally that this whole thing is all an act?
Yeah, I think at this point that she has to feel bad for what she did, and if for no other reason, just for where she is now. But I don't know. I try to crawl into her mind. I don't know how you do it.
Right.
I'm not going to try to. But, I mean, seriously, how could anybody not say, boy, did I screw up? Boy, was that a bad decision. And that's, I don't know how else to say that. But, you hope she feels bad.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what to say.
Troy, I think this goes back to the whole, I think they're referencing Judge Stevens. What would be the point in hiding anything from the public? I'm just not understanding their secrecy.
Me neither. And I'm trying to think if I even finished this thought, but if this were a part of the trial, I think that we might be fighting to find out what's going on. But I think everybody wants to be very careful at this point not to get in and blow this up and do anything weird that's going to cause, some sort of a mistrial or something. Nobody wants to be seen to be responsible for that. So I think everybody's just kind of dealing with it and grumbling about it under their breath. But I don't think anybody's going to do anything about it. And I don't know why it's secret. I don't know. Why did Judge Stevens think it was okay, again, bending to Jodi's will, to allow a witness in a capital murder case to testify in secret? That she did.
Right. Who knows? Another follow-up to public access after the trial, Ellie Albasri says, what about things that weren't allowed in court? For example, prosecutors' interview with Jodi's ex-boyfriend, Matt. Will these be released after the verdict?
I don't know how you'd even get a hold of that. I don't know. And the weird thing is, I've heard all this stuff out there about all this evidence that didn't make it in. And maybe, I've just in passing told Juan Martinez, and I don't talk to him at all, but like in the hallway, hey, I'd love to get together with you at some point after this is over and talk. I'd love to hear some stories from the insiders, to see, what we didn't hear and what we didn't know about what, happened, and hear about some evidence that didn't make it in, to know it really exists. Because at this point, I'm just kind of hearing It's more rumor than anything else. I've never really seen a lot of hard evidence of it.
All right, let me see if there are any more questions. Scrolling. A lot of people reacting to that question, saying she doesn't care, she's only self-centered, she only thinks about herself. The one that we asked earlier about if she feels sorry for him. A lot of people riled up on that question.
I think, a lot of it comes back to, feeling, and that's got to be part of it. It's like, look where I am. I mean, don't you think, we've all made, granted, not even close to this, we've all made moves in our lives where, like, the next day we're like, God, why did I do that? That was so stupid. I know I've made a ton of them. But can you imagine something on this scale? I mean, your life is done. I don't care what anybody says. Whether she gets death or life, it's over. It's done. And let's say she gets the very, very best thing that could ever happen to her, which is life with release. She gets out. What is she? She's going to be, 50-something years old, a convicted murderer. What is her life going to be like then? It's going to be nothing. It'll be nothing. She'll never be able to have a decent job. She'll never be able to, have a family. She'll be too old to have kids and stuff. Right. I mean, it's over. It's over.
Right. Troy, how is Juan doing? Mary Mouse.
Juan had a big smile on his face today, which made a lot of us kind of think about, well, if this jury's leaning one way or the other, why is Juan? Let me put it this way. Knowing Juan Martinez the way I do, which is very superficially, I have a hard time believing that if he knew that jury was 11-1 or 10-2 life, that he'd be walking around with a big smile on his face.
So
but again, we're going down speculation lane. It's a beautiful place, speculation lane. We're walking right down it.
That's all we can do. I mean, what else are we supposed to do? They're not giving us anything.
Juan was smiling today. That I can tell you. Juan was smiling. That's a fact. I'm sure. And the rest is a nice stroll down speculation lane.
Troy, why wasn't Juan Martinez allowed to cross-examine Jodi Arias, even if she pleaded the fifth? Is Judge Stevens to blame? Mitchell asks.
Well, no. What Juan Martinez could have done there is stricken her testimony from the record, which she didn't even do that. Because Jodi basically, I think the way it happened was because the judge said, okay, I'm going to allow you to testify under these conditions. Once those conditions were revoked, she was able to say, okay, well, I'm no longer testifying. And she went and sat down. And that's why Juan didn't have to cross-examine her. And yes, it does come down to what Judge Sherry Stevens, the decision she made.
Nicole is asking, what does Sandy Arias look like? I'm sure she knows what happened earlier from Nurmi. Like, what did you see? Did you see her today?
I did, yeah. I mean, she'd be a great poker player because her face never changes. Mm-hmm. I know that they're hopeful because it's taken this long. I think most of them think that if it was going to be death, it would have been fairly quick. And at the same time, she's worried. Say what you will about Sandy Arias and the family, and I hear a lot of stuff about they're this, they're that. But this is a little girl that she had. I've got 2 daughters at home, and when you have a child, you hope that they will have a fulfilling and happy life. I don't think anybody has a child and says, in 32 years, 34 years, I'm going to be sitting in a courtroom in Arizona wondering whether or not she's going to be killed by the state. Mm-hmm. So she's being very strong considering that. And and we talked about this some. I know people are going to say I'm a softie or whatever. There are no winners here. Right. There are no winners. Everybody loses, no matter what happens. The Alexanders, I don't care what kind of a verdict they have, and they make them feel a little bit better. They have lost. They lost Travis, right? Sandy Arias has lost, no matter what happens here. Her daughter, she will not ever have a normal relationship with her daughter that she had one before, but there's no chance of that now. Jodi Arias has lost. Everybody's lost.
Right. Ronnie K is asking, can Judge Stevens be sanctioned or reprimanded for the star chamber tactics she employed in this case?
Yeah, I don't know. I think people have asked me who I wish I could interview when this case is over. I said number 1 would be Juan Martinez, number 2 be Sherry Stevens. And now I'm thinking almost, now I think Sherry just got bumped up to number one, because I would ask her, what is behind all this secrecy? What are you thinking? Why do you think it's okay to shut us out during all this stuff? And why did you allow this trial to go on 2 or 3 times as long as it should have?
Right.
Why are other judges who work in your courthouse? Hold on a second. I think this may be. Hold on a second.
Sure.
I think some jurors just walked out. I think they just walked out for a break, but I caught them from behind. So anyway, watch Twitter, and everybody else sitting out in the hallway don't know whether or not it was jurors walking out.
Mm-hmm.
But was I ranting on Judge Stevens again? Yeah, I would say, there are other judges in this courthouse who say that she'd be in Perryville already. I mean, why are we still sitting here? I don't know. I have a lot of questions for the judge. Frustrating.
Here's one. Moonstar is asking question: why was this judge allowed to preside over this phase again?
It was her case. I think that's just the way it works.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, to give that to another judge, I think at this point I don't know. I mean, I think that's just the way it works.
How frequently will Sandy get to see Jodi, or will she get to see Jodi if she has life in prison or the death penalty?
Yeah, I've got this little sheet in front of me, and I actually showed it to a friend of Sandy's, and Sandy brought it over to her, because I haven't really talked to Sandy today, and it's got all the things that you get at Lumley as a maximum custody inmate. Let me see. Visitation, 1 non-contact 2-hour block per week. So you get, basically you're in a plexiglass box. 2 hours per week you get a block. So I guess you can have people kind of come in and out. I'm not exactly sure how that works.
So is that a situation where they talk over the phone, right? Through the glass?
Yeah, or in the Maricopa County Jail, it's like a little speaker in between the two of you, where you just kind of talk and it's kind of piped in. And let me see. After 30 days, though, now this is with life, this is not with death. After 30 days, she gets 1 3-hour non-contact block. And then after 60 days, if she's behaves herself.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on. Okay, after 180 days in step 3, you get contact visits, 4-hour blocks, and utilize the vending machines. So basically, after 6 months in max, this is with life, she will be allowed to have contact visits, which it's not conjugal visits. It's not they get their own trailer or whatever. It's you get to sit at a table, and I think you get to hug when you first get there and things like that, but you're no longer in a cage.
Oh, wow.
And that's if she gets
How
life.
long is that?
After 180 days, I believe you still get the, what is it? Yeah, it's, what was it, 1 6-hour, no, one 3-hour block per week. But you have to realize that Sandy's in Wairika. And that's a flight. That's not a drive. I mean, you can drive, but it's probably like, 20 hours.
Yeah, it's a lot. It's far.
So, she's not going to see her mom a lot. No, unless she wants to move down here, which, who knows?
You never know. All right, I think we have answered all our viewer questions. We've got through all of them. Troy, have you been on the phone with me? You've been on the phone with me for 1 hour and 13 minutes.
Oh, good.
Wow.
You're using up all of my call time. Wait a second, it's unlimited. We're okay. We're good.
So, unless you have anything else to say, I guess we can both take a break from Arias chatter.
I can. No, I'll still be sitting here. And I'm just wondering when I should head back tonight. I'm supposed to be the 5 o'clock news, so I'll call in and see what's going on there and see if we want to leave. But, I mean, at this point, now my gut is telling me it's probably not going to happen today.
Right. It's 3:47, and they are scheduled to be there till 4:30. I agree with you.
Yeah, but they've been staying until a little after 5 every day.
Right. Well, I guess we'll just wait and see, but most likely I'll see a lot of you YouTube viewers tomorrow on Arias Verdict Watch again.
All right. We'll see you, Sonia.
All right, I'll see you.
And bye, everybody. Thank you so much. Remember, it's Troy Hayden Fox 10 if you want to follow me on Twitter.
That's right. You can find him at Troy Hayden Fox 10. I'll put it up on the screen. And yeah, I think we have wrapped up the call. Let me just hang up on him. There we go. And yeah, I am going to take a break right now as well, guys. You guys can continue chatting, but I have not moved from the seat in many hours, and I need to. So I'll be back in a little bit.
Hello, everyone. My name is Jeff Moriarty, and I have stepped in for Samia Khan on our Fox 10 News Now. Give her a little bit of a break and to look at some other issues that are going on. We have Mark Martinez we're going to try to bring up here in a little bit to talk about an officer-involved shooting that happened in the Tempe area, and there's a press conference that's going to be starting shortly regarding Ferguson and the Department of Justice announcements that the Justice Department will not be bringing criminal charges against the former Ferguson police officer Darren Wilson in the shooting. This does follow the report that the 86-page report made public that says the officer acted in apparent self-defense. Yet there was a lot of evidence about racially based profiling and policing operations in Ferguson. So we're going to be carrying that press conference, talking to Mark Martinez, and of course getting information on Jodi Arias if there's anything else that happens today. Right now, doesn't look like there's any news out of the Jodi Arias trial, but of course we are watching it. Troy's out there. Troy's probably out there recharging his phone, because he had a massive phone interview answering a lot of questions from the chat room. And I want to say, as I work a lot of behind the scenes, I'm usually plugged in and keeping an eye on things going on in the Fox News Now world, helping Samia round up information, watching the chat room, kicking out the appropriate the idiots that crop up every so often when I can. But it is fantastic to see all of this participation, and I really hope that once Arias is done, finally, I mean, it must end someday, correct? But once it is done, that a lot of you stick around, and that you tune in and join us for chats and streaming news. This is something we're piloting out of Phoenix here. I know we've got viewers all over the world, and we would love to hear what you think about what's going on here in the Valley, as well as hear news and information, what you think is important everywhere. So, where to go to next here? I'm going to see if I can get Mark Martinez up. It doesn't look, they're just doing some white checks, white balance checks on the camera in Ferguson there. So I think I'm going to go ahead and bring Mark up here, and I'll be right back. So I'm going to take you back to the courtroom. Yes, we do still have the cameras out there. We don't know for sure that everyone has gone home, so we are going to stick with it. But at this point, it doesn't look like there's anything big happening. But if it does, we will break in and let you know right away. So worry not. I will be right back with Mark Martinez. All right, so we're back, and I have with me Mark Martinez. How are you doing today, sir?
Fine, Jeff. How are you? Busy day.
Well, yes. And you have a rough story that you've been working on today. You want to tell us sort of what was going on there?
Yeah, we covered yesterday in Tempe. There was an officer-involved shooting. It happened just after 12:35 in the afternoon.
Police got a call of a domestic dispute at an apartment complex there. People were calling 911. They heard a woman screaming from inside the apartment. So Tempe officers got there. They actually heard the screaming from inside too when they got there. So they knew they had to get in the apartment quickly. They busted down the door, and as soon as they did, the first officer who went into the door, a veteran officer named Jodi Arias, she was stabbed by the suspect who was inside that apartment. And officers that were with her that went into that apartment, they fired at the suspect. They shot him several times, and he ended up dying from his injuries. But today we got an update that the officer is doing okay. She's in the hospital, and she is expected to recover, and she wanted to thank everybody for all the well wishes and prayers that they're sending her way. And I think we have a picture of that officer to show you now. For the first time, we're actually seeing her. She's a veteran of the department. She's been on with Tempe for 16 years. That's a picture from her website. She teaches self-defense classes. And as far as being in that situation she was in yesterday, they say that this was the most highly trained officer to be in that situation because she teaches classes in close combat quarters, defense tactics. So basically the same kind of situation she found herself in.
And her name?
Jodi Arias.
Excellent. So do we know anything more about that situation? That seems you rarely hear about an officer being stabbed. It's usually a shooting.
Right. So apparently the suspect, whose name is Matthew Metz, we have his picture also, he was in that apartment, and the woman that was in there was tied up when police found her. She was bound.
Oh, wow.
And he had that knife, and we want to bring up his picture real quick. He had that knife as a weapon that he was using apparently towards the woman that was in the apartment. So that's what he used on the officer. And luckily, she was able to keep herself protected as much as possible because she's a Taekwondo expert. She's a national champion, as a matter of fact. And so she has been in these situations and simulations where she's had to fight off attackers at a close distance. That's kind of what she does, and she's trained other people to do. So other officers were saying that experience is really kind of what helped her to not become more injured than she was, that she was able to fight back a little bit before the other officer shot that suspect.
So it's a shame that this happened, but it sounds like if anyone was going to be in that kind of situation, it was good that it was her. It
Right.
could have been a lot worse otherwise.
Yeah, and that was one of the things that I talked to an officer who worked with her for years on the force, and that's what he was saying, that he has no doubt that her experience, her training, is what exactly helped her to not get even more seriously injured. We don't know exactly where on her body she was stabbed or how many times, but there's a picture of her in her hospital room today. She's actually got a smile on her face. She's reading messages that people have sent her. So let me give you a little quick rundown too of her some of the her bio information. So she's trained air marshals. She's done that. She's been there's the picture of her in her hospital room right there. You see she's got a smile on her face. She's reading it looks like her iPad there. She's an expert in defensive tactics, force on force, confrontational simulations, which is exactly what she found herself in. She's also an FBI hostage negotiator certified.
Oh,
I mean,
wow.
talk about a resume. And, you never want to find yourself in that situation, but her training and her expertise kicked into high gear, and that's really kind of what may have saved her life in that situation when she opened the door. And the officer that I talked to, who was also an officer for a long time with Tempe, said that in these kind of situations, you don't know what you're going to find on the other end of the door. You know that there's somebody in there who's in trouble, that woman's screaming, needs help, and you've got to get in there right away, and there's only one way in. You got to get in through that door. And the guy was on the other end, basically waiting to ambush anybody who came through that door.
That is incredible. Do we know anything more about him, or?
No, I went down today to look up court records on him to see if he had any kind of priors or background. We didn't find anything on him, at least not in Arizona. He's 26 years old. We did another search. We found a few traffic violations, minor traffic violations, out of Scottsdale, but nothing that would indicate the kind of violence that we saw yesterday. And again, the officer's name is Jodi Arias, and the suspect's name is Matthew Metz. We don't know, as far as the woman that was tied up inside the apartment, she was in critical condition. She was in bad shape, and so we're not sure. It appears she is going to recover, but we don't know how badly injured she was. But she, at this point, it looks like she's going to make it. We don't know the relationship between Metz and that woman, boyfriend and girlfriend. Maybe that's what we're thinking, but we're not clear at this point exactly how they knew each other, except that she was screaming loudly enough and asking for help to the point where the neighbors called 911, and luckily the police got there really quickly.
It sounds like there was a lot, even again, it's a horrible situation, but there are a lot of things that went well. I mean, in terms of somebody being able to hear her and getting there in time, sounds like,
And it's interesting with police work, the way that this happens is that, so this guy, the suspect, Matthew Metz, he stabs an officer, a veteran officer. The other officers that were there fire upon him to get him to drop his weapon and to stop the attack on the officer. And then as soon as that happens, they then go about trying to help him, to resuscitate him, because that's also part of their job. And to try to they stopped the threat, and now they've got to take care of this guy that they just shot. He was taken to the hospital, but he was shot multiple times, and he did die from his injuries. And but again, luckily, the officer who was just doing her job, she's going to be all right. She did say that she released a statement. Actually, do you mind if I read the whole statement? Do you want to bring up her picture real quick, and I'll read the statement that she released from Tempe Police. This is the officer, Julie Warniak, and here's what she said. Thank you all for the well wishes, thoughts, prayers, and support. I am doing well, but I have a lot of recovery time in front of me. I am thankful and relieved the other victim in this case will survive her injuries and get an opportunity at a full recovery with me. I am also thankful for my fellow officers who did an amazing job yesterday. So that is the statement from the officer. And again, she is happy to see that other victim looks like she's going to pull through as well. So
excellent.
It was quite a day out there.
Yes, and I'm glad everyone's doing well, and I'm looking forward to hearing more about that situation. It sounds like it was pretty intense.
Yeah, we'll have a full report coming up at 5:30 tonight, and we'll have a little bit more on her background and bio. We're expecting that she will be out of the hospital by the end of the week. So,
great news there.
Yes.
So, great. Well, thank you very
much.
Thanks,
Jeff. Thanks, everybody. See you later on tonight.
All right, so we are checking in a little bit on Jodi Watch, and don't see any news there. Nothing I can take you back, because I know all of you don't believe me that there it is outside the courtroom, nice and quiet. So thank you, everyone. I appreciate the so yeah, looked like I woke up get a lot of comments about my hair, which I have never been able to do anything with. I kind of gave up a long time ago on that front. So hopefully my hair isn't keeping or chasing anyone away from the chat. Let's see here. And again, I'm keeping an eye on the podium in Ferguson. It looks like they're still getting set up. I have a special guest with me you might recognize. Scoot over here. See if I can remember how this works.
I'm Mark Martinez.
Yes, you are.
Hello,
Mark
everyone.
Martinez. You're not Mark Martinez. I don't think.
We do. We have it. It's number 3. Or was. No, 3.
Yes, I know what number 3 is.
No, 2. Oh, 6. It's one of them.
Yeah, so.
It's so weird being on this side.
Between the two of us, we can count. 3, 6, they're all about the same.
I wonder if they know who. I have to wait for the.
Yeah, so let me introduce my special guest. Her name is Samia Khan.
Hi. Hey, everyone.
She's been sitting in this chair all day long. She is a machine. She is actually
a robot.
Yeah, she's a robot. She's a Terminator, a news Terminator sent back from the future to bring you information online. So actually, she does know, because she's from the future, the Jodi Arias verdict, but she cannot tell any of you because it would alter the future. So she's got to keep it secret until it's announced to everyone else. And if any of you doubted that I was a nerd, that little speech probably removed all doubt.
Someone pointed out the names on the banner are the opposite. Because that's usually how it is, because usually I'm always sitting there and Jeff is like popping in, but it's fine, you guys get it.
Yes.
I hope there's one viewer out there that just joins us right at this moment and thinks,
what is going on?
That girl, Jeff.
Yes. So my name is Samia Khan, and So, again, I apologize for looking aside here.
Jonathan Blinn is so funny. He has been commenting like this the whole day.
We need a beer.
Everyone, he's like, take a beer break. I'm like, this is so funny. He just keeps...
I wish. So, I do home brewing. And
that's his thing.
Yeah, do home brewing and so on. So I would love a beer right now. I cannot tell a lie. Okay, so
Andrew, by the way, to answer your question, does Sami do this daily, or is this her job just for this case? Nope, I do this every day. I'm just not on for continuous coverage throughout the day, except for Jodi Arias. Normally we stream live at 10 a.m. Mountain Standard Time and also 3 p.m., as well as throughout the day whenever there is breaking news. So sometimes I am on the whole day. It just depends on how busy the newsroom is. But we do have those two specific scheduled times as well to chat with you guys. So 10 a.m. and 3 p.m. I'm sure Jeff has typed it in the box many times.
Yes, I've been sending it from my desk. I don't have it right here in front of me, but if you go to either the iPhone or the Android store, download the Fox 10 Phoenix app. 10 points for anybody who finds my post from that earlier and repeats it into the chat window. And those are imaginary bonus points that don't get you anything. But you are welcome to those points. So go and download the app and you will get updates every time we go on the air.
Right, you should do that.
And we love that we get the interaction that we're getting right now and able to dip into topics, either local ones in Arizona or around the world. And of course, my favorite, the technical topics as well. So, boy, they are just teasing us in Ferguson.
Let's do Tech Talk with Jeff for a little bit. We've been talking about Arias the whole day. Do you have any crazy tech news or geeky things to talk about? Or we can go back to the list of stuff that I had prepared for Ron, but Ron just had to leave, like trending topics and things like that. Or I can have you guys to tell me whether I should post this on Instagram.
That's pretty adorable. Go ahead and show it.
I'm 5 years old. So I took this yesterday. It's my yesterday outfit. We were up in Desert Ridge, and we walked by this candy store, and I walked in specifically because they had all this huge display dedicated to Ted, the movie with the bear. I got really excited, so we went inside, and I definitely bought no candy, but took at least 30 pictures with the bear.
Well, it's a pretty adorable bear, so nice
So
picture.
I want to post it, but I have too many options. There's like...
Oh, no. Yeah, just getting alone, Instagram filters alone will...
No, there's like me looking at Ted. And there's
boy.
me looking at Ted like, oh, Ted, what's wrong? With a good caption. That one could be better.
Well, she's perusing that. I did get actually a tech-related Jodi Arias question.
Okay, let's talk about that.
So... the question was, George asked it, any of the computer issues brought up in the retrial. I'm gonna only speak to it in short because when it came up, I worked on that a little bit. I haven't followed it in depth, so there could be a lot more, and I don't want to get out of turn in speaking on it here. But from what I understand, it was, could a virus have been responsible for a lot of the files, the damage, the stuff that got on this computer? Or the stuff that was removed, actually. And now it's coming back to me because there was a claim that an antivirus program could have removed this stuff, and it really, all of those claims to me sounded highly, highly dubious. It really, everything that was involved in that computer sounded to me like it had to be, and again, not an expert, I have not reviewed the computer, this is just my...
The whole day has been speculation, so say what you want and let them know you're speculating.
All right, so it was leprechauns. Now, reel that back in a little bit. It did, to me, technically sound like something that an individual would have to do. It sounded very unlikely that it was accidental anywhere along the line. It sounded like the chain of control of that laptop in terms of it being a piece of evidence was horribly handled. But I find that happens a lot and especially now, and again, this was several years ago that this thing came into evidence. But it's hard to keep technical, there's so many things that can hit a computer. You can turn it off for a while, you turn it back on, and it decides, oh, I need to update, and it starts applying patches and doing different changes. So many things are automated on computers that can make it difficult to really make sure that a computer, a hard drive, whatever it is, stays in the state that it was when it was picked up by police. So, again, I was very, very dubious about the claims that it was an antivirus program or something else that made those changes.
By the way, has Steve or Troy tweeted anything now that it's past 4:30, past the official scheduled end time? Like Troy said earlier, they could easily stay past 4:30. Yesterday they were there till about 5. Just wondering if anyone is saying anything about that. They'll probably copy and paste it for us in a second. But
yeah, I've had, I enjoyed that today, times where I would actually see a tweet, and before I could get back over and copy it into the chat window, y'all had done it already. So
they're good. They're on it.
They are on top of it. So
Steve tweeted.
Still waiting. That could be the motto of the Jodi Arias trial, still waiting.
By the way, do we want to edit the title of this stream for a second and just add in at the end, Jeff?
So watching the...
Just edit and say that it's the Ferguson report, because it's trending right now. It's like the 6th most trending topic in the United States right now. It's just an idea. Oh, the jury left. We just got official word from a higher up here that the jury has left, guys, meaning we are done with Arias Verdict Watch for today. We will be back here tomorrow with more Verdict Watch starting at 10 a.m. Mountain Standard Time. It's possible we could start a half an hour early if we get any word that an announcement is made. And the only way to know that, if you download the Fox 10 app, you will get a notification, or you can just sit on our YouTube page until something pops up. That's not also an option.
Sorry, updating something on the...
Can we add press conference?
Yeah.
To that part right there.
Alright, let's see if Jeff can spell. He can kind of spell.
So are you guys staying with us?
Yeah, well, some people are leaving. Okay, well, if you want to stay with us, we will be talking for a little bit more before we wind down.
Well, yeah, I mean, this thing that happened in Ferguson is really big.
Yeah, this is...
Aside from the area stuff, this is like, at least when I saw it on the news this morning, I thought this was the biggest story of the day, and nationally, because there was so much of a focus on Ferguson and everything that happened, and now the fact that the Department of Justice, a federal authority, is coming out and now saying, if you look at the facts, if you look at this data that we have right here, yeah, the police in Ferguson are biased when it comes to how they deal with black people. And that is going to, I mean, what's unfortunate is the first time around it caused riots. I'm just hoping that it doesn't cause riots again.
Yeah, it's a pretty serious situation. So I hope you stick around with us for this press conference. We'll be carrying it live in its entirety. One of the things we can do here that we can't do on the air is bring, not just 30 seconds or 2 minutes, but bring the entire press conference so you can watch the whole thing, you can make a decision, you can talk about it as you're watching it.
By the way, this press conference is not from the Department of Justice. It's from Ferguson officials reacting now to the Department of Justice's report that was released.
Okay.
Which, if I search for it, let me see if I can here, I can read part of it. Ferguson PD's pattern of excessive force includes using, I don't know what ECW stands for. Is that something weapon?
I am not sure.
It must, in a manner that is unconstitutional, abusive, and unsafe. For example, in August 2010, a lieutenant used an ECW in drive-stun mode against an African-American woman in the Ferguson City Jail because she had refused to remove her bracelets. The lieutenant resorted to his ECW even though there were 5 officers present and the woman posed no physical threat. Similarly,
I wonder if that's like a taser?
Yeah. Similarly, in November 2013, a correctional officer fired an ECW at an African-American woman's chest because she would not follow his verbal commands to walk towards a cell. The woman, who had been arrested for driving while intoxicated, had yelled.
So an ECW is a electronic charge
taser.
Weapon? Yeah, so it's basically a taser, yeah. All right. We do not have a feed of the jury leaving. We have actually powered down our camera over at the courthouse since there's nothing more going on. And we're just waiting on the Ferguson thing. While you're looking up information there, I did have a tech topic, a small one that I could bring up.
Oh, wow. Sorry.
Yes, it doesn't involve watches.
Oh. So. I had more on Ferguson. Just chaos. I didn't know this. I'm just seeing this. the report had numerous examples of racist emails, some mocking the president and the first lady. What is it with emails, though? Okay, we had the Sony incident. This goes into the tech world, the Sony incident. Right. Then these emails right here. And now you just heard that the whole Hillary Clinton thing, her email, she's been subpoenaed because of her private email server that I guess had pertinent information in regards to Benghazi, all that crazy stuff.
Yeah, the situation with, looks like they might just be doing a mic check in Ferguson, with Hillary Clinton and the use of her private emails is really fascinating. I remember it was a big deal when Obama got a BlackBerry, because it was, having actually a smartphone, even though that's old by today's standards, was a big deal.
BlackBerry.
Yeah, because you couldn't control it, and the message of the president, all those things are supposed to be records that can be searched or subpoenaed or anything else. And now you've got people who are increasingly using other services, and then you have Hillary Clinton for a long time, while serving at an extremely high level, using private email, and it's kind of both a fascinating and a scary thing all at once from a technical standpoint.
So the waiting game continues.
Yes.
Oh man. What else is trending? Oh, you had a tech story.
Yeah, so there's I don't have anything prepped for it, so I'll just talk to it real quick. Again, I'm keeping because I know as soon as, it's just my luck, if I look away, they will come up to the podium.
I'm watching, I'm here.
All right, I appreciate that. So there's a program called Waze, W-A-Z-E, and it's a traffic app. And it was really big a couple years ago, because what it does is, as you drive around with your phone, you're using Waze. It's kind of cute. You'd like this. Have you used it?
Oh yeah, I had it on my phone until I had no space on my phone and had to delete apps to add other apps. You have to prioritize. I still haven't gotten our app yet. I know I'm the worst person.
You don't have the Fox 10, because I bet every person in the chat room
because I don't need the alerts. I'm here already.
The Fox 10 Phoenix app. Sami is the only person here who doesn't have the Fox 10
I need more
Phoenix
space
app.
on my phone.
Delete
Otherwise,
pictures.
I have to delete all my pictures with the bear.
All right. Okay. Nothing about the bear. Anyway, the point being, Waze is a lot of fun. It's a very social app. So as you're driving around, if you slow down, the app will tell everyone else, "Oh, this traffic is slow," and it's intelligent about routing people. So if you've got a commute where like when I come in, there's certain parts of the freeway on my commute that can get really busy, and Waze will route me around those. So I'm a big fan of the app. Google bought them several years ago, and I thought it would just be rolled into Google Maps, and it hasn't, and it's actually become an even better app since being acquired by Google.
So it's like, why bother using Google Maps then?
Yeah, and people are fascinated, people are having trouble.
By the way, Jeff, it's called Waze. Waze, and it's in W-A-Z-E.
Yeah, sorry, W-A-Z-E, and I'll type it in the chat window here.
Yeah.
Okay, so they've had a couple different problems with it. It's so good. There was a situation in California where Waze was routing people through a residential neighborhood because it was faster. And
Probably LA.
Yeah. Well, and people got mad who lived there and said, "Oh my God, we don't want this traffic. We don't want everyone knowing our sneaky little, path, back road." So they would go onto Waze, and you can report where there's traffic and stuff like that. And they'd say, "Oh, there's a wreck here, or the street's closed, or it's under construction." They would lie to try to trick Waze into routing traffic a different way. Well, Waze figured that out. Police officers, it'll also let you know, because when you see a police officer waiting for whatever reason on the side of the road, you can report, "Oh, there's a police officer waiting here," and that will alert other Waze users. So, and it's really dynamic, updating where the locations are of officers for whatever reason, helping a motorist or a speed trap or whatever might happen to be going on. Well, now what they've added is basically Amber Alerts. So if there's a missing child in your area, you will get notified. So especially if, traffic and everything else is great, but if, you would be interested in helping, an Amber Alert when there's one in your area and being immediately aware of something to look out for that you can possibly help a child who's been abducted or is in a bad situation, Waze will also help you with that. So, I see Alfredo here as a big Waze map editor because you can report and participate and make Waze better. Not surprised because we have.
Do you get perks?
Yeah, you can get points and everything else. It's
what
not quite
redeem
Starbucks
the points
stars.
For?
Love.
Oh, so it's not like Starbucks stars.
Well, what are you going to get? A free car? I mean, it's
I
a
don't
traffic
know.
app.
That's a
I
good
don't know.
point.
So, and again, if you're just joining us,
Access to carpool lane.
Yes,
Yeah,
access to carpool.
That would be the dream.
That would be fantastic. And the jury has gone home. Ashley, I downloaded Waze. Let us know what you think about it. I think it's a fantastic app. It's really one of those now I get in my car and it's the first thing I turn on and it alerts me. Even if I'm not plotting, if it's a route that I know how to go 1,000 times, it'll let me know again if there are accidents along the way, debris in the roadway, police officers, whatever it happens to be.
I just saw someone walk out the Ferguson door, but it looks like it was like a 1 minute. Oh, just someone who walked in. Just kidding. I'm monitoring.
It's interesting. I'm going to go ahead and bring this up so you can see what we're looking at here. Oh, let me hop over and kill the sound on it. So yeah, what we're looking at now is the podium. And this is what happens a lot when we are watching, waiting for a news conference to start. One of the most notorious people here is President Obama.
How late is Obama?
Yes, how late is Obama? We always have to talk about that when he comes up here. But they say, oh, this is going to start at X time, and then we want to be ready. So we kind of wait and wait and wait. And wait.
Rachel knows.
Yes.
She's been with us for months.
So what we're watching now, we've been watching out of the corner of our eyes, is basically we've had people come up, they do microphone checks, and when you see a podium, we're kind of blocking that.
We should probably make one of those lower thirds while we're up here. Oh, you did make
that's
one.
That's a great
Maybe
idea.
we need to update it with some new
details.
details.
Genius.
Well, I do this for a living.
Do you? Really? So, on that podium you get to see a lot of microphones, and what will happen is the press will come in, they're all taking pictures of the doorway, which leads me to think we might be about to start. Mm-hmm. Or they're tricking us again.
Let's change the line of the lower third, maybe. The second line, now that we know new information. Department of Justice. Oh, well.
Okay, this is going to go ahead and start. We're going to take you there live.
Well, good afternoon. I'm James Knowles, Mayor of the City of Ferguson. Yesterday, Ferguson City Manager John Shaw, Ferguson Police Chief Tom Jackson, and Ferguson City Attorney Stephanie Carr, along with myself, met with the Department of Justice officials in downtown St. Louis to receive the final report of their investigation into the policies and practices of the City of Ferguson Police Department. The 100-page document outlined 5 specific areas of concern in which the Ferguson Police Department engaged in a pattern or practice of unlawful conduct that violates the United States Constitution and federal law. The Department of Justice began their investigation of the Ferguson Police Department on September 4, 2014. During the past 6 months, city officials have cooperated with the Department of Justice to supply tens of thousands of documents, which included thousands of emails from 75 employees of the City of Ferguson and other electronic materials from the Ferguson Police Department. The city also arranged ride-alongs for Department of Justice investigators to observe Ferguson police officers while on duty. During the meeting on Tuesday, Department of Justice officials informed the City of Ferguson that a review of city emails uncovered explicit racial bias by 3 individuals who are employed by the City of Ferguson Police Department. Let me be clear. This type of behavior will not be tolerated in the Ferguson Police Department or in any department of the City of Ferguson. Immediately upon leaving that meeting, the 3 individuals were placed on administrative leave pending an investigation. 1 has since been terminated, and the other 2 are still awaiting the outcome of an internal investigation. These actions taken by these individuals are in no way representative of the employees of the City of Ferguson. But today's report allows the City of Ferguson to identify the problems not only in our police department, but in the entire St. Louis region. We must do better, not only as a city, but as a state and a country. We must all work to address issues of racial disparity in all aspects of society. As mentioned by the Department of Justice, there are several initiatives that are already taking place in the City of Ferguson and in the Ferguson Police Department. They are as follows. The Ferguson Police Department is in the process of hiring 3 new officers. We hope to have an update on these positions and the racial makeup of these new hires sometime in the next week. The Ferguson Police Department has hired 1 correction officer since August 9th of 2014. 1 African-American female candidate was hired for that position out of a pool of approximately 91 applicants. The Ferguson Police Department has also hired 2 assistant court clerks since August 9th of 2014. Both positions were filled by African-American females from a pool of 64 applicants. All Ferguson Police Department officers have completed mandatory diversity training as of December 31st, 2014. The Ferguson Police Department has also begun an Explorer program in the Ferguson-Florissant School District beginning in January of 2015. The goal of this program is for officers to engage youth in the law enforcement profession, as well as potentially recruit them for police officer positions in the future. I've also convened a task force made up of residents, businesses, and law enforcement to create a civilian oversight board that will review complaints and provide citizen input into the policies and procedures of the Ferguson Police Department. The task force meets weekly, and its efforts are already underway. This groundbreaking initiative will be one of the first of its kind in this region. Lastly, the City of Ferguson has retained the services of an independent consultant recommended by the Department of Justice to conduct a patrol staffing and deployment study. Finally, I would like to speak briefly about our efforts to reform the Ferguson Municipal Court. The City of Ferguson has acted in August and in September of 2014 to implement several additional reforms and programs. The City of Ferguson was the first community in this region to undertake such steps. In September 2014, the Ferguson City Council repealed several provisions of the municipal code relating to fees, such as an administrative fee of the police department when overseeing the release of a towed vehicle or on the recall of a warrant upon request. In addition, there is no longer a specific offense for failing to appear, which would eliminate certain additional fees and court costs for individuals in the court system. Pending charges of failing to appear, which were issued prior to the reforms taking place, are being dismissed as they come before the municipal court. Finally, the municipal court judge has also implemented new procedures and programs. A new docket was established specifically for those who are having trouble paying fines. A defendant may appear and speak to the judge and or prosecutor about different payment plans or potential alternative sentencing. The city has also passed an ordinance in September of 2014 to cap municipal court revenues at 15% of the city's overall budget. This is half of the legal limit allowed under state of Missouri law. This ordinance has also specified that any excess municipal court revenue will be appropriated for community projects. These are just some of the initiatives that the City of Ferguson has taken and will continue to take moving forward to hopefully move this city, its residents, and our entire community forward. Thank you.
Mayor, do you intend to sign the consent decree? Mayor?
Will Chief Jackson stay? Is Chief
How do you
Jackson
ensure
staying?
accountability according to compliance with DOJ directives?
When they have subpoena power, when these oversight rules, and we'll teach what it is.
Okay, so that was the mayor of Ferguson speaking, and did not stay to answer any questions left immediately afterwards. And I guess I'm kind of surprised. I thought with as scathing as that particular announcement was, the report was, and the weight of what he said in that press conference, that this will not be tolerated, and changes coming, everything else, that he would have actually stayed around and asked more questions about what that specifically meant, but apparently not. All right.
Well, it's 4:53, so
I think we're about ready to
I
wrap.
think it's time to take a nap.
Yes.
Well,
I
it'll
think
be a little
so
while
as
before I
well.
can do that. Long drive home. Actually, I need to get out of here in about 10 minutes. So.
Yep. So, one last, or I guess a couple last things before we sign off for the day. I should go ahead and put our reverse names back up. Where did you say that was? Oh, there we go. So, if you haven't already, download that app, Fox 10 Phoenix, so you get an alert when you go back on the air. We will be back on the air tomorrow for more Jodi Arias Verdict Watch and the chat that goes along with it, which I think is one of my favorite parts. And if you haven't done so already, like us on Facebook, Fox 10 Phoenix. We post links there. We have a lot of good conversations, cool video, that wonderful llama video that we've shared previously.
Love the llama video.
Yes. But
the eagle video was cool too.
The eagle video is up there. We really like to share some of the great video that comes into the station there, as well as having good discussions, and I think we'll have some Jodi Arias stuff up there as well. So, Fox 10 Phoenix on Facebook, Fox 10 Phoenix pretty much everywhere.
Yeah, we're Fox 10 Phoenix.
Yes.
You can find us at Fox 10 Phoenix.
So, thank you very much, everyone. We really appreciate you watching us today, and have a great morning, night, or we've got worldwide viewership.
Yeah, I don't know
here,
where you
so.
are, but everyone who's been with us all day, it's time to take a nap, okay?
Yes, it is. So thank you very much, and see you tomorrow.
Bye.
Bye.